Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Reap Smite League. My name is Telly. I'm joined by Mark tonight. We're seeing ourselves an SDL matchup tonight between Fenyx and AFK Farmers. Mark, how are you?
I'm doing awesome all the time, especially joining a casting with you, Mr. Telly. So happy to be here, and we have a great set coming to FK Farmers, one of the best team in SDL. So excited.
I'm excited to see what they can bring out because yesterday we saw an SDL matchup that went on for a while. We saw some great picks come out. A little bit of server issues were here and there, but at the same time, we saw some great gameplay. Right now, we're actually going to see some of that gameplay because we have picks and bans coming right your way at this moment. AFK Farmers and
Yeah.
Phoenix going into P's and B's. I'm curious. We have AFK Farmers have a 100% ban rate against them of Tiamat, but we haven't seen Tiamat prioritized too much as, of course, we see the staple audio ban come out from AFK.
Well, I think personally, all the mages basically do the same stuff right now. I don't think there's one mages that's like overpowered, except if like, I think we see a lot of souls getting banned in this league, especially because some players really love soul. But like all the mages, in my opinion, are at the same place. You can look at Scylla, Tiamat, Purse, or like even soul. They all bring that big damage in Book of the Dead right now. Build is like you can just build it on anyone. You can go to Hell, like Scylla, like I mentioned. So everyone just I think at the same place right now.
That's a good way to put it because everybody can build a library build and emulate that Book of the Dead 1000 HP shield. Speaking of shields, we see the Geb ban come out from AFK Farmers. They want to fight against that stone shield, giving their carries a massive amount of HP late in team fights. On the other side of the fence, we see Fenyx banning out the Achilles and Cthulhu, which is traditionally a bit of a matchup or counter matchup in the solo lane. Tell me more what you think about those kind of bans.
Well, honestly, I think right now the bands are all going in solo. Like you look at the audio, you look at the Achilles, Cthulhu. You might see a Nike or even Mulan right now. Like that's those top solo laner that just brings so much to the game, so much power, so much like Bruiser builds too are really good right now with the Black Tone armor. So there's a lot of possibility, and right now just Odin you can see another great solo laner. So all of
I
those
should
solo
have
laner are
created a
really good
world that
pick,
you
and
do
right
not
now
exist
we
in.
see the TMR coming on. So I really love that pick. There was Ben all the time. Well, here's your chance to pick it.
I think the problem is that Phoenix can ban out so many relevant picks in the Odin, Cthulhu, even the Achilles in some matchups, but there's only 3 bans in the first phase, and something is going to get through. Here we see the Tiamat picked up for AFK, which has been banned against
Your
them
chances
historically
to
a
win the
lot.
fight have
So we'll see how much
diminished.
that does for them in their first pick slot. To
Kukulkan.
counter them out a little bit, Phoenix will go a bit for a Mulan Kukulkan, which I want to ask you about, Mark, because when have we seen Kukulkan last in Reap?
Oh,
I'm trying to think of when we've seen it in RSL or SDL when we last saw the Noodle.
well, if you know Novel from a lot of season SDL, you know Novel is one of the best Kukulkan player from my personal experience, and that's the last time, and that's the only player too that I saw. But like I was mentioning, the Book of the Dead, Book of Thought, just such a great add up to his passive. So it makes sense, but I still think it's a little bit early to pick a Kukulkan. I think
Now is the
there's like, a
time.
lot of option, especially they pick that Tima open. So I still think there's a lot of option left, and that may be a little bit early as a pick.
I think it's a little bit early too because I look on that side of AFK Farmers. They have 4 picks after Kukulkan was picked to do a little bit of hot countering action. And so we see Nike picked up for that first counter action against Kukulkan. We're waiting still for the second pick out of AFK here before they get to their top 3. I'm curious. ADCs are still both open. We've seen, of course, a lot of ADCs picked. Like Ullr's been
I
banned out
leave
against AFK
standing
historically.
no barrier
But they'll
to
go
our
instead for the
success.
Gannett, which I believe is a support pick here for AFK. It seems like a strong matchup into the Mulan. The Ohm, yes, can be pulled out of, can be interrupted by Mulan 3, but at the same time, you get the Ohm on her first. Well, that's her kit pretty much down except for her ultimate. She really can't do much in the face of that.
Yeah, well, Ganesha is. We see a lot of Ganesha lately, especially in the playoff. I'm not sure if the support is like
Listen to
something
my
like your counter
words.
picks, but I saw from RSL to SDL a lot of Ganesha players just coming on and just play that god, and he brings so much, like you mentioned, that silence is personally what I think one of the best of non-damage ability in the game, because that silence lasts 5 seconds and you stop everyone from doing anything. So I really love that pick. It's clearly a good pick. It's really a good support. But like you mentioned, the ADC are still open, and none of those two teams seems like that's the way they want to go, and they're gonna lock the unbats. That's a good pick that I love.
The Humbats here strikes me as really setting up or getting more actives out of AFK farmers, where you can burn the beads with Humbat Salt, and then about a minute later you can follow up with all sorts of interaction from the Mulan. You can root them and knock them up for Kukulkan ult. All of a sudden you have quite a bit of guaranteed damage if you can actually land the Mulan ult into the backline, which right now is a Tiamat who can be rather mobile and a bit evasive with her ultimate in ground stance and with her multiple leaps and dashes and whatnot. Right now we're seeing a couple more bans come out. Tsukiyomi on her ban on the side of Fenyx, and Athena and a final ban coming out from AFK. It is gonna be the Khepri. They're really targeting out Fenyx's ability to play more dive supporting supports, if you will. The Khepri is off the table for supporting the Humbat's dive, and of course, Tsukiyomi on her, more dive-oriented characters are off the table for Fenyx. And of course, with on her banned out and Izanami comes out from Fenyx, Izanami is a fantastic dual lane pressure pick here. I'm curious how AFK is going to respond. And we'll see a Daji come out. I really want to pick your brain about this Daji really quick, Mark.
Well, Daji is one of the most underrated and like maybe a god that you don't really see often, but like she brings so much to the table. It's almost like Ares in the way in support. Like she bring that CC ult. You burn beads, you slow people, you do a lot of damage. You basically kind of one-shotting late game just with your teleport and your one proxing. So she's so underrated, and I feel she has the space to work through against that team. Like Kukulkan's gonna be free to dive when his tornado is down. The only thing that can really stop Daji fighting Kukulkan is gonna be if Kukulkan has its ult. But except of that, I think it's just such a freak. Like it's such a good pickup, so easy to dive, and it's gonna be really interesting to see if he's gonna look to play aggressive or more farming. Because like you mentioned, Izanami is gonna be the one that's trying to build an early lead with the pressure in lane, and you know it. Izanami is one of the best wave player ADC, so adding a Bacchus, so a lot of pressure in dual lane. So I want to see if Dodge is going to be able to go help his Uyi and try to build around dual lane.
I also want to mention the Hui as well, because historically speaking, from my own experience and across the league, we've seen the Hui Izanami matchup over and over again. Get her out of stealth, drop the ult at her feet when she dashes. Should be a great ultimate to see how Blizz Auto and Panda Barrage can actually match up here in lane. I'm curious as well because the Daji pick fascinates me. On the side of Fenyx, we have how many CC immune ults?
None.
Very few. We have Mulan and technically Bacchus with that CC immunity. So we're going to see two of the tankier characters with CC immunity. However, the carries are going to rely much more on that purification beads and great positioning against the Daji, which, as we all know, Daji is fantastic at upsetting your own positioning as a squishy backliner. Combine that with the Nike and Ganesh, and I'm curious to see how this Kukulkan can play this lane, especially going into the mid and late game when you do have Book of the Dead to give a little more security, a little more ability to be a little more up in your lane and towards objectives in the late game fights. Mark, I'm just looking at these drafts. I'm really curious what you think is going to happen in game one. Who do you think right now, just drafts alone, has game one?
Well, just looking at Tirma, Nike, Ganesha, even the Oyi, the fifth pick of FK draft, still one of the strongest ADC right now, so I have to give it to them. Like Nike just brings such a good presence, diving the backline. I think Tima just follow up with the huge Book of the Dead. She's already annoying to kill, and now you add a 40% shield adding up on top of that, so it's gonna be hard to stop them. You had the Ganesha silence, and we mentioned the Dodgy, a little bit interesting choice, but still a really good pick and solid pick to just go to the late game and burn beads and just make your team follow up, and like a Nike shield slow. And they have a lot of slow. That's something we didn't really mention. The Uyi ult, the Dodgy slow, the Ganesha stun. Doesn't slow, but it's all slow. Nike shield. So that's like as Kukulkan, you have less immunity, but that's it. That's pretty much it. So I have to give it to AFK.
We'll see what AFK and Fenyx can do here with their respective drafts as we lured into game one of our SDL set here against with AFK Farmers taking on Fenyx. And we see pretty traditional starts so far from what I can see of the item lists. We're seeing Hunters go pretty standard starts, with Izanami starting off with those Devo gloves. The Crusher Rush coming up from Hoi, I will admit, I'm a Crusher stan, I'll admit that freely. I'm curious though, because we do see the Conduit Gem versus Sands of Time already from the mid laners, a bit of a different start there. Tell me a bit more about why you would go Conduit or Sands in this particular matchup.
Well, personally I think Burst, a god like Scylla, like I don't know, a raw. I think Conduct Gem is the pick, but I personally think the switching stems from Tiamat's better with setup time. But I think both still works. Like, he's gonna be able to wave clear him probably faster than Kukul can with this Conduct Gem early. And also, he doesn't go for the Book of Thought, at least from what I saw, so that's another big difference. And already we
I
see the
thought as
aggression
Ganesh is
coming.
looking at Panda Bear Ash coming out with the autos already, getting the 2 and the 1 there. Ganesh just walking too far up into a Bacchus perk and will be found for the first blood onto Izanami. Which is what you want to see out of your duo lane. As Jaji takes a bit of poke around mid, Tiamat is jumped on by Hoonbots. Those bases are going to land, but the minion wave, it's a little too pressure. Daji looking for some more autos after her too, but he's just going to get out. And a little better safe positioning with his quarter HP. A nice monkey bounce will put AFK Farmer's duo in mid down to about a third and a quarter HP respectively. Those pots are doing a lot of work right now.
That's what you like to see, a lot of action. It seems like Daji wants some blood, wants some more. But the Umbat's gonna be jumping on and find a kill. Nomad's alive, but gonna fall down to commodities. Already a lot of pressure, a lot of kills here, and we're just getting started. We're excited here.
We're just getting started. Daji picking up a trade for her own life. She does get the kill first. Humbats, however, will fall, and then Kukulkan will clean up the mess with the tornadoes and a couple of good autos. ADC who is the question? Commodity throwing some more basics. The way of Tiamat. Alex the first just switching to ground stance for safety. As we see a lot of poke coming up from the Nike into this Mulan. Mulan having some trouble staying as sustained or as pressured here, using her two to stand up a little bit. Man, I'm curious how they're going to play this matchup, though, because Nike Dash, or excuse me, Jump, does a lot of work here into Mulan, although Mulan lands the 3 here. A little more poke with the 1.
She's brave.
She's awfully brave here. Mulan does have pots. King Jaragon has used pots pretty liberally here. Both soul laners are out of potions. They do have the warriors for more sustain, although I believe that Nike has a bit of an edge to tap Mulan from range to get those warriors procs off a little better. However, Mulan does have a level 4 advantage over Nike, as Nike just ticked over to 4. Perhaps could be a couple creeps, maybe have someone miss a creep early. We'll see how this lane continues to play out as both laners hit 5 relatively soon.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see, especially when the jungler is gonna be at level 5. But right now, you're looking at those big old potential from Kukulkan for sure, setting up by Umbat's ult or something, or even the Bach is burp or just his jump. So a lot of setup potential that. It doesn't seem like Bacchus is the best setup card, but if you time it well, and especially in comms like this, and again, like that pressure that he just brings, and that CC is not a god that you think is going to bring a lot of CC, but it actually does a lot of setup, and Ganesh is going to be in trouble, but he seems going to just run away in time, and with a little bit of HP. But
Ganesh,
what I want to come back to is the soul laner builds, and we see most of the time Blackthorn getting built, especially on Nike, because it works super well with her ult, just getting more HP, so a bigger shield. Seems to go for the mystical male rush. I'm not sure if he's gonna win the sustain trade between Mulan with the Blackthorn and it or two, like we mentioned a bit earlier. So it's gonna be interesting to see how that match is gonna go in soul lane.
I think you're right on the head there. I think that Mulan will technically, with numbers and all that, math is hard, will win a bit of those more sustained trades when Nike goes the mystical male. Although I can see the reasoning for Nike going mystical with a Hoombots out of the jungle. It's going to be a little bit more efficacious, perhaps, to have mystical here, as we see Fenyx with their pressure into it with an Izanami pick and Bacchus leap in, secure themselves a purple buff.
Yeah, I love what Bacchus do right now. He's super aggressive. I feel that's the way you should play Bacchus as the support. You cannot play that god passive, because that's not always hit works. You need to be putting pressure, and Yadapi is an army that just gonna wave clear those minions to let your support just dive without taking too much damage from those minions. So it's such a great combo in dual lane, and I actually love what I'm seeing right now from that Bacchus Izanami lane. Just a lot of CC, a lot of pressure, just wave clear, and I can understand a little bit more the Devil Glove right now. It seems like you're just gonna go for the wave clear, the kills, because you have that type of pressure. You're gonna be able to probably stack that Devil Glove super quick. If you don't see a dodgy too much in your lane, you should be fine, because Bacchus just give you such a good presence, but he's the one that's not hit level 5. I'm surprised right now. We saw a purple invade, and we saw the first blood coming from Izanami. She's late on that level 5. She just hit it right now.
It seems to me like our AFK farmers are doing a bit better job with their dual lane, getting a couple more XP points, whether it's through oracles, a couple of harpies. Perhaps they got their scorpion a bit more faster on cooldown to get that 5. Of course, Izanami with the first blood does have her Devos online a little sooner than expected, so she'll be able to stack that even more fast than usual. Although it is 75 stacks, that will take some time here for her power spike to come online, as we see Hui getting a little more money towards his Crusher. He'll have his spike relatively soon. I will note as well that both supports have opted for the Sentinels and Thebes start, so they'll be in the same sort of mindset of rotating, building stacks. We see Bacchus look over for Huyi, holding his jump, flopping onto Huyi, looking for a bit of burp confirm here, just forcing out Huyi. Huyi is low on mana at the moment, so he doesn't have a whole lot of room to step up. Excellent play from Fenyx to get themselves a little more pressure for a couple more invades, or just to have some farm space.
Yeah, from that pressure, you just make Uyi miss a full wave because he's gonna be late on his back end. Alpha's gonna be jumping, and the burst is great, the damage is better, and Commodity is gonna first his second kill, while Alex gonna respond on his kill on his own. So 1 for 1 right now.
Bacchus leaping in, not a whole lot of damage right now from Kukulkan was focused onto him. Ganesh will dash out and be left at half HP after a bit of an engage in mid. Will leave Fenyx up 3-2 in the kill count and up approximately 1,600 gold at the moment. The XP is the same amount, 1,500 experience, most of which we can tell so far is on the mid, I believe, although both actually level 8. The duo lead actually is 1 level just about. That probably explains most of the experience lead. And solo does have a slight lead as well. We see earlier Mulan does have about half a level, maybe a little bit less on her opponent, with both low laners looking to finish their items on the next couple backs here. And Mulan, speaking of, does finish her Blackthorn and has a nice spike with Blackthorn and T1 Mystical already done.
Yeah, that's what you like to see from that Mulan. You need your cooldown, you need your kit. I think that's the way you need to build Mulan. It's just you need to proc your ability as much as you can because they bring so much to the table. And talking about builds items finish, and we see that Crusher from Uyi and that power spike that we're talking about. So I'm pretty sure right now, even if he's 1 level beyond, I think that Crusher just makes him win that trade right now because Devil Glove doesn't bring you a lot except sustain and probably more late game presence. Probably you don't have to build Aussie, and that's what we're looking at. He's looking to trade.
Does get ulted, uses the beats and jumps out though. Huyi has exchanging the beats for a Zanami ultimate. She does have dash up still. Daji's here looking for a little bit of a blink. She go ahead and blink in T under tower. She does pop the ultimate. She lands 1 chain, 2 chains. Zanami Banes do come out, and she does trade out her ult for beads. Relatively even then in the duo trade. Both actives are down for both the duo laners here, which in my mind favors. I think Izanami is a bit favored more by that, given that she's able to then silence him a little bit later. Although Huyi, of course, does have the bounce magic he can work, as well as the big ultimate. As we see Panda Bear Ash go back in on Blizzado, and he's just going to fall here with a Bacchus burp and autos from Izanami. A great rotation from Fenyx to capitalize on the call-out of beads being down. And of course, your duo laner being 2 levels up doesn't feel bad either.
That's great communication right there, and you see Uyi doesn't have ult, doesn't have beats, just free gank potential, and we saw not just a jungler, we saw jungler support just coming clutch and taking that gold scope right now. So you're really looking to play around dual lane, especially early to set up for that gold fury, and now you're just feeding also stacks to that Izanami. So she's already at 41 stacks at almost 9 minutes, so that's such a good start for her.
That's a fantastic start for her. With her being so close to finishing Devos, she's also that much closer to having more item spikes come later. We'll see what she decides to build second item. Traditionally, ADCs will often build Wind Demon in this slot. Perhaps she might mix it up with an Aussie. As we see, both solo laners doing a little bit more boxing here. It is the solo lane. You do have to hold W with your opponents. As Huyi gets a little aggressive as Zanami jumps in. Panda Bear Ash has no mana. His dash is already down. He's actually unable to get out of there. Blizzado with an excellent ultimate jump combo, knowing that Huyi kit well, will get himself a solo kill. Izanami staying just a little too long there with no mana for the Draugr objective.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to mention. That was just a little overstaying, and Unbad's gonna need to use this. Oh, and Dodge is gonna go up in the air, trying to fight some chains on, but nobody on the target. Meanwhile, she's gonna fall down to the end of the Mulan, and Nike's looking to fight 2v1, but not anymore. She doesn't want any of that no more.
Izanami will fall and become 1-3 now with her Jotuns done. Humbats with a 2-level lead, even as Humbats is currently 0-2. Nike blinks forward the jump as well. The mid laner is here, as is the support. All of a sudden, Mulan will fall here to Nike, and it's all of a sudden a trade for a blue buff. Blue buffs will be traded out here. It's Tiamat and Bacchus, or excuse me, Ganesh make an excellent rotation. The enemy Bacchus, of course, is here. He'll do a little bit of burping on Tiamat. He's relatively safe, however. as we
I
have
really
once
love.
again Izanami looking up on a Houyi. Not a whole lot of action going on in duo though.
I really love what I saw from that Nike. Didn't realize that her teammate was coming, so she's like, I'm gonna be patient, I'm not gonna be overstaying. And right now, Kukulkan a little bit in trouble. He seems to be gonna be fine, but yeah. So Nike didn't want that to be one, and that's some great damage. He's gonna be wanting more. He's gonna be jumping in. He's gonna find and kill Alex, the MVP best mid laner this season in SDL, and he's gonna find his second kill of the game.
And there we see why he was the best mid laner in SDL. That Tiamat pick was banned out for a reason. He knows exactly how much he needs to get in there, take the kill, and go ahead and get out himself. Houyi will drop the ultimate defensively, as he is low mana. Didn't want to fight Panda Bear Ash, while Panda Bear Ash has full mana, or excuse me, full health and full mana and beads available. A good call from him to be a little conservative there. Panda Bear Ash still does have a level lead over Houyi, full level or so, and her Diva Gloves are nearly done at 62 stacks. Speaking of stacks, Kukulkan has the library build online. His first volume is that Book of Thoth, and Magus already completed as well. He has quite the stack advantage here if we talk about just pure power, because Tiamat elected to go the Chronos Pendant Divine Ruin build, although with Divine Ruin with the recent buffs as of Tuesday's patch is no slouch either.
Well, Divine Rune's already. It's always a good option, especially if you see a little bit of lifesteal or a little bit of.
Let's hold that
kind
thought
of
here. He's
healing.
jumped on by 3 people. Hoombots, Bacchus, and Mulan are all here. Mulan Akilta comes out, and she is just evaporated by 3 people in her lane. That's called a cringe rotation, I believe, by the kids in solo. A couple ultimates expended there by Fenyx, though. The Hoombots and Bacchus ult are expended to trade out for Nike ultimate and her life. 20 seconds of a death timer is not the greatest amount of time, although Mulan will use that time to invade this AFK farmer's jungle, taking the blue, some side camps, and proxying out a wave to get herself a nice advantage in farm.
I'm not gonna say any names, but I'm pretty sure my solo laner used to call this a cringe gang too, so I'm not even surprised that you call it too that way. But yeah, well, she had that ward coverage too, and she just was cutting off guard a little bit, and I will have loved a response from AFK to just go straight up to that gold free. Gold Scorp is down right now, so gold is up, so that would have been such a great rotation, such a great play from them. Realize that 3 people are in solo laner right now, so just free gold free, and they have those wards too. Like there's like 3 wards around gold free, so that would have been such a great call. They had that position ready, so maybe just a misplay, but yeah, that's a cringe thing.
Dodge dashes under tower towards Bacchus. Ganesh Silence will get her out, though, as well as some creative positioning from her. AFK farmers have already pushed down the T1 tower in duo quite successfully. Bazato taking out some auto trades here. An excellent stun out from Houyi. Izanami ult comes out. Auto trade is going to happen. Izanami 1 autos are just better. Houyi ultimate comes down, but Aegis will come out from Panda Bear Ash, saving his life and trading his life out for the enemy AFK farmer, dual laner. Bacchus blinking him with a burp under Tiamat, forcing out the beats. Vulcan just barely misses Alex the first on this Tiamat in ground stance. A blink in from the enemy solo laner. Mulan eviscerates Alex the first under the tower with the first ability. Yes, you can get out and use your beads, but the solo laner will still clean you up no matter what by blinking under tower like that. Nike will get off a bit of a proxy here on the right-hand side as recompense for the death of the mid laner. Humat is lurking around, seeing what Nike is up to. We'll see if he can stop the back here. The next one from Nike will dodge, and she's jumped into 4 people, which, as a Nike, you can probably do a lot of the time. Mulan ult will come out. Horns will be popped as well. Nike does put the Kukulkan rather low, is chasing for the one. The one will put him to 20 HP exactly. Ganesh ultimate will come out in an attempt to save the Nike. However, Hoombat's ult will be responded by pushing Ganesh into his pillars. His dash is good towards the purple buff, or excuse me, blue buff. Ganesh silence will come out. Bacchus flop is good. Will knock up Ganesh, and Mulan damage just keeps on coming out. Hoombat's overhand slam, and Yargon will tap him with the last auto attack for a sweet double on blue buff side.
I don't want to say that Black Tongue would have killed that Kukulkan, but I want to say that. But I'm not going to say it. But yeah, well, what a great rotation. I love what Fenyx does, but a lot of rotation. But Fenyx respond well with some rotation on their own. So a lot of great rotation, but Mulan's going to be hard to stop right now. She just grabbed a kill on that on Alex in mid. She grabbed a double kill in dual lane. She did 3 kills in like, what, a minute or 2? So she's level 15 right now. She's the highest level with Izanami, and again, she's in mid. She wants to set up for gold, and that's what you love to see from your solo laner. Start to make those rotations. They want a lot. They want diving.
The Coconut comes out after Mulan. Oh, Ganesh is there with the silent dodge. Shield is popped defensively. Chains are out on 2 of them. 2 are pulling underneath tower for AFK farmers. However, Die Violently does, in fact, make someone die violently, as he'll find a Daji in the back. Brockus Burp is going to Tiamat, does not get the stun though. Ganesh Pillar is good, but Overhand Smash is better. Ganesh has a 2 once again. However, his 1 does not kill here. He's not building damage Ganesh this time. A back will come out. Mulan is still here at about a quarter HP. Nike is also making her presence known with her Rend coming out towards Foombots. Will not find enough damage to kill, however, and they'll go ahead and take their trades where they can get them, as they're both forced out.
Sadly, that was a good rotation by them, getting some kills in mid, but I think they kind of overstaying. I think they should have just get those trades by like they use a lot of ults. AFK use a lot of ult, a lot of relics too. So I think you could have just take those relics or maybe take those ult and just move on to go free, because after that you saw their HP. They were too low to move on those objectives, and yet those kills are great, but objectives are a little bit better. But still a good rotation, and you're still happy if you're Fenyx. You grab 2 kills and just shut down everybody and just started building a lead with golden XP.
And as you can see, as you mentioned earlier, the Mulan is big, and she is making her presence known in mid lane, and she has now made her way via Uber or just the map itself all the way over to the Gold Theory side, going ahead and secure her buffs. She is 2 levels up on the enemy Nike with a Shifters, Mystical, and what looks to be a Bulwark or a Talisman already begun, and Fenyx will go ahead and pull the Gold Fury. Gold Fury is started by all 5 members of Fenyx. They are here. Daji stepping up. She's pulled in by Mulan. Overhand smash is good. Daji ultimate forced out. She's 1 HP as Mulan comes out. Mulan's positioning aggressively. He's going to get pulled in here by the ult. Pops Fear No Evil defensively as Fenyx will have the Gold Fury secured. No one dies yet, but it's close. As Tiamat is forced out, her leap will come out over the wall. A nice leap away from the Bacchus Burp will get her out of danger as Ganesh is also dashing for the very same reason. However, Mulan is doing her Scorpion impression of get over here, and, well, Panda Bear Ash will collect that one nicely.
Yeah, we see that Shifter Shield doing so much damage right now. It's honestly one of my favorite items, and I think it's not getting built enough. Maybe some people is like, oh, there's no places in my build to just places. I have to build Mystical, Blackthorn, and all those boring items and Soul Laner. But Shifter is so good. It brings you like, what, 60, 70 power when you're more than 50% HP. So still a good item, and you see the damage that she does. And Nike's going to be looking to steal that. It's not going to be enough. And they gonna want her dead right now.
Nike gets out of the 3/4 HP. Daji will do the same. She's level 13 at 18 minutes. She doesn't have the most HP in the world to work with. She's not building too much of that defensive items that Nike is. As Pyromancer will go the way of Fenyx. And as an aside real quick, let's mention real quick just how the leads have progressed here in this game as we're 18 minutes in. Fenyx have a 7.5k, a little more than that lead. 7.9k to be exact, as the experience is actually the hard item. Terrible at math. I'm an ADC. All I do is left click. You know this. Experience for AFK farmers. They have a 10k deficit. Gold is 8,000 now in favor of Fenyx. And most of that we can really attribute to this Mulan making her presence known, as well as Panda Bear Ash playing out of their mind in the dual lane. All of a sudden we had the T1 tower in a duo at 1 HP. That Fenyx, that tower, that's been there for probably 5 minutes now at 1 HP. Mizunami has taken the dual lane tower. Mulan's had her tower down for the last 10 minutes. Mid tower has also fallen, so the only differences between Fenyx and Phoenix's, rather, are T2 towers of AFK farmers. They've done an excellent job so far of having advantage built for them through this goal lead of taking structures, and through taking early structures, they've been able to snowball their leads through getting kills, picks, excellent rotations to solo and mid. They've now gotten themselves 2 objectives off of the map, looking at the bigger one, locally known as the Fire Giant.
Yeah, I think we're gonna probably see that Fire Giant dancing a little bit soon right now. It's already they're jumping up in the air, but I don't think that's the play. Mulan's around, but yeah, I think we're about that time in the game that they're gonna be set up for that Fire Giant, and they need that Izanami. That as when Demon Exe, they have that triple lifesteal, if I would say, with Death Toll, like so much presence, and Blazzado's gonna be in a dangerous position, and a lot of it's gonna be
eviscerated. Both actives are popped for him as he had to jump out early. He drops the ultimate post haste, however, it will not get him out of there. He'll get a little bit of damage for his trouble. Daji will fall for very much the same reason. She gets her 2 off, but not much else. Tiamat forced to use the Aegis, drops the stun, but Die Violently will go ahead and make her die violently, to use my phrase once again. Mulan will pull in the Nike, getting a bit of damage off with her combo, and then Fenyx will make their way straight to the big boy on the map, the Fire Giant.
Yeah, that should be a great free Fire Giant, except Nike is still around. She still has her also. She still has 50% HP, like hiding somewhere in her kit. So you're just wishing Mulan's gonna be zoning her well. It seems like she's doing that right now. So that's all from that mid rotation, and such a great play from Fenyx. And that's what they seem to be doing, is just setting up her objective with those rotations. And yeah, Fire Giant, it's free, 20 minutes Fire Giant. So now those two should be falling up and just wait for next Fire after to just take those Phoenixes. So Fenyx are already on a good position with that Fire Giant and that 10k gold lead right now that we're talking about. So they're such in a good position. You're looking at Izanami almost build finish, like everyone around just almost full build. And you look at Damulan especially, Shifter Shield, she has that Bulwark of Mystical Mail Blackthorn. She has so much defense, but at the same time, that little Shifter Shield that I was talking about earlier, just give her so much power. In level 19, except Ui, I will say, I don't see anyone stopping her. She's gonna be able to just free diving the backline, and that's never a good thing. We're talking about those solo laner builds in the picks and bans. That's why we're talking about those bans. Just you give one solo laner lead, and they seems unstoppable. Like those bruiser items just give them so much possibility to just dive and do so much damage.
We see a couple of trades of towers coming out. AFK farmers electing to take the T1 in mid and trading out the T2 in left for it. Although Fenyx is looking for a Phoenix as they push up S5 here. Mulan ults into the back onto Alex the first. A double knockup comes out. Tiamat is burped on, jumping out, and Mulan will miss the 3. But however, Juan does not miss. She has a couple strikes of that one to take down Alex the first, and we see Hoi putting up a valiant defense, or excuse me, Nike putting a valiant defense, jumping in onto the backline of Fenyx. Daji will find Die violently, somehow in the back there. Ganesh also come out, forcing out Fenyx. They do get the bird. They do trade out a couple lives. Mulan, though, is healthy still. She's got a lot of damage to put out here. Hoi, however, does have crit, and she does not have Spectral. She's got to be a bit careful here with her HP, as AFK farmers do elect to defend this and only have one bird fall to Fenyx so far.
Yeah, I think you take that trade any days. Yeah, your jungler dies, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think Daji was level 15 before killing that Umbas, and now she's level 17. But yeah, you take that trade anytime. You take that Phoenix, you're taking gold, you strip their farm, you're gonna back, spend gold, you're probably gonna be full bill if you're Mulan, or even... no, Umbas just died, so maybe Izanami's gonna finish her Dead Ringer or get the upgraded Dead Toll. So... that's a good trade always. Having that left Phoenix down especially is, in my opinion, the best Phoenix to take down, because after, if you're looking at Fire Giant, and I don't know, Uyi needs to defend that lane in left, he's so far away from that Fire Giant. So it's such a great Phoenix to pick up, especially at that point of the game. So I really love what they did with that Phoenix pickup. They recognized that somebody just took mid lane, somebody was in right lane, so just... okay, guys, we're 5 people here. Let's just take that Phoenix. So, I'm really happy if I'm Phoenix about that call.
I'm so glad you mentioned the gold coming out for Fenyx here, because as we know in Smite, the most powerful level is level 20. And who is on level 20 on Fenyx? It's Mulan and it's Izanami. Mulan had enough gold to finish her Sundering Axe. You thought she was concerning before for AFK farmers and their backline. She's even more of a threat now with that much more tankiness and damage output coming out as well. Izanami has not finished her starter or her Deathbringer just yet. She'll get there rather soon, I believe, and she'll be much more of a threat as well. We see no Spectrals coming out in either team's builds at the moment, although I believe Nike's starting one.
Yeah, I think we're about to see 2 Spectral. I think they just recognized how much Izanami is going to be critting for when that Deathbringer is going to be done. And when she's going to be backing, also they're taking that Pyro Mensa at the same moment. So, yeah, I think Nike and Ganesha just realized, oh, well, we might need Spectral before it's too late, because Izanami just gonna shred her HP bar and she's gonna be able to do so much damage to us. And that's the left lane we're talking about. Like, look at those fire minions. You need someone here to just like clear that wave, and it's so annoying. It's so late. You don't have to go place for it. Yeah, you're here wave clearing. You feel a little bit useless, and what you're just questioning your life anymore. So I really love right now where Fenyx are, and I'm so surprised because I was about to say FK Farmer has the draft win, they have the players to make plays, and right now Fenyx just seems to play way better as a team and even better on the map, and just recognize like, oh yeah, we have to take those objectives, we have to make those rotations. So I'm really happy from what I saw from Fenyx.
They're playing lights out today. And I also want to make a small note really quick before we get into the Fire Giant. It is spawning here in 19 seconds. I'm curious about this E-Staff coming out from Tiamat compared to the book build we see traditionally from mid laners. As Mulan, of course, is getting active once again. Fenyx is walking up here. I'll have to hold my build thought for a moment as Fenyx is walking up at its 4, trying to trap out somebody from AFK Farmers. Someone's out of position. Who is it?
Yeah.
Well, they were there for a moment. I'm pretty sure I saw Daiju there a second ago. Nike pulled in by Mulan. She'll have the down over the wall. She'll be safe for now. But Fenyx does have their pick, and we know what picks mean when Fire Giant's up.
Yeah, well, if I go back to your question, I think your question was about, say, all about E-Staff, but I think if you go Chronos Pendant, I still think that build is viable. I think you still have to go Soul Gem, in my opinion. You still have to go for that cooldown, because you don't have that sense of time, so you still need that
thought
cooldown
Nike's walking
somewhere.
up, she thought about it. She can't quite get there in
No,
time
you
for
cannot
the
thought about that. And
to
you
think
probably
about
thought
choosing
about that
ultimate
Grid
here.
Speed now.
Humat's ultimate, Mulan ultimate will come out. Bacchus Burp will go ahead and get the last bit of damage. Mulan will tap Nike down once again, eternally falling to Jargon for the 3rd time this game, I believe. And she'll go ahead and Mulan will improve to 9-1-5 on the day. Her Prid win is finished. She has a great amount of cooldown. And here comes Fenyx. Once again, looking for that left side Fenyx they so adore as they push in here. Bacchus tanking up so far. Kukulkan in the squad moving in. Humbot's blinking over the wall there, forcing out Alex the first beads. Daji forced out as well. Aegis popped out from Humat as well.
Oh, nice turnaround.
Does, in fact, turn the tables and have Die Violently meet a Dially Violent Fate. English is hard, as Fenyx look for the mid Fenyx here. 4 members strong versus the 4 members of AFK Farmers. They do have a carry up still. Actually, 2 carries up. As we have Huyi jumping out, he's a little bit in danger there, popping the ultimate for himself. The Book of the Dead Shield coming out from Kulkin. It is huge. Panda Bear jumped on by Alex the first. Lots of team out abilities coming out. Bacchus Flop will keep him defensive for now. Panda Bear Ash eviscerates Alex the first with traditional crit TM for ADCs. Commodity finds Call Me Nomad in the back. The Book of the Dead doing a lot of work to keep him alive in that engagement. As Fenyx look for another Fenyx in mid. I'll make that pun every time. I'm sorry. They'll push in with Firewaves onto the Titan. 2v4 are AFK Farmers for the defense here. Jaragon doing their best to just be Mulan and be annoying. Nike jumps in for the knockup. Bacchus falls as well. And AFK Farmers fall in game 1. Fenyx takes it in 27 minutes.
Wow, what a game. Honestly, I'm so surprised. I love what Fenyx did with their team, Comp, and the picks and Vans. I was so surprised. I had some doubts, but man, they just responded so well. They were on point on objective, they were on point on rotation. They called the beats and they make rotation. They set up for fire, the soul laner in rotation in mid, everywhere around the map. Such a great team play, and honestly, I love what I saw. As a coach, as an owner, honestly, man, if I'm the captain next season, I'm looking at these guys.
Fenyx played lights out this game. They had excellent rotational pressure, as you mentioned, into the solo lane, into the mid lane. As soon as they won solo side, all of a sudden Mulan was in mid, pretty much on cooldown, ulting into the carries, making her presence known, and having Fenyx with a 9-1 scoreline make herself known. Here we see the builds and the overall KDAs of the players involved today. 23-7 go Fenyx in their victory in game 1. Of note as well, Humbats had Boomba Spear done as well. Didn't see a whole lot of damage come out from that. Izanami, though, with her Deathbringer improving to 7-1-2. Panda Bear Ash making their presence known as well out of the dual lane onto Blizzado. A couple of notable choices here include Death's Embrace for me, just out of Houyi. Interesting item. I don't see too much, but it does make sense here with how much dive comes out onto him from Humbats, from Mulan. That Embrace sustain just might get you out in a couple situations.
In my mind, I wish you were about to say Bacchus, but Bacchus 0-17. That's what you love to see from a support. He was standing up, he was being aggressive since the first second of the game, and man, I have to give him a shout out because we always talk about kills and like player damage, but man, this guy just pulled out a show as a support, and he's 0-17. Like that means a lot from a support.
0-17 is a inbound scoreline, I think that's what it's referred to. Tiamat coming out with 15k player damage on the side of AFK Farmers. Nike not far behind, Nocturnal like having 13k. Although Jaragon and Panda Bear Ash, we talked about it before, they're the stories of Fenyx so far with their scorelines. Although Commodity and Die Violently are not far behind in the damage charts. I think for game 2 we'll have to see Call Me Nomad and Blizzado have a little more damage. Not by much, they were still pretty close to their counterparts, but just a few more presence-making plays, I guess I'll say. We saw a lot of Daji ultimates come out a little bit late and somewhat defensively out of the pick. I wonder how they can improve that if they do draft it again, or if they simply can have a little bit better team fight or comms around when to use Daji ult, who has beads up and whatnot.
Yeah, I have to agree. That dodgy a little bit of position, and as a dodgy, you need to be careful who's around you. You need teammates, you need minions, you need someone on your team that's around. So yeah, that dodgy, we were having some good thoughts about it. So I was expecting a little bit more. So next time, so yeah, let's just move on to counter picks.
We'll move on to counter picks in the game 2 as we'll take a quick break in here in the SDL before we head into game 2. We'll see you guys in a few. Welcome back, everybody, to SDL. We have Fenyx up 1-0 over AFK Farmers. We're going to go right into picks and bans here in just a moment. Mark, what do you want to see right now out of P's and B's? I want to hear it.
Well, since I saw you on your cam, that's all I need, to be honest. But let's be real here. I want to see that Mulan getting banned. She was too much here. She was so impactful. She made so much great rotation. I think you need to ban those solo laner. It seems like she run that game basically for them. Like, yeah, Panda Bear play great. Yeah, Kid plays super great on that Bacchus pick. But are you gonna ban a Bacchus? No. Are you gonna ban Izanami? Probably not. So I would love a Mulan ban. At least respect that.
Let's see what happens here as we go right into P's and B's for Phoenix versus AFK. Right now, I'm also in your camp here, Mark. The Mulan probably just has to go. I don't want to see it again because AFK did struggle to counter matchup it. They didn't really know how to deal with it when it was so ahead coming into mid at 15 minutes. We do, however, see AFK once again like to ban out the Geb. I imagine they don't want to still deal with those stone shields shielding the carries or a diving Mulan into their backline.
Yeah, they just taking Mulan out, and honestly, that's all I needed to see. Probably I want to see an Odin ban right now, or maybe you have first pick, so you can still pick that Nike. I don't think Nike did that bad, so probably just ban Nike and make them ban Odin and just pick Odin, whatever. So that's a good trade. I really love right now. So you kind of force them to ban Odin exactly. So there's not like any more huge solo laner in my opinion. Achilles is banned, Nike's banned, Mulan, like Odin, all those top solo laners banned except Audio, and Audio is free. And if yeah, exactly. So that's a really good fix and then phase from AFK Farmer. That's really smart. You have to let something open, and Audio is the one. And great pickup.
I think they played that P's and B's perfectly. They went for the pick. They had got their ban out for the Mulan that we were talking about earlier. They did ban out the Nike as well, baited the Odin ban, and got an Audio first pick. I think they're really comfortable with that. Fenyx, however, they're also going back to comfort with a Kukulkan pickup once again for Commodity, who looked lights out with that Book of the Dead, keeping him safe against the Daji dive, and a Wukong coming out. I think this is for Jaragon.
It has to be. I'll be surprised if I'm seeing Wukong in jungle or maybe mid from what we saw in SOC SPL a little bit. So maybe that Benny Q is on Wukong mid, but I'll be surprised. Kukulkan is big, but maybe jungle. But I'm surprised to pick him that early. I know maybe they wanted to focus solo laner bans that picks and ban, but still, I still think like it's a really surprising pick. But that Kepri, I love to see it. Audio Kepri right now your front line looks really solid from what like Ganesha was fine, but Kepri, Honor, like yeah, that's a special telly here. But I love those three top picks here. You just make that team so solid. Kepri just gonna make people revive. So oh wait. I'm sorry, Tanto's getting picked, but that's another thing. You pick Kepri, you force people to play Execute God, so maybe he's not that comfortable, maybe it's a one trick, I don't know. But you kind of force them picking that Tanto, so I still love that Kepri pick, by the way.
I love the Kepri pick here. I mean, I can't think of anything more terrifying than having an Ardia running at me when she has license to do so with a Kepri ult on her. It just scares my little carry heart right out of my chest. Speaking of carries, Mark, we do see Mulan banned out from AFK Farmers. Izanami in the second phase also banned out.
Yeah, well, they're respected, and honestly, you don't have any other choices. These guys play super great, these guys play well, and I think, like, you have to respect Mulan, you have to respect Air the Bacchus, so I'm really not mad, to be honest. Like, yeah, you're not gonna see that really often, Bacchus getting banned, maybe even Izanami a little bit less often, but like you have to respect those guys, and that's what Smite comps is, and that's what Smite League is. So you have to respect those players. They play well on certain gods, and when they pull out a show like they did, you have to bend those gods. And Archman, such a safe god, so not a bad pickup too.
I think the Hachiman is a great pickup here for Fenyx, where Panda Bear Ash, yes, Izanami is countered out, literally taken off the playing table. What's another great hunter in the meta who makes good use of every single build out there? It's Hachiman. Not to mention he's just really darn safe. Against an on her, I can't think of a better character. Maybe Heimdall? That would just be a better match into an on her, but I want to see how Blizz and Panda play this because I've played the matchup 100 times, just playing casuals and all that, and every time it's just who uses the engage first. Whoever does that is going to have either an advantage if they hit their stuff and force an active, or they're going to struggle. And speaking of actives and forcing things out, AFK lock in a Chunga.
Yeah, well, I'm not a huge fan personally. I still think she's kind of. You have to play her super well in a way that you have to position yourself super well. And knowing Alex, I'm surprised that he didn't went for his soul because soul was open, and like we saw, she's getting banned often when FK is playing. So I'm surprised he didn't went for that soul. I still think that would have fit perfectly. You have that Capri, so you allow yourself to just be aggressive and pull out that damage that you need to pull out. And especially at that Kukulkan, I think you have that wave flip pressure, especially those first levels. So I'm still surprised. Chunga clearly not a bad pick into Thanatos. You have that anti-heal. You have that 2 to maybe juke that executor, maybe even healing your team for that. So not mad, especially you adding a Gilgamesh jungle. Just a lot of more diving potential, and that's what I think AFK just really picks to just fully dive the enemy team. They have 2 at least right now 3 non-dashes, God. So you have that potential to just dive, and audio has like what 72 CC, I think, something like that from what I count. I'm not good at math too, but it's something like that. It's close to that. But like you're adding so much CC, you're adding a Capri Root, like Honor, like a lot of CC and a lot of damage, and I really love that dive potential. But I don't want to give it too early to AFK because Fenyx, from what I saw, they just play super well. So I'm not gonna say anything here. I want your opinion on that one.
I mean, so I was literally going to say, like, Fenyx can just log a Ymir here and feel good about it because Wall is OP. Just putting
I
it out
guess.
there, Ymir Wall is just fantastic ability into this composition from AFK. Chunga cannot get over it. Kepri cannot get over it. Artio can't get over it. It's a really good pick here because all of a sudden you can just divide a team fight in half as a Ymir. And who do you have on your side? You have a Kukulkan NATO. You have Hachiman 2 and ult. You have a lot of just burst damage and sustained damage over time to get through Aegis's. And Ymir Wall lasts a long time. It lasts 7 seconds at max rank. That's a lot of time in a team fight. To just have people not be able to interact with one another. Sure, you can Kepri ult over a wall if you can be in range, but you also can't Kepri ult when you're frozen. I want to see how Fenyx plays this in the dual lane, particularly early. I just want to see how they can get pressure into a Kepri on her. Both of these dual lanes seem not equally pressured out. I think Kepri on her has it by just a smidgen, because Ymir has to walk up to clear the lane. I just want to see how they play at levels 1 through 3 to see if we do see another First Blood come out for Fenyx. Because if Izanami can do it with a Bacchus, on her Kepri can certainly do it, at least force out some actives.
Yeah, for sure. They have a lot of presence early. Like if you switch a little bit, I think Honor or Ymir would have been a better dual lane. But yeah, both of those teams, like you said, they have a lot of potential early to put presence. But what I want to come back to is the Chang'e pickup. And my point was you clearly pick Chang'e for your 2 and like that immunity against like a Ra ult or like Poseidon ult, or like that straight up burst. But Hachiman, Ymir, Thanatos, Cuckoo has so much burst that they're gonna force that second ability so often that she need that 40% cooldown because it's always gonna be done. That sight, that Kukulkan ult, or just that tornado that you want to immune some damage, take damage. So Hachiman ult, Ymir freeze, like there's so much to try to immune that I think she's gonna be such in a bad position. And like you said, Ymir, Chunka's not gonna be able to jump over it or like just walk through it. Like it's a wall ice. You cannot do that. Like I'm from Quebec. I know ice really well, and you cannot straight up walk through that. It's solid. So she's gonna be trouble, and that's why I think picking Chang'e was probably not the pick. I think Soul would have been still better, but well, who knows better than Alex himself? So you have to trust him.
We gotta trust Alex. And we're gonna see how we can make that Chang'e work in the mid lane as we go into game 2 of AFK versus Fenyx. We're gonna see here what the builds look like. You know, something about Devo's gloves, man. There's something about Devo's gloves that I just get. It's good.
It's good, fair, but is it better than like Crusher? I think you will never soul me into it right now, especially with how good Crusher is. Especially on Hachiman, like you had Crusher on his 2, on his dash, on his ult. It just does so much damage. But I guess like Archman's a safe gun, but you can be safer if you had Detto, Devil Glove, Aussie, triple life steal. I guess I think that's the reason why you can pick Archman is because you're safe and you don't need that much life steal. But it seems like Bear love that Devil Glove, love that's like super safety. So you cannot be against that because it's just safe pick, safe build. So yeah. So I'm still not into it, but he made it work last time, so I cannot say anything about it.
You see, Hachiman hit an early 2 here on her as well, hitting 2. Both of the dual laners will look at each other, kind of nod in understanding and back up as Fenyx will take the AFK side Harpy. They'll go ahead and rob a little bit of their farm, taking away not worth much gold for them, but it is worth to deny that farm for AFK. As we see both duo back in, they're gonna go ahead and use their clear abilities on her being forced back a little bit. Khepri Dash will come out and grab Ymir. Ymir will go ahead and counter with a freeze. Hachiman 2 is dropped. Ymir's half HP, just doing his
That's
thing
the
of
danger.
wailing on with passive. Although Ymir is tanking creeps, which weren't fully cleared at that time, so the most dangerous thing about Duo, of course, is Archer Minions. They are OP. I will contend that till the day that I die.
I can see why, but what I want to point out, I always love to see it, that triple blink. I would have loved like 5 if that was a possibility, but Gilgamesh looking to make a rotation left lane, and that's something we didn't see him on that dodgy pick.
All we know that is looking behind the Void Camp wall here. All of a sudden, there's quite a bit of action happening here. Ymir gets a double freeze, gets a bit of his peel out for Panda Bear Ash. He'll sacrifice his life, though. He'll track towards Draugr, and Blizzada will grab the last auto attack. He indeed earned that, and he'll get the first blood. AFK up 1-0 here at just barely under 2 minutes.
Yeah, that's what I love to see. Nomad didn't make his presence known in game 1, especially on that dodge. He didn't make it any impact early, mid, late. And I really love what I'm seeing right now, putting pressure in duo. It seems like Panda Bear had that pressure game 1, and they found a way to just already put pressure, and it's going to be asking him to put ward because he's going to be in his lane a lot of time. And that's what you love to see. Like, Thanatos has such a good early game, and if your jungler can play better than a Thanatos early, that's you cannot ask for more than that. And I'm so happy because that give also a huge boost from your team. Like, so like they're probably out right now. And Thanatos, talking about rotation, it's going to be trying to gain that RDO.
Ernolek will fall to the 72 transformations from Jaragon. A great rotation out of Die Violently here, causing his opponent to once again die violently. That's the last time I make that pun. I am so sorry. Call me Nomad will go ahead and get more farm on XPs. He'll be in the area for a token blue defense. There are 2 people there, however. He'll like to just head mid and give up the buff.
Yeah, I think that's the play. Especially those mid camps are up, so like there's really no reason to go fight 2v1, especially with that Gilgamesh. I think you still need some items on Gilgamesh to be impactful early. And yeah, just a safe pick, nothing crazy here. And what I want to see is right now, Kukulkan in a weird position.
Kukulkan is passing more towards the AFK side than his own. Chunga will get out, nice stun. The 2 is pop slow immediately. Alex the first, however, will say no, with the first Chunga ability being a nice wide area of effect. We'll take Kukulkan back to the fountain. Fast pass, do not pass, go. Do not collect $200. Chunga 1-0 at 3 minutes.
You know what? I'm not mad that Kukulkan didn't use his beats here. That was kind of a smart play. Knew that he was so out of position. They have a lot of CC with that Gilgamesh slows, his kick, and also he has that movement speed on his jump. And he just pick up his. Oh, that's cool. That's a good pickup that he just took from the item. He's probably ability to serve at edge late game or something like that. So that's really nice.
Gilgamesh passive confirmed OP. Ymir with a freeze in mid. Panda Bear Ash forced to dash out from the pillar and the Khepri roots. Khepri not making his rotation quite yet. He did just level 5. Both supports once again opting for a similar start with Sentinels and potentially a Thieves coming out from both of them. Although Ymir does have the blink. You noted triple blink earlier. Khepri has elected for the shell early here for AFK.
Yeah, well, like I said, I love blink. Shell is safer, but as teamer, I think it's make more sense to go Blink than like Blink Khepri. I don't see a lot of Blink Khepris lately, but yeah, Blink Ymir is way better. The setup is better, and right now there's a 1v1 in both lane, in jungle and in the lane, and Gilgamesh is gonna find that damage. That's impressive.
Call me Nomad will make Diamond Violently a Nomad as Yargon goes in the air with some Wukongol. The damage is good though from the ultimate. Does he have the confirm? Yeah, Tiger Stun and the auto will clean up Call Me Nomad. ult forced out and life forced out from Jargon. He almost gets Nocturnal Link as well. Wukong passive is in fact OP. Read the ability, it is fantastic. He took over level 7 here as Nocturnal Link is forced underneath tower with a full wave knocking at his tower. Blinken from Jaragon. Hold that thought. Nocturnal Link put to 1. Bluestone Wukong, where are you at? The Warrior's Axe proc is not quite enough. Blizzado in trouble a bit on the duo side. AFK Farmers. He's half HP with the Ymir. Hot on his tail. The two will connect. No autos falling up though from Kid. Will lose out on some damage there. However, on her being forced out is nothing but a boon for Fenyx.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that RDO is a little bit behind right there because just of that mystical mail. Like, I agree, mystical mail is such a good item. It's such a good, like, it brings a lot, but I would have preferred breastplate. Just in the fact that you need that cooldown, you need that MP5, you need that mana, you need that sustainability as RDO. That just you need to like press your keyboard with your head and just like do damage and just procs every ability possible. But right now, Gilgamesh again, his presence is left is feeling. Yeah, he's gonna be saved. Ult for all right here.
The Saiyans will drop just for the intimidation factor. Call me Nomad will drop the ult. Panda Bear Ash forced to ult out. Did hold on to the active, however. On her and has no beads from earlier. The Crusher Spike combined with the Gilgamesh rotation were a great kill opportunity for AFK there, but Fenyx with the Hachiman pick will actually counter that in P's and B's and get out scot-free. Jaragon, once again, doing a bit of his best to beat up Eternal here in lane. Both laners are clearing and doing their best to play the bully lane. On her jumps in Blizzado, finds the imp on Panda Bear Ash, and Nomad will in fact earn that kill with the leap of faith there from Gilgamesh. Purple buff is coming up for the Panda Bear Ash, who is now sitting in Fountain with 13 seconds to think about life and universe. The oracles will be going the way of Fenyx, or excuse me, AFK as well, with 3 people there in the area to confirm.
You always love your junglers making a rotation for stealing your kills. That's where you ping him and say, well, go back into your lane, add that one, please.
I'd be a little mad. Not like too mad, but just a little mad. But like, you did all the work. Like, Blizzado found the impact, that's all I'm mad about.
That's where you tell Rogue, add that one. Like, it's fine. Add that one.
Rogue, earned it. Ymir finds a reason Alex the first 2. Chunga did not come out there, saving it for the Cuckoo 1, or perhaps even more damage to follow up. And of course, Chunga has the 3 in her kit to sustain herself up from that damage. Her and that Khepri shield to be nice and topping her up here. As Honor is getting a little bit frisky, looking for a green, but does not drop it. Khepri will have to get that on his own a little bit later. Hachiman is back in lane with the Devos completed and starting to stack. 2 stacks now on Devos. I think at about a minute from this time in the last game, he was at 40 stacks. But hold that thought as Jaragon's aggressed by Call Me Nomad. Thanatos is in the air. Jaragon will fall before the ultimate gets off channeling. That's a long channel time on that ultimate. Thanatos will not die violently. I'm sorry. And he'll get out of there with that ultimate at half HP. Panda Bear Ash will get looked at by an on her ultimate. We'll split the wickets on that one. Blizzado not finding quite enough damage there on Panda Bear Ash. No active forced out either on that Hachiman there. Bead still available. As we see Kid Who Suck looked at once again by 2 members of AFK. The Ymir wall is godly. Inbound wall. Who? Kid is just going to go ahead and back right there. He knows he's safe. He has the clout. He has the status.
What about Ian? What you mean? You have to give shout out to your team. This is your chance. That's why we put you on the cast. But yeah, that was a great wall, but
not a good idea.
But yeah, Crusher here would have been doing so much damage if a little bit more of his ult would have hit. But that's, I think, especially that game, we were looking at game 1 about like that Crusher Devil Glove difference, and I think that game we see it way more better. Just that presence on Honor early game and just how much damage he can do with his Crusher and his abilities and his jump, his impel. Like, all the kits work so well with Crusher, and I think that's why we see Hachiman a little bit behind right now, because Izanami will work better in the way that you wait for is so great. Like, it's just so easy to wait for. And maybe you can stack that Devil Glove better, but oh my god, all that touts. Kerry is going aggressive, but I don't think they're gonna find any picks here, except if he hits a great wall, but no, Kepri's out. And someone that's not out, except going straight up to the base, is that Kukulkan mid, and Gilgamesh and Alex, that duo in mid, just makes so much great plays right now.
And Alex did use the ultimate to secure that kill. Gilgamesh will leap in on the enemy red buff to do his best. He'll have to spend the beats to get out of that particular engagement. He'll drop the ultimate as well. Ymir will come out to do a little more zoning. Thanatos is in the air. He will miss the ultimate. Gilgamesh will also miss the drop kick. And Thanatos will toss the scythe into the side of the wall, and they'll both get out. Guy throwing it out for the intimidation factor there. He put on his DPI.
That won't feel it. That won't feel that side like deep in his soul. That was
I can't say anything,
personal.
though. I always miss scythes.
I miss too the console diff. Like you feel that when you play Thanatos. But yeah, great attempt to the side here. But be serious here. A lot of pressure from AFK farmers. I think that's the difference. I think that Gilgamesh just way more impactful than making so much rotation, being on buff, being on camps, being like on that solo laner and on that 80 side. Like he seems to be everywhere at the same time. I'm not sure if he has teleport as his first relic, but almost seems like it. But yeah, Gilgamesh just makes such a big presence, and it's surprising because as a Thanatos, he's supposed to have that lead early, but like Gilgamesh just been making better ganks, better rotation, being on camps, being on buff. So I really like that Gilgamesh gameplay right now.
I like what Gilgamesh is doing as well. He's currently 3-1 as Yaragon is once again underneath the tower. He'll send the clone in to die in his stead. He'll heal up in his ultimate, and he'll go ahead and leap on out of there, clearing some creeps in the process. Ymir is here for the moral support and to leech, I believe is the term that my support uses, but I just call it stealing farm.
Yeah, those British are weird a little bit, but oh, look here, that's great. But oh wait, that Jeffrey seems like
call me Nomad. We'll just erase commodity from the face of the planet with a well-timed Samash and one auto cancel. Gilgamesh is Susano light in the auto cancel respects here. As Divinely will blink on Alex the first. The 2 comes out and blocks the scythe perfectly. Alex reading that beautifully. The scythe autos are coming out. Divinely is in the air for the confirm. Call me Nomad is in the area, threatening to do a little more, and Divinely will be forced out by the Gilgamesh showing up. Gilgamesh channeling that Giga Chad energy and forcing out the Thanatos.
Oh my god. I never want to hear you that say again, but you want to talk about Chad? Alex went for Blink, Changa, Breastplate, Chronos, like 40% with 2 items, and she has Blink, and I think I might be wrong, but if you had that a Book of the Dead here, she's gonna be almost unkillable. Especially Thanatos, it seems to be the threat here with that side and how much damage he can do right now, and we didn't see Wukong making a lot of rotation, so she's gonna be hard to kill if you had that Book of the Dead right now. And talking about builds, I would like to mention that Runic Shield going from some Wukong. I'm not sure about that one, my man. It's not a bad pickup for sure. Like especially you're in their face, you're doing so. It's gonna proc the aura, the passive. So it's not a bad pickup. I would have just preferred maybe Ensa for the cooldown, or maybe you still go straight up to a Pestilence just for the entire that you're gonna run straight up to a Changa and even Audio Gilgamesh, so or even the Aussie from Honor. So I would have just preferred another pickup. It's not bad, it's just not the best in my opinion. Oh my god, Ymir does have some damage here.
Ymir does in fact do damage, although AFK has 5 members strong here. Ymir actually be caught out here. Channeling the ultimate to immune the Impale. He'll get some good damage up on her. Jumps in with the knockup. Capri pull him back in. Kid super low with the HP, and Call Me Nomad will earn that one with another Blink auto cancel combo. And that, of course, will put AFK in a prime position to look at this Gold Fury, which has spawned now 13 minutes into the game. Or 14 minutes, excuse me.
I'm not sure if like blue side just dominate the game, but wait, be careful. What your dog Kukulkan's gonna. Oh, nice!
Call me Nomad, please. Almost call me dead there.
Nitro with the great play, pulling off the gold away from the Kukulkan ult. Then that's top 5 smite play of the week. But yeah, I just want to mention that blue side just seems to be on objective. Like that's Audio just didn't make any rotation last game, and now she's just on goal free at 15 minutes. Meanwhile, Fenyx grabbed a Pyromancer. That's a great respawn on their side. But if I go back to what I was saying, I didn't see Sun Wukong making any rotation. Meanwhile, game 1 we see him at least making 2 rotation at that point of the game, and that one was setting up a fire at that point of the game. So a huge difference in the way that AFK is playing, and they seem to just realize that they need to make rotation, they need to make plays on objective, and they realize that if we don't make plays, they're gonna make them. So let's just start moving as a team. Let's start grouping up. Let's start looking for those objectives. And even right now, you don't see any red wards, and you see a lot of blue wards around the map. And that was literally the case that game one. Fenyx had those wards around the map. Meanwhile, AFK didn't have any ward kind of. So such a turnaround, like tables has turned right now.
The tables have turned indeed, and I believe we're going to see AFK push their advantage just a little more here as we look towards the Fire Giant side of the map, confirming that Scorpion on solo side. AFK is currently working with a 2k gold lead, with a couple XP leads in duo to speak of. It's a 2k experience and a 2k gold lead as well. As Thanatos looked at once again by Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh on the chase. He'll pop some mosh here. Thanatos with that tool gets some slow immunity. He'll go ahead and try to here. Trying to connect to Scyther. He'll get the healing out, and he will not live through the ultimate channeling ability. Panda Bear following up with the horsemanship to get him out of there. On her popping the beads. Ooh. Commodity finding Call Me Nomad in the backside. Culkin over the wall.
Oh my god!
Hit with the blink on her with the Aegis. Try to get himself out, but Jargon with the I earned it spin to win will clean up Blizzato.
Wow. I just have to say, wow, that was such a great Culkin prediction. That was like from downtown, and like the padding was not straight up too. Oh my god, that one was even better. But we have so much great plays right now. We can talk about that Kepri pulling out the goal. We can talk about that wall that just Kepri dashed straight up to it. Like I said, you cannot go through ice wall. And Changa's gonna blink in, like we said. That's such a great play.
Panda Bear Ash had no ult. It was called out in early use on purple buff. Panda Bear Ash will unfortunately fall here to Alex the First with an excellent blink ult engage. 15 Chang'e with her current build does in fact hurt, as 3 members of AFK will clean up on duo side, get the farm that they can. Meanwhile, Fenyx are looking for a little farm on their right hand side, just chilling out here as some items will come online. The Book of Souls will come out for Chang'e as well. I believe, Mark, you're on the money here with that being a Book of the Dead.
Yeah, well, it can be Soul Reaver. I'll be surprised Book of the Thoughts will be late. And if we see Poly, well, I'm gonna just jump off my chair and not cast any RSL game anymore. But yeah, it might be probably a Soul Reaver or Book of the Dead. Book of the Dead, smart pickup. You only have breastplate, that's mana, and
Book of the Dead.
And talking about Book of the Dead.
Alex the First will scoot right on past that wall from Kid. Oh, what a Kukulkan ult! And Kepri will say, nah, no you. Alex the First will get out scot-free, having spent a lot of kit, a lot of actives. Ymir once again spending a couple actives there to get himself out. Die violently. I'm not going to make the pun. Find Alex the First. Alex the First will find him. Kid to suck is going to get pulled in here, impaled into the wall. Hashimon is here for moral support with a pillar also pushing him out. Commodity is still here. Nomad says, nah, fam. Fountain for you. Panda Bear Ash will Matador Tree out. He'll dash out. Ymir wall is godly. Kid is on point with the wall. And the freeze coming out underneath T1. 3-person freeze. Kid is in a prone position. The fetal position has been assumed. He'll go ahead and go to underneath T2 tower. He's so tanky, though. 4 members of AFK cannot kill him. They'll settle instead for a T2 tower in mid. Gilgamesh, however, says, where are you going, Ymir? Jumps the freeze. Kid, we call that in the Halo community a back. That's going to be a Fire Giant. I believe you're correct, Mark.
Well, I was correct with the Book of the Dead, just getting picked up by the Chang'e, and she's at the moment almost unkillable, except she doesn't have Aegis, and I think he's out, but yeah, she doesn't have Aegis, so that's a little bit of my concern, especially with that Thanatos. I guess you can blink his ult if you, like, I don't know, if you're Zapman or if you're smart enough, but I'm not that type of player. My brain does, and my brain and my controller doesn't work quick enough for that. So that's the only issue I have about the build. And Soul Reaver is gonna be adding up to that Book of the Dead shield. So Chang'e is gonna be hard to kill. Kepri already had that Spectral. You talk about Ardio is gonna be super tanky right now. I'm not sure what item she's gonna go with that, if it's gonna be a Genji or Shogun, but both options are still good. I'll be surprised with the Oni's card. But yeah, right now everything looks great for AFK farmers, and I want to ask you, I know we just turn around table in games, but I want to turn around table in the casting. What's gonna be that maze from Honor? Because you're the Honor main. I cannot talk about that. You're the one to.
I'm so glad you asked, because the Chad in me says Titan's Bane, but the realist in me says probably not. The realist in me says it's gonna be perhaps it's gonna be a late Jotuns. I don't know quite why that would be the case. 20% cooldown on Jotuns is not that great at this point in the game. You're 20 minutes in, you're looking more to finish off your starter. If I had to guess, just based on what I know about on her builds, Brawlers is not a bad idea per se here, but you already have anti-healing on the Chunga 3. You already have just that available to you. Khepri can also get a Pestilence still. Ardio still has room for an anti-heal item if she elects to, like a Contagion. So, just based on what I know, which is not a whole lot, it's going to be a Titan's Bane. But I'll be pleasantly surprised as AFK pulls the Pyromancer. They're going to position here as 4. Call me Nomad, throw a kick in the face of Kid Who Suck. Will nicely juke back out. Fenyx, once again here with all 5. It is currently 4-on-5. AFK farmers have their on her still in mid, clearing out those waves and getting his own spike. He does, in fact, sell the T1 mace for a kin size, which is a great pickup here. A lot of HP on the side of Fenyx with Bulwarks and Book of the Deads and Sovereignties aplenty. A good pickup for him here as he looks to finish his Death's Embrace or Temper here in the next few minutes. Pyromancer is really zoned out here well by TSN Nitroglycerin. AFK will secure that Pyromancer and then go ahead and get a little more farm for themselves in their own jungle, perhaps looking to get some ward vision as well.
Yeah, what I'm surprised about builds right now is we don't see any anti-heal coming from the side of AFK farmers, and that might be a little bit of an issue if you look at Archiman build especially, or you look at Thanatos, or even Wukong ult. Like, there's a lot of possibility, even if you just had one Divine, or if you had Fire Giants getting burned right now, but if you had like one Beatstick, I'm gonna let you cast that because things are about to go down, my man.
Going down, Wukong is going up. We see Kirusak get a nice freeze on a Call Me Nomad. He's looked at a little bit by a couple members of AFK Farmers. Speaking of being looked at, Panda Bear Ash dashes. Nice. He's gonna get caught and sent back to base. The Pokeball, get out of here. Jargon, once again, has already spent the ultimate. He does not have a whole lot up to him now. He is silenced, abducted, and Nathan Ardio crippled. Meanwhile, in the backline, Commodity, no Book of the Dead shield this time. Blizzardo says, no, you. And he'll go ahead and send him back to Fountain. Jargon is birding out on the right-hand side. The bird of Nope might be the bird of Oh No, but Sun Wukong will, in fact, get out towards the T2 on the right-hand side. Thanatos, meanwhile, pushing down a T1 and perhaps a T2 in the duo side as Fire Giant is looked at by AFK. They do have Chunga ult still on cooldown. Blizzardo has ultimate up for a potential secure effort here. Nitroglycerin also still has Khepri ultimate available. As no doubt. Out. Kid will get a freeze around the corner though as Yargon still walks up. The mace will find a couple of bit of damage, but Khepri ults himself just to tank it out. AFK farmers barely take the FG there. Bit of a coin toss as Kid Who Suck will walk up and probably throw out a wall here just to get himself out. Now, he'll like to blink instead. And AFK farmers have FG on 5 with 2 ultimates expended and 3 available or coming up for them.
Yeah, well, I really love what AFK did here. Just that first time they pulled out Fire Giant, they just all went at the same time out of the Fire Giant pit and just went grab some kills, grab some damage, and even grab some ults or some relics. So I really love what I saw. They were all on the same page, and that's a huge difference from what we saw game 1. We didn't saw them grouping up. We didn't saw them making plays, making calls. And right now, game 2, it seems like they're just all together. They're all on the same page. It almost seems like a coach was there in the chat and be like, "Okay, guys, group up, play together, play with your art, play with your soul." But well, we never know. But right now, FK just plays so well. They do objective. They get out of objective at the same time, so much great play, so much great synergy, and I think that's the AFK farmers that we saw like all season. That's the dominating team. That's the team that all on the same page. That's Alex that just 4-0. That's the jungler that just run out to, like everyone and just gonna jump on people, and just Blizzardo coming in clutch late game. So I think we just see clearly like AFK farmer like being who they are through all the season.
They were 4-1 for a reason. And we're seeing that reason now here. I want to make a note really quick too. Khepri did like to pick up meditation here as Alex is looked at by 2 members. An excellent Chunga peeling ultimate. Gavali expends the beads and the ultimate. Kukulkan ult will in fact go right through the wickets there, not hitting anybody, not putting any damage. Jaragon is in there with 2 of himself to knock up Blizzardo, get a little bit of CC onto him to get Panda Bear Ash out of the engagement. Alex and Khepri are still here though. A nice double root from Khepri will put a bit of pressure onto Commodity and Jaragon. They're going to go ahead and drop in data for a little bit of zoning and some defense. Kid is still a little bit playing further up. He'll get stunned up by Ardio. Ardio and Khepri have a bit of CC chain here. Force the beads out from Kid and a wall as well. Zoning out AFK farmers, but they're still in the area for a T2 siege here as we see them look towards that right now.
Yeah, I'm surprised that like, we saw Thanatos jumping on that Chunga, and I think that was the call, but what I'm surprised is Wukong didn't follow up. Like, he has that Runic Shield, he has that Bulwark of Hope, like he's pretty much unkillable, especially Chang'e doesn't have any pen. Like, yes, she has Soul Reaver, and that's the way to maybe shut down a bit tanks, but that's clearly not enough to shut down a Wukong that has Runic Shield and Bulwarker 4, and even the Shifter right now out of that defense. So I'm surprised that like Thanatos made such a great play, and like he's put her like almost like 20% HP, and like there was no Wukong around. There was nobody else around. Even like if one Panda Bear just ult them, I think Chang'e was dead. So I'm just surprised that like Fenyx not on the same page as they were last game, and it seems like they don't choose a target to when they're fighting. They're just going all in, or they're just defending like the response from AFK farming, just attacking them. So it's pretty hard to just react to what people do, but that's why I think Fenyx is down since the beginning. It seems like they were just reacting to what AFK farming has been doing all game.
And Fenyx certainly seemed to have a game plan going forward in game one, but then the plan has been scrapped here in the face of AFK's overwhelming efforts from minute one, as we saw the first blood come into their duo lane Blizz with that first blood, all the way back then at 2 minutes. And speaking of Blizz, he does pick up the Death's Embrace as his starter item, which I find a fascinating pickup in this particular case. I would think that Temper would be a bit of a better call. I'm just also a Temper absolute stan, but I can see why he's going the Embrace here. I think the Embrace is a valuable item for when there is so much dive, there is so much potential to confirm damage onto you. Kukulkan ult, NATO, perhaps more CC coming onto you. Having crits with Embrace as well, with your AS that you have, you're going to have LS through Aussie, and Aussie passive as well with crits. You're going to have that sustain already. But you're also going to have the Embrace passive, which is a separate tick of lifesteal and mana restoration, which I think can serve him well here on the Fenyx Sieges, especially with he's already got full build, he's about to get full actives. He's going to be really hard to kill here in the engages for Fenyx, as we see AFK start up a Gold Fury just for the fun of it.
Yeah, I think another reason why he is so hard to kill, even the Chang'e or even the Honor, like the backline is so safe when you have Audio, when you have Ganesha diving their backline, and also you have the Capri on your side that's gonna revive you, or just gonna be peeling for you. It's gonna grab the one diving you, it's just gonna like grab him for 2 seconds, I think, and even root them, or it's gonna give you some I think it's mitigate damage or protection with is too. So it's so hard to just like, that's what we're saying. Like Thanatos is a good pickup against Capri, but if you don't play him as a great, like as a, I don't know, a high level or SPL level, it's clearly like it puts you in a bad position, because he was behind all game and he didn't make any presence early. So that's why it was so rough for that Thanatos being impactful, that's at the same time why the backline from AFK Farming was just able to put out that much damage and just be able to free cast in the backline and just being so safe too at the same time.
That's a really great point, Mark, because they could be so safe because of the dive. Nomad is 9-3. He's made that happen throughout the game, just with his rotations to duo, rotations in mid, forcing out actives, dropping the wins on people, and just producing kills, producing rotations and pressure. I want to see him keep doing that here, as he did finish his straight. He does have a 3 bubble as well with the full blink, and the relic available as well in that beat. Chang'e 2 forced out a little bit early here. She did jump into Kukulkan. Kukulkan does come out. Fenyx takes the Fire Giant.
Oh my god, that's
in a stunning turn of events here. Can they get out with that Fire Giant, however, is another question entirely. Kami Nomad jumps in, deletes Dive violently once again, and the Winds of Samash will take care of him. Nomad finds a double. Kid Who Sucked was sucked back into the NATO. 2 that are in this game at this moment. A nice drop kick into the wall will take out Dragon. Kami Nomad improves to 12-3 with a triple kill. Nomad absolutely on fire in this game too.
Yeah, that might be game right now. 2 people up. I know it's a backline, but you still have everybody up from AFK Farmers, and like, look how much Capri's not taking any damage right now. And yeah, it seems like that's gonna be game 2 for AFK Farmers. Gonna tie up this set, and they're just looking for more kills and more blood. And it should be enough. Yeah, it's probably gonna be enough. And honestly, I think it was such a big difference seeing AFK playing as a team, playing on those objectives, and just being on time on everything. And like, it seems like communication was on point too. And we're talking about beats burning game 1 on the side of the red team, and AFK Farmer just came out so clutch that game as a team, and the communication seems on point. They were making rotation. That solo laner making rotation for gold, like Damulan did game 1. So great response from AFK Farmer. I'm really impressed to see them play such a at a high level after taking a loss like this. Like it's always hard for a team to just come back and be like, okay, boys, let's do it again. Like we know how good we are. Like most of the time, your mental is shut down a little bit. You need a great speech. You need someone that just take the lead, take the role, and be like, okay, boys, I'm gonna take you guys on my back. And it seems like Nomad did that, and what a great play from that Gilgamesh.
But Gilgamesh went to 13, 3, and 6 on the game. Full build, the Boomba Spear, and a Dirty Bubble as well. It was such a problem just watching the game is how Gilgamesh would just get in there on the carries of Fenyx. Commodity, yes, he has the 2 for slow immunity to get out of Samash, but there's also a dropkick. There's also slow on the 1. The Thanatos also had a bit of a similar problem. He had the slow immunity on his 2, but he also had to put himself in place, ruling himself literally to get his ultimate off, to get out of fights, and he did die oftentimes when he was channeling that ultimate. Hachiman had a bit of the same trouble as well from that early dual gank, killing him early. Gilgamesh with a great rotation early, finding your first blood onto Hachiman. Hachiman's a great character to play in general. He's so safe he can play from behind rather well. But just being focused so much with so much pressure from Gilgamesh, Chunga ults, Kepri dashes and roots. Artio, we haven't even mentioned much so far in this post game, just being an absolute menace with Mystical and Sundering. Fenyx had a hard time really making room for themselves in this game like they did in game 1. It seems to me like in game 1, they had the ability to make room with a Mulan, with Izanami damage on her autos. They had a lot more room to maneuver around objectives, confirm objectives. They had so much tower pressure as well with Izanami, that might have been something they were lacking a bit in this game. Not to mention, of course, losing dual pressure early. They didn't play enough through that lane, at least in my estimation, as a result of that.
Yeah, well, from what I saw personally, I think, like, especially in dual lane, it seems like it was so hard from Bear to get online with that Devil Glove and being behind. And I think whoever realized that on the side of AFK Farmer, that if you put Bear behind, if you don't give him those tags, if you don't give him those kills, if you don't make him online with that Devil Glove, he's not gonna have a Crusher, he's not gonna have that burst damage right away. So it's gonna be so hard for Panda Bear to get online, and I think that was a huge difference that game.
I think it was your spot on there. Devos are great. They're a fantastic item, but you got to get there first. You got to get there relatively quickly like they did in game 1, otherwise you might be in an awkward spot. We're going to go to a break here, folks, with some SDL action coming up after our break. The set is 1-1 between AFK Farmers and Fenyx.
Did we take it too far to say that we could not pretend now? Was it never enough to have just everything you want? In your shadow I found a place to hide me from my own thoughts. And if I ever got lost, you find a way to bring me home. And I want something I can
Hey you! Welcome back to P's and B's. This is the SDL, AFK Farmers versus Fenyx. The set is tied 1-1. Fenyx are on the first pick here in P's and B's coming up in a second. Mark, what do you think?
Honestly, I cannot even predict game 3 because we saw so much one-sided game from game 1 to game 2. Like, it was just one-sided in both games. So it can go in any ways on any side, and I'm really excited. We had some great action. It was not some like EU games that we see that like more boring. Sorry, Ian, but like that NA game style and just straight up kills blood, like straight up America. So yeah, I'm excited.
I'm excited too. Let's see what they have in store for us here in P's and B's. Fenyx is up first with the first ban. I'm curious what they're going to choose. Gilgamesh was a bit of a problem. Call Me Nomad was what I would define as a problem. Although they're going to define on her, Blizzato with that first blood and quite a bit of damage. It's going to get removed from the table here.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of respect then right now because even myself as a coach or owner, or even you probably know as a player, like after losing a game, you're like, okay, man, we have to respect those men. Like this guy was putting works and like they were bullying us and like we need to stop them. We need to make them play some other stuff. And just right now, you see that he's an Nami, Mulan, like AFK farmers go all into target ban.
I mean, the trouble with sets here in playoffs as well, with longer sets. Sets have their own metas that develop throughout games. We can talk about the overarching meta, but there's also picks you just cannot give to people. Mulan, On Her, Izanami are examples of picks that just are not going to get played here in Game 3. We have Odin, Cthulhu also being taken out here by Fenyx. They don't want to fight the Cage or the Big Purple Boy. So we'll see what AFK also has here for ban number 3. I'm thinking, I mean, Chang'e was a problem for Fenyx. They didn't ban it out. I want to go AFK can really do here to round out their bans. It's going to be the Cuckoo. Thoughts?
Well, wait. Gab Audio's open. They have to go Gab Audio here because I know Achilles was open. A great pickup, but like if you add up Audio and Gab, No way you don't pick that. That's
Oh my God, we love
exactly.
to see it.
That was so
We
free.
love to see it.
We were talking about like their presence in frontline with Ardio and Kepri. Now you add the best support Gap. You have a shield, you have that knockup, you have that ult, you have Ardio CC. What can you do about it?
I guess you could play Gilgamesh and Scylla. That's going to be the solution here from Fenyx to counter out a little bit of what Geb and Artie are going to be up to. I'm just going to say that there are not enough bans here in Smite. Like, there's just not enough bans. There's just too many problem characters. Geb and Artie are just going to be problems with a capital P for the next 25 minutes of this game. Scylla Gilgamesh coming out from Fenyx. I want to see how Commodity can do on the Scylla because he was already cracked at hitting Kukulkan ults. Blind, down dual lane jungle side. He hit Honor in a juke with that. Imagine he's got an actual reticle that he can see and position even better. I want to see him freehand ults Paul style here in this game 3.
Dude, some people will call it aim assist if he's on console.
This isn't
Yeah,
Halo,
well-
Mark.
But yeah, well, he did
I've
some
got
great
my
play on that
eye on
Kukulkan, and I really love what AFK Farmer did here. Like, you target ban, so you leave yourself with two meta with two meta picks with that Gab and Audio, and also at the same time you force the mid laner play something else that he played his 2 last game. So that's put him such in a different mindset. Like I know you have a dash on Scylla, but it's not the same game style. Like Kukulkan, you can play safe. You throw that tornado and you just run back to under tower, and you wait for the next wave. But with Scylla, you have to be a little closer. So it's gonna be interesting to see how he's gonna play that Scylla. And I really, really, really love AFK Farmer's picks and ban right now. That Uyi adding up to that audio gap. Yeah, man, you love to see it. You love to see it.
So there's safety and then there's safety with like bold letters. Because
Yeah.
Artie or Gab already are going to have so much presence. Gab with the Peel ultimate, his ult does base damage now because that needed to be a thing.
Yeah, of course.
Artie is going to be so safe with his own jump out. There's no Wheelix from the side of Fenyx, so they're not going to yoink him out of that just yet. The Jira are going to ban out the Humbats and the Tsukiyomi, so they're mindful of even more team fight engaged beyond the Gab ultimate. But I just want to see who you Gab ults. That's all I want to see out of AFK. They're going to have an Artio in the backline. Artio stun, double ults. I can see the whole picture.
I want to see Erling Chen. I want to see like a kind of warrior style in the jungle. I want to see someone a little bit more tanky that's just gonna follow up Audio and Gab. A little bit like they did with that Gilgamesh, but you add up like now Gilgamesh's pick and Alex on Soul. Well, honestly, that's just so dangerous. And I
forgot
was
Soul
talking
existed.
about. No, dude, I would have F6 right now if I was Phoenix. I was like, yeah, let's just redo those picks and bans. We give up game 3 and we're just gonna remake picks and bans. We're gonna think about it because I think we messed up there and there. But yeah, Soul add up to that team comp. So much sustain, so much power that those objectives gonna get shred. Those towers gonna disappear with Uyi and Soul late game. Like that fire giant, everything's just gonna disappear around the map, and those HP bars gonna disappear too. Trust me.
They're going to disappear. I'm trying to think, like, this is the AFK that we know that went 4-1. I'm pretty sure we're seeing live here how they went 4-1 in the season. Yeah. They simply just played the P's and B's better than any team in the SDL. We saw, like, game 1, sure, they lost game 1. They had some solid picks there, though. Some solid, like, team compositions and drafting. I'm trying to think of how Phoenix can come back from this. So Sobek, in the support role, that could do some work here, though. And Artemis. Okay, hang on. We gotta talk about this.
You sure? Because honestly, I'm looking at all the CC that Geb, Audio, Uyi provide. We're gonna talk about Artemis a lot here.
I don't know if I can now because it's gonna get jumped on by a Loki here from AFK Farmers.
Yeah,
we have such
Loki...
an interesting draft here.
Interesting. That's the word to say, man. Honestly, like. Loki with a Gap shield is just gonna be so annoying. Like that's also you add that healing from Audio. You have Soul that's just gonna be free casting. Loki's gonna run around the map and just come back and grab some kills, run back and just heal in the jungle. Like, honestly, if I was any player from Phoenix, I don't want to play that game. I don't want to face a Loki. I don't want to face Audio. I don't want to face Gab. I don't want to face Soul. I don't want to face anyone. I just want to stick on the bench and be like, yeah, boys, do you have a sub around just ready to play? Because that's not me playing tonight.
I will say, though, Mark, we're going to harp on AFK's Farmers draft all night long. It is phenomenal. But Phoenix got some tools in the pocket here. They've got the Achilles, the Gilgamesh. Sure. They've got tools to deal with what AFK can throw at them. Achilles Execute, we all know and love it. It does not care about Geb shields at all. So that's a
That's
tool that
for
they can
sure.
use in the team fight. They can just get a pick a lot easier. They don't have to do 30% more damage. They can just kill someone at 30% HP relatively easily. Scylla can do much the same thing. Sure, it's going to get a lot of damage eaten up by Geb Shield and perhaps just raw mitigations from Ardio. But at the same time, it's still a Scylla ult. We all know it. We all saw what Season 7 did in terms of that meta throughout the last final set. It's so much damage. It's so much confirm. Yes, Soul has ultimate as well, but there's no ultimate confirm. There's no single target burst damage
Yeah,
besides
for sure.
Gabble, Hui won on the side of AFK for objectives. All they really have are autos and a couple like damage over time, the instance damage effects. And I also want to see this Artemis just pop off for Fenyx because Caledonian Boar is a fantastic ultimate. It's so good at what it does. It sets up a team fight or it disengages you from a team fight. But at the same time, there's a Geb. There's an Ardio.
Yeah.
Can this Artemis survive to late game to actually have any scaling impact at all with this board is the real question.
Well, I was questioning his build earlier about that Devil Glove, but I think on Artemis, you might think I'm crazy, but I think you can allow yourself that, especially against that team comp. You look at Gab, you look at Uri, Audio, like they all have a lot of dive potential. So maybe with Artemis, if Loki's not always in your lane and just doesn't provide you to let you stack, I think maybe you can allow yourself still go back to that maybe late game build with Devil Glove Aussie and just trying to survive with life stealing everything that just all the damage that's gonna get thrown at you. But you're right. You have to respect Fenyx picks. They have that Scylla late game. They have that Artemis critting late game. You have that Achilles ult just gonna go through Geb Shield. So I want to see personally Achilles jungle because I want to see him doing damage. I want to see him just one-shotting people. I want to see him get into that backline. I want to see him destroying Soul and destroying OE. So after, yeah, you have Geb Audio left and Loki somewhere like probably split pushing your lane, but like I want to see Achilles jungle just destroying those HP bar because if you don't burst Soul, if you don't burst Uyi, if you don't burst Audio, they're gonna sustain. They're gonna provide like a lot of healing, a lot of life steal. So you need to just get one Scylla crushed, one Scylla ult, and I'm a monster, just gonna hit some people. You want to see that Scylla Soulback combo two together, that plug. Like if Souls get pluck, it's straight up to Scylla root and crush. So I want to see that combo getting used a lot because Soul doesn't have any dash. So you're right. You have to respect Fenyx picks and bans. They have a lot of potential, especially late game.
You have to
But if
respect
they
the
make
two
it to
is-
late game,
I know. I was about to say like, yes, the book build is good
we're
on Scylla.
connected, man.
Like we are connected. She builds the books, right? Scylla's gonna build the book
Yeah,
build.
for sure.
Might even throw a breastplate in there just to deal with Loki and Hui.
Yeah, just like.
But
that.
at the same time, she's got to get there. She's got to get to that point where her crushes can do 900 damage. Her ult can do 1500. She is the late game carry mage. Artemis is the premier late game hunter.
For sure.
Achilles is a great bridge pick, and I want to see how they do it here in Game 3 of AFK Farmers versus Fenyx, coming right at you right now. And so far, nothing really crazy out of the builds, but once again, Mark, you were on the money with that. Devo's out of Artemis already.
Yeah, well, honestly, like I would have loved personally a Crusher. Maybe, like even Ikival would have been great because you probably expect Loki come ganking your lane, so maybe that will allow you to survive. I think if I'm Panda Bear, you have to realize that, like, yeah, to survive, lifesteal is great, but doing damage is better. That's just how I see it personally. But I don't think, like, yeah, like I said, Devil Glove, late game, probably lifesteal, all the damage that people thrown at you, but you need to deal damage back, and that's my issue with that build. I don't see him getting online until level 20 right now, because he's gonna go to that Devil Glove, Aussie, and he's not gonna be online until like 17 minutes in game, and that's what Crusher provides you. It provides you a good early game. Even if you're Artemis, even if you're late game God, you still do a lot of damage with that 3, which even your trap does damage right now if you had Crusher on top of that. So just your combo level 5 with Crusher, you're taking like all the HP bar from the enemy ADC. So that's why I'm surprised that to not see a Crusher. Like I just don't see it.
I don't know if I see it either, but I want to see how they play the lane here. Panda Bear, Ashen Commodity, or excuse me, Kidosuck. They do have a classic kill lane from Smite's golden days of Artemis Sobek. You pluck into trap and they just kind of die. Although Hui is wise to that plan, and he'll go ahead and just hop right over that Sobek pluck. An excellent use of that ability there. Gab also providing a lot of room here for Blizzato to get some nice autos off, and Knockup will come out as well. I'm curious as well, because Gab is traditionally a not pressure pick out of support. You pick Gab because he's Gab. He does great things. He has a great passive in the current meta. He has an ultimate that's just phenomenal. But I really like the pairing of him with Blizzato's Hui, because Hui does have such great mid pressure here, mid game pressure,
Yep.
where he does great base damage with his kit. His ricochet is, as we've all seen on RSL highlights and whatnot in the past, phenomenal for just doing burst damage. So I want to see how Blizz and Glycerin actually play the dual lane here, because they're actually getting quite a bit of damage off of Panda Bear Ash. She's half HP, Knockup does come out, the mark is already out. Hui is already level 3, he does have quite a bit of pressure here with stun, Knockup, and a lot of damage on the back end. We'll get a lot of pressure here, which is unusual for a Geb, and they'll go ahead and look for some more farm.
Listen, I don't even see Ui dying until level 17, except if there's like 3 people in this lane. I don't think... Except if his beats are down, I will say that maybe he will die to Artemis, but I think when he's gonna have that Crusher... No, oh my god, that's a great rollout. I love this ability so much. It's
Glycerin rolling in like a truck. Too bad it's not Optimus Prime. You could say he's rolling out. Glycerin is actually plucked back into Artemis. The 3 will come out. Stone Shield, however, will make its presence known and say, nah, no you. On the other side of the map, AFK farmers are making their presence known with a no you with a Loki. Although the blue buff does fall to Fenyx. This will be a game pause coming out here in this set. We're gonna go ahead and get our beautiful faces back on the cam. Mark, I want to talk to you a little bit more about this Artemis Hui, as well as the late game we can expect from these teams. I don't know about you, but Loki is a character that I can't help but think about is just annoying in the late game. Depending on how it's built, we can see Heartseeker cheese with the 2. We can see a lot of engage with Blink, and then auto cancels into an ult out. He's super safe that way. I want to get your thoughts on where you see the late game going for both of these teams, and just really what we can expect.
Well, I like what you mentioned, the passive of Geb, and you're talking about Artemis being a late game god. But if you have a Geb just in front of her with her passive, with maybe a Spectral adding on that, he's gonna hit, like, Artemis gonna hit him for like, what, 36, 62 and max, maybe when he's gonna crit her. But I think even on that ability, I think Artemis needs to switch up. I don't think you even go crit, but the issue with not going crit is Loki's gonna be one-shotting you. So it's like, take your poison. It's either Geb's gonna like be in your face and just deal damage and CC lock you, and you're not gonna be able to kill him. But in a while, you're gonna be able to kill Loki because you're gonna have crits. But if you switch around, you go XC, kin size, and maybe a dominant somewhere, you're gonna be able to kill that Geb, but Loki's gonna be one-shotting you and you're not gonna have any response, because if he has beats, what you gonna do? Like, there's literally nothing you can do about him. So in the trade, I think Hui is gonna be able to crit, and if you crit, you force maybe the jungler having a Spectral and not one-shotting anymore. He's gonna need to build a little bit more defense, and I think that Spectral, as a jungler, I hate that, to just build a defense side and like, why you make me do that? My job is to do damage. You want to make me build Magi's or like a Spectral? I hate that. Just, I want a one shot, please. Like, and I think that's the difference between those two hunters right now. I think Uyi's gonna be able to just free casting with the RDO and Geb frontlining and just doing so much damage, and the enemy team being worried about Loki being around. Meanwhile, Artemis just gonna be worried about having all those gods in front of her and hard time to kill them.
Yeah, it's gonna be a hard time. Glycerin take a lot of damage here. Sobek knockup is good. Glycerin is reduced low. A nice mark coming out with more damage on the Kato Suck. A nice double bounce coming out from Blizzato. Get Glycerin out there. I'm pretty sure he was fine anyway, but Blizzato getting a little bit of a flex here. Those Hui ricochets. Meanwhile, Alex the First is out of mana in mid lane, disapparating out. Oh, the root does connect, but he will go ahead and get out of there. Nice disapparate used there with Alex having no mana. That's all you can hope for. Oof. Glycerin gets out again.
Oh, nice.
Another ricochet coming out to stun out Kid Who Suck. Man, Blizzato's Hui is just making me smile.
It does, right? Those bounces feels great. It's, well, at the same time, what we didn't expect is that Artemis shutting down the Geb or just putting some damage to it, and it seems like that Sobek Artemis presence and that mix of early late game between Sobek and Artemis seems to work out well. And I'm surprised because you saw Blizzard play super well on that Uyi and hitting those bounds, and you think, oh, they have gap 2, then they're gonna be unkillable, they're gonna wave clear better. But Sobek seems to have the upper hand and seems to put more pressure and just allow Panda Bear to free cast at the same time. So it's gonna be interesting to see that story growing up into the late game. And talking about pressure and low bar, well, there's one here, and you don't want to get bounced on the tower, and Loki's around too.
Commodity pops a Scylla ultimate. Just Half Rate is still out from Soul, though. Just off the mark on that one. As Outburst turns back a bit of damage. Shell comes out. The support. Glycerin will go ahead and get his carry out of there. Kidusak and Commodity couldn't convert their advantage there into a kill, unfortunately, but they do get some relevant cooldowns. They do get the Shell out, and they do manage to survive that engagement, as we had a Call Me Nomad lurking in the midst there from AFK Farmers.
Yeah, I think you have to take advantage of that 60-second beats that's down right now for Soul, because we all know Alex, he's super dominant on that Soul pick. So I want to see the Soul laner maybe make a rotation in the next minute before the beats come up, or even Artemis at this point. Like I don't know anyone. I just want some CC around that Soul and just trying to shut her down, because I don't see anyone killing her after she get that bankrupt. She's gonna be having so much sustain. She has that mic in, she has that damage. Nice try, but we... oh my god, I'm sorry.
Alex first taking poked as Apri does come out. Scylla, well, she does have book and she does have levels in her too, so she's gonna do Scylla things here. She's getting through that early game on her
but we're
clear.
5 minutes in, Telly. Like, what's gonna happen in 10 minutes?
I mean, it's gonna be Scylla things. We all have been deleted, I assume, by Scylla's ultimates or crushes in our time. As Call Me Nomad will go ahead and secure some Oracle farm for themselves here. 4 or 5 minutes into this game. No first blood, though. And no real leads developing for either team here. Fenyx is slightly ahead, and by slightly I mean about 300 gold. As Panda Bear Ash will go ahead and collect their purple. Although Call Me Nomad is here with ults in. The purple buff still goes to Panda Bear Ash, and Panda Bear Ash still has a trap.
Nice trap.
I'm going to say it right now, Mark. Traps are OP.
Traps are OP, man. Trust, man. Trust. There are OP, and that's the point I was mentioning in the break is... if she doesn't have crit, she doesn't out-trade Loki. We even saw her using her ult, we saw her using her beads and all this stuff. And that's the issue. Loki was literally just walking straight up at her and just like, I'm gonna out-basic you, I'm gonna out-damage you, I'm gonna out-box you. Any words you want to use. That's the issue right now, I think, with that build. It's taking so much time to get you online that, oh my god,
Alex
that's
the first
damage.
Not to interrupt you, Mark, but Alex the First just eviscerated Commodity with his Supernova. As Blizzato does the same to Panda Bear Ash, finding a nice double bounce off of the left-hand duo side wall. Beads were up for Artemis, but not able to use them.
No, they were down.
Unfortunately, you can't beads when you're dead. And Diva's beaded for Panda Bear Ash, but they'll not be stacked for a couple seconds here.
Yeah, that's the issue with Artemis. If you don't have ult, if you don't have beats, well, you're just non-moving target, just not doing any damage, especially with that Devil Glove. But Artemis, that's the issue, especially against OU. Such a strong goddess. He has that power spike with that Crusher, and just gonna be able to dash on him and just putting so much damage with his ult, with his bounce, with his jump. A Crusher procs on a lot of stuff, and if Artemis doesn't have any type of CC immunity, if it's from his beats or her ult, she's gonna get CC lock, and even if he like ults her, like you just hear watching and be like, please, like, where's my soul baked? I don't know, like, I need help. So that's my only issue right now, is that I think Uyi is just gonna snowball, and we see same thing in mid. Alex seems to have a little bit of advantage on that Scylla. So I just worry a little bit about that Artemis pick right now.
Violently will be dropping the winds of Samash here, trying to get Call Me Nomad low. The Stone Shield, however, doing work, as we expected it to. Call Me Nomad will drop to about a 5th HP. Ultimate back on Dive Violently, because there are members of AFK Farmers here. Alex the First deletes Dive Violently, and Call Me Nomad is here.
Nice
well, he was here a moment ago. Commodity will find the I'm a Monster to delete Nomad from this server. Commodity trying to get out now. And he will not. Alex the First will have a nice double here, 8 minutes into the game, opening up the game for AFK Farmers with a 4-1 leading kills.
Yeah, you don't want to see that. You don't want to see a Soul. You don't want to see Uyi having a lead. And it's just getting more and more dangerous. We're talking about making to late game for Fenyx, and your Artemis is already 2 levels behind. Your Stillers are right now 2 levels behind. The only hope right now
Nice
is that
block
Achilles
there
almost
from
grabbed a
Nocturnal
kill. Yeah, that was a great body block, but that's pretty much your only hope as I see right now. I saw Gilgamesh making a great play on that Loki, but get shield again, OP, nerf that ability, but man, that I don't see any possibility except Scylla and Achilles right now trying to make it to late game because those levels gonna feels bad when Hui's gonna get online, when Soul's gonna get more items, when Audio's gonna start rotating, when Loki's gonna get full bill. What gonna do if you're 2 level behind, if you're 1 item behind? Like it's gonna be rough if you just don't stop that snowballing right now.
Gonna be rough, and I think both teams know that they're both playing a little more on this duo side. Geb and Sobek both rotating over to see if the carries are getting a little bit too involved with one another. After all, it is duo and not solo lane. Let's have a bit more duo action here. About 10 minutes into this game 3 between AFK Farmers and Fenyx. I do want to note as well that right now we're seeing Artemis with 21 stacks. Hold that thought here as Alex the First is going to get aggressed on by Die Violently. Die Violently does evade the Loki ultimate over the wall from Call Me Nomad. Does drop his own jump a little bit before that, and he'll just go ahead and get out scot-free. I was going to make a note as well that about this time in Game 1, we had seen Devos with double the stacks. Alex the First to use beads, Die Violently dropping Samash. Tower Shot will clean up Die Violently. Call Me Nomad will take that one into the back pocket.
Yeah, it's gonna be so hard to kill that Soul. She's already at that tier 2 Typhoon right now, and she already have that full bankrupt, and you add her one on top of that. And you want to dive her low HP with that bankrupt just popping off damage, and Scylla's gonna be looking to all aggressive play. I love to see that, but it's gonna be a little bit off mark. But Sobek's here for the puck.
Commodity throwing out damage, Sobek looking back into crush damage. Commodity did whiff the ult, but did connect the crush. Unfortunately, Geb is, well, a rock, and he is rather tanky at this point in the game.
Rock.
He does have 40 stacks on the Thieves, and he'll go into a bit of a Prid win early out of this Geb. An interesting pickup. What are your thoughts on that, Mark?
Oh, that Prid win? That's what we were about to talk
item
about.
on Geb.
Yeah, that Prid win. Yeah, that. Okay, are we talking about that Prid win shield on Geb?
I'm just thinking, like, man, that's gonna be really annoying. As we see Fenyx,
Yeah.
3 people are here from Fenyx. Glycerin looked at Stone Shield once again doing work. Ardio putting out her numbers with her rolling keyboard abilities here. Glycerin is in execute range. He is not anymore, however. Execute is going to be used to get out, and he'll live. Yargon will live out of that tower range. Glycerin will also live as well. Kid dashes back in with the pluck, will miss the pluck and get knocked up for his trouble. Nothing is traded out here. Panda Dash is literally 1 HP.
Hungry.
Call Me Nomad is going to get body blocked by creeps and trade out his life for that. That might be worth. Commodity will fall here to Blizzato, who will say that is very worth. He'll pick up a second kill of the game 12 minutes into this one.
Man, imagine trying to kill a Audio and Geb in the same lane. That's rough. You saw that Geb like adding. He was in execute range for at least like 3 times, and like all the time it was heal back. I don't know if he had some pots or I don't know. He was healing from Audio probably. But man, it's so. That's what we're talking about. That Audio Geb combo. It's so hard to kill those gods, and you had them together. Like literally, Geb has to peel for himself, and Audio's peeling for that Geb. Like the 2 best gods to peel on the same lane, and you're trying to kill them. That's a hard thing to do. You need to be brave to be trying things like that, and we saw the result for now. And also what we saw is Hui doing so much damage right now, and Godfrey's gonna be the call, and no one around except Sobek's here to try to stop that.
Oh, Sobek, you're a goat.
did it.
Even though he's a crocodile, he's actually a goat. Tail whip. I believe that's actually Sickening Strike. We'll go ahead and secure that one for Fenyx. Bit of a feels bad for AFK, but they also didn't throw out too much in the way of confirm, as Call Me Nomad will confirm a kill onto Yargon.
Nice
Alex first take
damage.
half his
Holy.
HP for his trouble. Commodity could have maybe ulted there, but Disap rate was up, as was Alex Aegis, so perhaps would have just forced out the relic there. Call Me Nomad reduced to half HP with Die Violently. That is a lot of damage. Oh.
Yeah.
Call Me Nomad will go back to base and think about that one, as Die Violently will confirm the kill onto him using his full kit and just Gilgamesh things.
Yeah, well, we see a lot of trades going on, and Surprisingly, it seems like the people on the level, the Scylla, doing more damage than the Soul in that exchange, and we saw the Gilgamesh winning that 1v1 against Loki. So exciting things right now. Phoenix seems like they made me wrong, and they're like, yeah, we still have some hopes. Like we never gave up. We still have some damage. We can do stuff even if we're behind. And honestly, all hopes are there. Great play by Sobek singing that goal 3-2. So and Aaron is gonna be such a good pickup against that Loki. That passive when he's gonna be ulting, trying to find that Loki around invisible. So that's literally the item that you need against Loki. You wish like even your mid laner, your ADC, everyone can just build it. But yeah, I really love the Arendite pickup here. It just works so well against Loki. Helps everyone.
That is so smart to pick it up, because you also gain a bit of movement speed when you do ult with Erendite, which can match the Loki movement speed out of his 1 as well, so you can literally see him and also catch him, if you feel the need to on Gilgamesh. Kid Who Suck was a little bit out of position there, walking up towards the enemy purple, but he'll go ahead and extract himself and get himself a green buff for his troubles, and attempt to sway AFK farmers off of his own red. However, there are 3 of them. There's only 2 Fenyx here, and the red buff will go that way. As Jaragon solos out Nocturnal, excuse me, it is not solo, but Divinely is there for the moral support. A RDO with 34 seconds to think about that one. No ultimate use from Jaragon either. Actually, there was ultimate use. Looks like he did get the execute off. His timer just went down.
Yeah. Well, I'm surprised that we see AFK farmers playing around
what an ult
lane right
Loki
now.
to catch the
Holy
Scylla dash out.
hell, the damage.
Gabble comes out, and probably Nomad is gonna fall. Kid Who Suck will clean it up with the Lurking in the Waters on the back end, just to send a message, if you will, to that Geb who rolls out of protest. Kid Who Suck will get knocked up for his trouble. Alex the First is here for moral support, but Loki will have to think about that one. 3, 4, and 3 for the jungler of AFK Farmers. Still has a level lead, though, over the Gilgamesh of Phoenix. Just finishing up his Crusher as well. Gilgamesh still working on what I believe is going to be a serrated edge we saw last time out of Gilgamesh.
Yeah, it should be. And also, honestly, if I'm that Sobek, just change your gamer tag. You actually go out of the game. You're making so much great plays. Like you're not bad, bro. Like you shouldn't be like kid who's the best or a kid who's good. He's making a lot of great plays, especially on that Sobek, stealing that goal free. We even saw him game 1 making a lot of great play on that Buckets. Earned it like a lot of respect from the enemy team, getting his Buckets banned in 2 games. So he's actually making a lot of great plays, and he's the reason why also AFK Farmers not having such a huge lead. Stealing that goal free just helped the team so much. And yeah, I really love what I saw from that. So like maybe miss a couple of plugs, but like that's some issue that can get fixed in the game, and like you don't have to wait like a VOD review or anything to fix that. Like that's just on himself. He can work on that. So I'm really excited to see him making plays for Phoenix late game.
I'm excited too, because Sobek can only get better with even more cooldown if he likes to go with something like a Pridwin or anything like that, like a Genji's later in the game. I do want to make a note, we just saw the lead coming out here from our production. There's actually more of an XP lead than a gold lead here in this game. 5k XP compared to 1500 gold, as AFK Farmers will work on that a little bit more here, with the gold difference shooting to 2200 gold in their favor, and XP being about 5000 still. We see a lot of that lead coming out in the lanes that we expect it to, with the early kills coming out in solo, or excuse me, mid and the ADC role, as Jaragon is looked at by 4 members of AFK Farmers. A lot of damage coming out. Achilles' ultimate will come out and get him out for now, however, a couple ultimates will shut him down temporarily here. Call Me Nomad will go ahead and secure that one. Lokis are securing kills as always, as AFK Farmers are going to go ahead and death ball in the mid lane, looking at Panda Bear Ash. Oh, who is already popped. Hoya jumps in aggressively and is deleted for his response. Oh, there it is. He'll go and get picked up. Alex the First will find Panda Bear Ash in the back. Panda Bear Ash had no Aegis after that, but he did have beads available to him still. Call Me Nomad is going to get shooted out and invisible, so he is virtually unkillable at the current moment. Commodity stepped up a little too far into Alex the First damage. Loki will be there as well for the assist. Alex is going to prove to 5-0-2 here, as Gilgamesh jumps in. Violently does confirm the kill as a Call Me Nomad with a nice jump in, but Alex will go ahead and pick up a nice triple here. 18 minutes into this one. Kid Who Suck has been knocked up, CC chained. A nice tail of might just get him out here if he has pluck up in about a couple seconds. A slow out from Soul, RDO charging through. Quadra kill coming out for Alex the First here. Too bad it wasn't a Penta, as we see one of our very few quads this season come out here in the SDL playoffs. 18.5 minutes in, AFK Farmers with their quadra kill. Well, let's take a Primal Fury for their trouble.
I'm so surprised that like two things I'm so surprised about. Like how that 1% from AFK farm die. Like how there was not more than that. Like it seems like there was so many low HP bar from that Scylla, like root, and like I saw so many HP just going down, and Loki was still around with like 20% HP, and nobody like killed him. And I don't know. I still have so much question about like how nobody just clean up. And we saw Gilgamesh was like 50% HP, could have just go in. He grabbed that kills on Loki a little bit later, but yeah, I was expecting maybe a turnaround when I saw like Blazato jump in and like going solo on HP, and like Loki was low, so I was expecting some cleanup, but it seems like the backline was dying. But oh my god, some damage is going on.
Ash drops the pick in response, but Holy Ultimate does come out as well. Crits and Asu doing some work though. Vanderbear Ash will go to half HP, solo Blazato, and they will disengage. Man.
The trade, that's a good trade for Blazato. You don't burn any relics. Yeah, you lose your ult, but right now Artemis is just a free target for anyone that's gonna engage on her, and she has beads, but that's it. Like she's gonna have anything else to defend herself, except maybe that Wind Demon procs or that Aussie procs. But what I want to go back to my second surprise, it's Loki. It's gonna. Oh my god.
Book of the Dead, hello.
It's such a bad item. It's so annoying.
Way to make your presence known here, Book of the Dead. The library coming in clutch. Better get your library card out, kids. That's what the mid build is nowadays.
Yeah, who said drop school when you can just learn from books? Book of the Dead is just so good right now. It's so annoying. If you're a jungler, if you're a soul laner, even ADC, anyone that deals damage to a mid laner right now, just hate themselves.
Kid who sucks, speaking of hating themselves, is like, why did I walk into that? Half HP. Commodity picked up by Call Me Nomad. Perhaps a bad back or a bad spot to watch that fight. Maybe he was on a little bit of an open area there. Call Me Nomad says, thank you very much. He'll improve to 5-5 and 4. 20 minutes into this one. AFK Farmers with that pick onto Commodity, who does have the best counter confirm in the match right now with that still ult. Dead for 30 seconds. That might be just a free FG here for AFK.
Should be a free FG, and that's what we're talking about, picks and bans. And wait, Loki just disappeared right now. That Gilgamesh damage, I think you don't want to take no more of that fight, but it seems that they want some fight.
Vanderbear Ash is 1 HP, probably more than that, might have been 20 or so. Kid who's is going to dash out of there. Kid Violently still here. Who jumps him aggressively. Nice blink out from Die Violently. What a play there to dodge that ricochet. Probably passed through the area he was just in. Fire Giant currently on 4 members of AFK. Call Me Nomad was picked out by that excellent Gilgamesh ult. But we'll see 4 people, including 2 ADCs with Fire Giant. We all know how ADCs work with Fire Giant. It just makes them better, makes everybody better, but I can't think of a more terrifying combo than a Soul and an ADC just looking at my T2 towers.
Yeah, like that's what we're talking about, picks and bans. And like those towers, those objective, except like that they did such a great job to pick up Scylla to just pull out a great Fire Giant, and it seems way more safer when you don't have to worry about a Scylla I'm a monster around, or even just a Scylla crush right now, because like we mentioned, FK Farmers doesn't have that big AoE burst damage. Yes, Scylla ult, yeah, maybe OE ult, but like that's not straight up burst, like it's still some take damage. So taking out that Scylla crush or you just armor monster out of your mind is so much safer. It just seems way more clear as a call. And my second surprise, as I was talking a little bit earlier, is I was so surprised to not see Alex going to that soul. And I think right now we see why I was so surprised, because he's 7-0, he's level 20, he has that Mannequin Scepter upgrade. He's gonna be doing so much damage. He has that tier 2 up shard too, so he has that percent pen, he has that that Typhoon too, he has that lifesteal, he has everything in his kit to just survive, deal damage, and shred protection, shred tanks, like deal damage to anyone. So that's why I was so surprised. He was so dominant on that pick through all the season that I was surprised to not see him around in playoff.
I think he's seeing around in playoffs. We're seeing a lot of damage come out in this playoff match. Magic Wizard gets a 3-man Gab ult in the back. Achilles ult. Jaragon weaves it around 3 members of Fenyx. Excuse me, AFK Farmers to get that one. Lee jumps in. Blazato. Panda Bear is deleted by Alex the First. Alex the First will find another auto on the cage who sought to find himself a divine double. A triple, excuse me. Alex the First getting another multi-kill here 23 minutes into this one. I don't know about you, Mark, but that just might spell mid-Fenyx.
That's called mid Fenyx, and that's the Loki we're talking about too. That
Commodity misses the throw and is
the Quadra. Give him the Penta. somebody called the ambulance for the full team of Fenyx, but man, Alex on a 11 kill streak, holy shit, and that's not even Fenyx right now, and give him please, he needs it. But yeah, that's gonna be game, and D side from Call Me Nova's gonna finish, get the 5 kill, and man, if you had already asked me in game 4 who we should ban, I will say ban that Soul because he's 11-0, and that's if you talk about Alex, you talk about Soul. It's strictly like already like they're connected together, like me and you, Tilly. Like they fit. They seem so well together, and yeah, it just shows. I was so surprised to not see him pull out the Soul earlier. Best timing to pull out Soul.
I think this was the right time to pull out Soul. You're totally right on that. Game 3 situation, you want to go into game 4 with a dominant mindset. I can't think of a better draft that they could have done that with than a Geb,
Yeah, for sure.
Artio, and a Soul. And a Hoi and a Loki, but they were doing great work by themselves as well. I was intimidated on the behalf of Fenyx because what am I going to do as an Artemis? What am I going to do as an Achilles into that? That being AFK is just presence. From the 2-minute mark onward, we just saw AFK have so much pressure with a capital P because what are you going to do into a Soul who has mannequins, who has Bancroft's done? She survived, I believe, 2 individual dives by Die Violently on Gilgamesh. One with a Samash, one with a Blink ult after that. All of a sudden, we saw Soul go from level 3 to level 5 to level 7 in the span of a couple minutes. And at that point, Bancroft's was done, T2 Typhoons was done. From that point onward, Commodity had some great ults, great crushes to confirm some damage, but it was then the Alex the first show from there. Multiple quadras this game, a lot of confirmed damage, and I'll have you notice, the KDA says 11-0. Fenyx could not find the kill with all of their pressure, all of their follow-up damage off of Jargon and Panda Bear Ash and Kid who sucked. They couldn't find the kill onto Alex.
Yeah, well, I think there's 2 things. I think putting taking that Cuckoo out of Fenyx mid laner, and it seems to work out, especially when you put Alex on his seems like the most counter picks that he has. So it seems like both in picks and bans it was already done that with what they had with the audio, with the gap, with the soul, like you put so much thing in common in the same team comp that like it seemed there was no answer possible. Yeah, you picked the Achilles first, but it seems like Gab audio was still open. Seems like there would have been a better choice than just picking the Achilles first.
I want to see how they adjust here in the game 4 because they saw what AFK can do with an absolute dominant P&B phase. I want to see how Fenyx can respond here in their first 3 bans. Perhaps not much like targeted individual bans. Might want to return to those more meta bans. We'll see what happens here in game 4 coming up soon in the SDL. Fenyx is down 1-2 against AFK Farmers. We'll see you guys in a few minutes. Welcome back to the SDL. If in case you missed it, we're here in the SDL playoffs with AFK Farmers fighting off against Fenyx. AFK is currently up 2-1. We're about to go into the picks and bans. Mark, I'm curious what you want to see, how to hear like the first 3 bans from each team because there's a lot on the table.
Well, if you don't ban Soul, but at the same time it's so hard because you have to ban those meta gods, but at the same time, do you want to let Soul open when she went 11-0? It's such a rough spot that like they had audio, they had Geb, but at the same time, like you have to ban some counter picks and you have to ban Soul, you have to ban Mulan. So it put them such in a rough spot that like I don't know, life seems way more easy on your side when you have like that Christmas hat on your like it seems way more easier that choosing like which hat I'm gonna wear than making those picks and bans right now.
I mean, in the P's and B's, we're about to go into them. I'm pretty sure AFK just had Christmas come early for them with that last draft. And I'm curious if Phoenix can be a bit of a spoil sport and give them some coal here with their first couple of bans. I'm with you, Mark. I want to see the Soul. I want to see it gone. It simply did too much, and it lived too long to really just be ignored by them. Of course, AFK are going to stick with the traditional bans. They don't want to see Yaragon again on the Mulan because we saw how that went game 1. As dominant, if not more so than that Soul we just saw. So much mobility, so much just annoyance out of that Mulan.
Yeah.
I don't blame them for taking that away at all. The same thought I have for Phoenix because of the on her. Same reasoning. I get it.
Well, you know what? I'm so surprised of this honor ban because I'm not saying Blizzato played bad, but I'm just saying that it seems like Alex, it seems like Nocturnal, it seems like Nomad, even Nitro on his game. It seems like they were a little bit more impactful around the map. Like, I'm not saying anything bad about Blizzato. He played well, he did some damage, he did his thing. His ADC was creating late game. But banning honor, I'm not sure. Like, even I saw him missing some impel a little bit, so even with his ult, like I saw him a little bit with his ult, so I was not that worried. I was worried about Soul, I was worried about Gale, I was worried about Audios, just CC everyone. I was like, I just like even the Gilgamesh jungle, like I saw a little bit more issue, like anywhere else or than Blizzato doing stuff on Honor. Like I saw more impacts on Soul or on like that Gab or on Audio. Like I just saw like more danger anywhere else than on Blizzato. That's it.
I still agree with you, Mark, because that ban is weird to me. And I think in my thoughts, that's just like the Panda Bear Ash make me comfortable ban.
Yeah.
On her is an uncomfortable character to fight for a lot of characters.
Mm-hmm.
His engage is phenomenal. He does a lot of damage. Not to mention early game, he has just 20 free pen with his passive. A little bit less now with the nerfs, but he just does more damage than you do early game. So this might be a case where you're using a ban, one of your targeted bans people just use throughout this phase to make Panda Bear Ash a little more comfortable in lane, so you can actually utilize that person, that character, that damage in the late game. You can bridge them more easily to that mid and late game. We'll see how they do it here more in P's and B's with actually put Panda Bear Ash on. Artemis is a bit more of a late game oriented pick, and they didn't quite get there in that last game. There was simply too much pressure with the Geb, with the Artio. So people just not dying on the side of AFK, and Artemis just really couldn't do anything into that.
Yeah, I think the thing about, especially Panda Bear going, it seems like his game style is more late game, and it shows in the way he's building. But I think where his little mistake is that, Devil Glove is more about late game because you need to stack it, but you need to stack it. That's the word you need to recognize is you need to stack it, so you need to be in lane, you need to not die, you need to do damage. And on Izanami it was great because Izanami is just wave player no matter what. Like she doesn't even need to use abilities, you can be far away, you're just gonna hit every minions. But it seems on his last pick, Archiman, Artemis, it seems like he had that struggle to just be able to farm because the jungler was there, or Blizzato was jumping on him, on the Honor, on the UE, and even myself, I've personally loved more that UE ban than this Honor ban. It seems like he was hitting more bounce, he was more comfortable, he was more aggressive, and he was more impactful, especially in team fights on that UE pick than what I saw in this Honor. So I would have just preferred, maybe like that's what you said, Panda Bear doesn't like to play against Honor, and I can understand that. Every ADC hates to play against Honor, or even if you play duel, You don't want to, yeah, yeah. Well, that's why you play honor, so the other team doesn't play it. Like I know, Telly, no worries. You've been my ADC. I've been knowing you for a while. That's why you play honor, not because you're good honor. It's just because you don't want to face it. Let's be honest.
Yeah, you know, the cards are on the table. On her is he's just annoying on her. Alliteration is literally in his name. It's gonna be one of those things
Yeah.
where I just do think it's one of those comfort bands. But I agree with you, Mark. The Hui actually might have been not better, but just based on what we saw last game, what we saw Bluzzato do, the team fight ults, bounces, we just saw a lot more immediate impact out of the Hui pick. So I think I'm in line with you there for a bit of more of a selected ban than the on her. Just so you know, folks are getting a quick lobby remake while we get some technical issues go ahead and direct it out. We're gonna go back into P's and B's here in just a moment. Mark and I can continue talking about last game and what we expect here because. Once again, Mark, we see Geb picked up, but in the ban phase this time, keeping more in line with the early games of the set.
You know what? If I'm Fenyx right now, you look at the picks and bans. Odin is up, Nike is up, Audio was up, but she was up. I would have let them all open. So you let them take one Nike or one Odin or one Audio, or right now the Achilles is up. That means, you know, Odin, Nike are up. So I will personally try to convince my jungler, you know what, Nike is brain dead, you just use your wand, you do damage, you have a shield, you can int super hard, press 4 or Y or whatever, triangle I think on PlayStation, or if you play on Switch it's another one, I think it's X. Press whatever button that press your ult, you're gonna survive. That's all Nike works. And right now Odin, Nike are up, and I want to see them on my team, or even your support. If your support play Nike on Odin, seems the jungler love more Gilgamesh and Umbat. I'm a little bit tilted here, Telly. I'm not gonna lie. Odin, Nike, I don't want to see them with Achilles here.
And this might be what I mentioned earlier. I think it was back in game 2, the early draft of game 2. We're seeing maybe a set meta, like the actual set, not the character, but he's still disgusting.
Yeah.
The actual set we're in SDL here. We might be seeing that meta shape more of the P's and B's than we expect. Because for sure, Nike, Odin are absolutely phenomenal. I wanted them to be picked here by either team. But this might be a case where these teams are feeling each other out and they know what people are trying to play. And so we saw the Athena get banned out in the last couple games here by either side. But AFK farmers have managed to pick it up here. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I don't want to go back to Odin because if you know me, I love Odin more than anyone else. I'm sorry, Shadow on iFeed, I made you play Odin every game, but we won with that. But Athena's great, yeah, but like Bach he did great. Kepri's great, Ganesh is great. Like there's so much great support. Like Geb is banned, right? You don't have to worry about anyone else. Like Yemoja is a great support, fine. Sylvana is a great support. And that's where my point is I don't think Athena brings like what Odin brings. He doesn't. She has that rotation potential. She has that talent. Fine. If you set up with a big old like a Cuckoo or a Scylla, you can do great things for sure. But I saw that OE pick, and in my mind I was like, man, we're gonna see Odin going on, and it's gonna pop off. And something we didn't saw is that Soul didn't get picked too, and right now she's getting banned. That's a great ban. And I'm surprised. Maybe they just trust Alex having such a huge output that they don't have to worry that much about picking this mid laner first. But I would have loved that Soul run back. That's what I do. Well, no, I'm not doing anything. I'm not gonna say any secrets here in Fenyx and Ban while there's like 50 people watching. But yeah, Athena, I'm not a fan personally. I just think there's better support.
Well, we do see the Scylla get banned out by AFK, so they're not going for that Scylla 1-2 combo with the Athena taunt there. But I did really want to mention that Soul before you did, because man, we had 6 picks go by, 5 actually, where she just wasn't really mentioned. Like we didn't talk about her all that much because we had other things to talk about, and she does get banned out. She didn't get through the top 3 here, which makes me wonder what AFK is going for in the mid, because they did just ban out the Cuckoo and the Scylla. I'm curious what we're going to see here.
I think you can still go back to that Chunga. I think he did super well here. Maybe Bach is going to bring too much pressure with Unbaz Gilgamesh to play Chunga, but I still think, I don't know, is Alex Gapul that much? And like, I knew him for his soul.
No.
Yeah, I know.
Tiamat's open. They're going to give Alex back Tiamat?
Oh, maybe that's another great point. But he wasn't really impactful on that team. It wasn't like he did on Changa, or maybe he didn't have that space around the map to do his plays. But Eric is gonna get picked, and that's a god that I think that doesn't get picked enough, especially with that meta, with that Book of the Dead
to my
build.
side.
You had a shield already in her kit, plus another shield in the Book of the Dead. It's hard to kill her, and I want to see what Alex's response gonna be to that ever.
I can think of few things that are more annoying than Argus chasing me normally. Dude is an absolute unit. But
Yeah.
Argus chasing me into a Winds of Samash, that
Mhm.
just seems like hell with extra steps. Like, that's
On that
just...
salt.
If I'm a carry, my beads are going to be on cooldown because I don't want to deal with it. And I'm so glad that Hui actually has a way to jump out of all of that because I don't want to play in it.
Yeah.
It's a no-play zone. Argus
Mhm.
and Gilgamesh right now are going to combine for a lot of zoning just by themselves. And that little 2v2 we're going to see early game in the mid lane. Or not mid lane. Whenever you're going to see them together. But Hoombats, at the same time, I worry about AFK Farming's ability to have beads available. CC Immunity. We already have 2 CC Immune ults, Achilles and Athena. I'm just curious how they're going to respond in the last 2 because, man, we saw in game 1, I think it was, that the team with the more CC, less CC Immune ults did not as well as we expected them to.
Mhm.
This might be the same case where we're going to have Fenyx run it back with those commit characters, I'm going to call them. Where, yes, they don't have a whole lot of CC immunity themselves, but they're going to apply a lot of CC.
Yeah.
Intoxicates, knockups, fears,
Mhm.
and a whole bunch of slows out of Gilgamesh. I'm really expecting AFK farmers to put out a transition more with their mid picks into something that's a little more safe. I really am hoping for maybe a team out for Alex because he loves that pick. We saw him have 100% ban rate against him throughout the season because of how well he plays TM and how well he pilots the pick. But at the same time, Mark, I'm scratching the bottom of the barrel.
Yeah, I have to agree on your points. You bring a lot of good points, and I think the thing about Phoenix team comp right now is they have a lot of unexpected CC. If you talk like we're talking about Balka's game 1, it's not the type of guy that's just like, oh, he's gonna CC me a lot, but he's actually gonna do. And same thing with Era, that transformation that she transformed you into a blue buff, or even a, I don't know what she transformed you into, but she has that type of CC that you're not expecting. She has that knockup into her ult, and are we gonna see the famous Baba Yaga that nobody ever is gonna play except if your name is Skills the Grills? But Skills is known for a little bit of his for his Baba, but it's not a god that we see often. But I think it still has its place in the meta with the Book of the Dead, Book of the Ta. Like you can even triple stack with her with the staff, whatever her name is. But you have the staff, you have the Book of Thought, and you can even have Coward's Coin on top of that. Oh my man! If please, for the love of maple syrup, please pick Odin because man, Odin is the pick here. If you had a Hui ult on top of that, you had the Baba. I'm done. Baba Yaga ult, Hui ult into Odin cage. Oh man, that feels great. Well, they still have a lot of leaps, like Gilgamesh on Bad's Bacchus, but they're still gonna get slow. Charybdis. That's gonna shred that Odin cage. Well, I really love that pick, not gonna lie.
That is so spicy.
Yep.
I didn't want to like jinx it because that's like caster's curse. You don't want to jinx like the pick that comes out you want to see. But Odin is such a smart pick up here for AFK.
It is.
We was no bans. Didn't see it in bans.
It's
There were
free.
some meta targeted bans in there. We didn't see it in the top 6. And then seeing it 9th pick, AFK
It's
has
surprising.
gotten away again with just murder in the draft phase.
Yeah. Well, I still think they could have done better, especially on the side of support. I think they could have just logged that soul. Maybe Alex didn't want to run back the soul. I'll be surprised if he didn't want to. Like Achilles, I can understand the first pick mindset of, okay, Achilles can just be strong. He has that execute. He has that pentakill potential late game in the team fight. But I think just the way Alex play on Soul would have just been a priority for myself. If I was their coach, I would be, Alex, you're just playing Soul again. I'm sorry if you hate me. I'm a coach. I want to win. I don't care what it takes. If you want to play Soul 5 games straight, you're going to play Soul 5 games straight. But Odin getting through, like you mentioned, 9 pick, I would have been so happy as a coach. Honestly, I would have been, dude. if we're not picking it, if it's not in mid, I don't care. If Alex doesn't have a god and he needs to pick Odin mid, do it. I don't mind. Just build Relic Dagger, Pride Wind, get 40% cooldown, blink and ult. That's it. That's all
Easy.
you need. You don't let your team do the rest of the job. You have a cage. You have the boxing ring, and the rest of the team's gonna do the job.
I mean, speaking of boxing, let's just talk about Charybdis real quick. Like, you mentioned earlier, a great counter, quote unquote, to Odin, where she can shred it with her own auto chain. She does break one of his walls with one rotation of her auto chain because of her 3 autos on her last auto chain. And Hera, I'm a little concerned about Hera, I'm not gonna lie, in the Odin cage, but I'm not as concerned as maybe I should be, because Hera, as you mentioned earlier, she's got shields on shields. The library build, she's got that fast pass library card. She's gonna have so much mana, so many books shields. I mean, it's a 90-second cooldown for sure, but she's got her own shield, which will have a bit of CDR on it. She's gonna have a lot of just HP, which an Odin cage is great for, you know, preventing healing, which I don't actually see a whole lot of here from Fenyx. It's gonna be annoying for them for sure to have an Odin cage up every 45 seconds. I'm not as concerned as maybe I should be for this Hera because she has polymorph, knock-up, shield. She's actually relatively safe. My concern comes, of course, when we have Baba Yaga damage from the back line, when we have Achilles execute coming out, we have Hoi ult. He's going to drop the Suns in the cage as well. And we mentioned it time and time again in this cast, Mark. Achilles ult does not care about shields.
About shields.
So I want to see how AFK Farmers and Fenyx can really mash their builds together, see how they're going to play this game out. And we're going to go ahead here into Game 4 of the SDL here. AFK Farmers versus Fenyx. Mark, talk to me about what you see in builds go.
Let's not go look down to the Charybdis because I'm gonna bring the same point that I bring the 3 first game. I'm gonna go to that era with the Warrior Axe and Book of Thought. That's actually wait, listen. It's not as bad as it looked to because, like you mentioned, she's the only one that has to worry about Odin cage, and actually you have Achilles jungle that still have this good early game. It provides you so much sustain, so much safety. And if she had like the Book of Thought, Breastplate, Book of the Dead build, she's gonna be almost unkillable, especially late game. When you have those shield, when you have that sustain, that protection with Breastplate, that cooldown, it brings so much to the table, and it just provides so much safety. When you think about that, the only danger to get cage, and you're the only one on your team to not have kind of any escape to that, well, of course, Odin has the same thought in his mind. It's going to be, I'm going to ult on cooldown that era. So it's actually, in my opinion, it's not the best because, like I said, in the jungle, you don't want to build any defense, but same thing in mid. You don't want to build any defense, but when you have to, when it's playoff, when it's game on the line, when it's like your do or die game, and if you're not winning, you die, like your season's over, like every team at this point just give up so much to that season. Like we're in playoff, we're in semifinals. Every team has some sets, some scrim, some practice, some casual, some coaching session, some review, like some VOD review. Like they put out so many times, so much hours, so much time into that game that you don't want to. Oh, that's. I don't want to say anything about that beat. I just want to finish my great speech. That's just puts you such in bad position, and Nitro is a bit of position in danger, but he's gonna be out. But yeah, they gave up so much to be at the this part of the season that even if to build a one defense item, you have to.
Blizzato jumps back in off a Bacchus burp. Panda Barash is behind him.
Oh,
What a
wow,
bounce from
holy
Blizzato!
shit.
Holy! Panda Barash is once again in a 1v2. Although he doesn't have beads, so Bacchus, if he's feeling himself, can jump back in and try to get a little bit more work done, but he'll wisely stay back from the wave. Creeps are OP. That's the phrase I'm going to use, because this is level 2 and 3. Creeps do hurt, and archers are the more OP of the kind. Nice Charybdis 3, although she might be in range for a taunt. Kid Who Suck is going to jump in on Creeps, and he'll set himself nicely up for Blizzato. The autos are going to be there. There they are.
It's enough.
Blizzato finds the first blood on Duo's side, as we see Jargon jumping out of an engagement here from Nocturnal can Call Me Nomad. The blue buff is the target of contention here. Overhand Smash will find damage on the Call Me Nomad. Die Violently will jump back in, intended to make his namesake come true. Call Me Nomad is low.
Slow is good.
Slow is good. The dash is better. Bit of a disengaged. Oh, Die Violently wants it. There's a blink in from Jargon. A nice drop kick. Ooh, that looked like it hurt.
You pretty much hit that wall. And yeah, honestly, I was talking about that Geb rollout being one of the best fun ability, but Gilgamesh Kick, if you don't play the new adventure right now and like the arena map that you just kick people out of the map, it's so satisfying, it's so fun to see, it's so fun to do. And even if someone does it to me, I'm just laughing. It's such a I don't know. I love this ability. It's such a funny way to kill someone, to just kick him in a wall. It's actually, I don't know, I love this ability. It's such a great ability.
Yeah, I'm sure kids will be feeling that in the morning as we see a 1-1 tie ball game, as the professionals will say. Nothing much really happening here in this one except for a couple nice engages. Huya still has no beads for 30, so we're actually going to see Panda Bear Ash look a little more aggressive. Nitroglycerin also has Shell still available, so they have some outplay potential here as Panda Bear Ash is marched by the Crow, and he'll go ahead and step back accordingly. Bacchus will belly flop to assert dominance, and we'll check out more builds here. Mark, tell me what you're seeing here out of solo in particular.
Well, it seems like Nocturnal or whatever Nocturne his name is, and Bob's gonna be dashing aggressively. We're gonna go back to that build later because someone's going straight up to base, and it's gonna be the first one fall up and see that green screen. Oh no, there's already a dual kill. Yeah, I forgot, but come on, dude, just fall off, and that again, Alex just being dominant, being aggressive, being confident in his gameplay, and even if it's on a god that we barely see him playing, it's still impactful. And yeah, if we go back, it just seems like Mystical's Mail seems a preference for Odin, and it seems like Gilgamesh just prefer that Blackthorn. And I personally think just like we saw him on Nike, we saw him on last game. It was well, that game was Odin, but it just seems like they need those cooldown. Even if you're Nike, even if you're Odin, you need that little sustain from Blackthorn. You need that cooldown from Blackthorn. I just think rushing Blackthorn provides you way more than just doing it like what 25 take damage from Mystical Mail. I just don't see the point of it. You don't get cooldown, you don't get HP 5, you don't get MP 5, you don't get mana. Like Mystical Mail is good, but it doesn't provide you anything like rushing it, like except that 25 take damage. That's my only issue with rushing Mystical.
You do miss out on a lot of opportunity, and also you do miss out on some HP because Blackthorn, for some reason that I have yet to assert or wrestle out of Ajax on Twitter, has 400 HP and 200 mana. I still wonder about that. It keeps me up at night. Speaking of keeping me up at night, I noticed that Alex briefly, just for a moment or so, had Polynomicon, as that violently drops an ult on Turtle. Like ODK comes out, Jump comes in as well. Athena, all of a sudden there's 3 members of AFK Farmers. Make that 4. Baba Yaga announces her presence here with her cabin on top of her. Call Me Nomad is kicked into a wall by Aragon, but that violently is lit on fire by Baba Yaga ult. Baba Yaga ult. Jace is back in with the jump. Another one.
Oh my god! Someone sign him up, bro. He's so aggressive and he's so confident. I love his gameplay. He's dashing in, he's ulting on, even if the jungler is like 75% HP, he knows what he's gonna do. He knows his cooldown's about to be up. So he's using his ult, waiting for his cooldown to be back, dashing to get in range for his ability to hit. He's so confident. I love this. I love his gameplay. It's so impressive.
And Alex is impressive, except for perhaps his item habits. I don't know if anybody else noticed, but Polynomicon was built first for Alex, but then he'll go ahead and correct himself with the rebuy of the Book of Thoth here. I will say, though, Polynomicon and Baba Yaga might just be meta. I'm no mid laner. Don't quote me on it. As we see Panda Bear Ash taunted into Blizzado here. She's half HP. Going to go ahead and Whirlpool away. Although there is a Call Me Nomad here who's looking for a dash in. Oh, Cryptus ult is in fact OP.
Oh, should not have
pushed back, but maybe she just kept walking forward. She would not be on the gray screen thinking about life's problems and how life is a little unfair when there's 3 people in duo lane.
Well, you were saying about how like Blackthorn is OP and like it makes you woke up at night, but you know what wakes me up at night is when a hunter can crit for 1800. But honestly, we all have different nightmares, and I respect it. But everyone has their own issue. But Blackthorn getting 400 HP, I don't think it's such an issue when it can crit for 1800. But you know, we all have our own point of view. But you
described my dream here, Mark. Critting for 1800, I would live for that.
I saw some people doing it, and his name is Fable, and he's crit me. I couldn't even dash, and my life just disappeared.
Well, you know, someone has to. Left clicking is in fact overpowered. Speaking of overpowered, we're gonna look at Baba. She's already at almost 30 stacks of Book of Thoth.
Yeah.
The cabin is in fact OP. I will contend that to the day that I die. But we're seeing both supports once again go for the Thebes rush right after the Sentinel's gift. A shell once again picked up here for TS and Nitroglycerin, and the Blink once again picked up for Kid Who Suck. The Blink Bacchus seems rather aggressive, if I had to think of it.
It is aggressive, and we saw him did really well on game on, and someone's
what a
playing
bounce.
aggressive,
Jeez,
and we talking about bounce. I want to talk about damage. Yeah, bounce was making all the damage, but man, that was the turnaround is good.
Panda Bear Ash almost gets looked at. Nice ult away.
Oh, nice.
And looks like she's going to get out scot-free here, just spending out the cooldown. Beads were used as well, though, so it's not exactly a free engagement for her. She'll get poked out, lose a bit of farm as well. Meanwhile, Jargon is once again making Nomad feel that wall rather painfully. He'll go ahead and ult out. Odin Cage drop as well. Humbut's making a nice little Venn diagram there. Arius comes out and says hello to Alex. Alex will dash out here. Divantly is on the chase. A shield from El Baba Yaga, though. This is the game of shields. Jargon will kick the house. That's a real estate hit right there. Nocturnal will go ahead and clean up Divantly on the back end. This Odin is rather OP, because, you know, shields are OP. This is a shield meta after all. Jaragon is going to go ahead and try to chase. However, Leap is an awesome ability. A lot of characters have it. Odin will go ahead and use his to get over that wall there and get out to safety.
Yeah, you know what? We mentioned, like, Arrow Shield was about to be good, and, like, it provides so much. But Odin has a shield, Baba Yaga has a shield, and nobody talked about it. There's so much shield in that game. It's amazing, and I guess, like you said, shield is the meta, and yeah, well, it seems so hard to kill anyone around the map when there's so many shields. And what I want to mention is how much cooldown Gilgamesh add on that fight. Seems like always his ability is up. I'm not sure if it's Blackthorn, but he was doing so much damage, and I love those solo laners just coming in those rotation and make some impacts. And even that Odin, we saw a great cage to just that's such a great support gameplay here. We love to see it when you're mid laner and or ADC and you see your support doing that, man. Dude, you want to take him out on a dinner on a nice date with some candles and eating some spaghetti, dude. That's what you want to offer your support when he does that.
Your support gameplay. You know, I'm just going to settle for getting this with my duo farm if they're going to do that for me. They've earned it. It took us some HP damage from archers because archers are OP. I do want to note as well here, Mark, before we move on to other things, look at these mid builds real quick, if you don't mind. There is so much to discuss here because I think like you're like a savant, you're an oracle. There's a potentially a warlock staff coming out from Baba Yaga.
Yep.
And Hera, in the spirit of the shield build, the book build, she'll go ahead and get her armor up here with that breastplate, which is going to be that breastplate of valor.
But yeah, like I said, I think Era has just recognized that Odin's gonna be straight up our target all the time, and I love what Kid's been doing. Just want to give Panda Bear some space to farm, some space to just at least be able to be alive and do some stuff around the map. But like, yeah, if we go back to mid, I think Era just need that breastplate, need that cooldown, need that shield just getting procs in her kit, and also have a bigger shield when she's gonna build Book of the Dead. And if you look at Baba, she's still going to be super tanky, and she can allow herself to double stack with her passive, like you mentioned a little bit earlier. And Blazeout was going to find a solo kill on Panda Bear again. I think we see the Crusher difference with Aussie. I just think it's just such a straight up power, like some straight up burst, and such a power spike to have in your kit and your build. So, yeah. If we go back to Baba Yaga, she can allow herself with her passive to be able to double stack. And right now, Goldfree is going to be started from AFK Farmer Day. And nobody around for Fenyx just realized that. And it's going to be a free Goldfree. And maybe a Pyromancer on response for Fenyx. And like we saw in Game 3. But no, they're just going to go back farming and nothing crazy happening.
Looks like Bacchus was positioning for a Pyromancer, but they'll rotate instead onto the solo side, Nocturnal getting looked at by 3 people. I believe this is referred to as a cringe gank, with the support and jungle invading the blue buff, and Gilgamesh just being, well, Gilgamesh. Humbaz actually drops the Fear No Evil to secure the blue buff. The question of worth is not one that I can consider here. I'm not a jungler, but that's a significant cooldown to have down on the side of Fenyx here.
Yeah, I don't like using Fear No Evil as to clear blue buff, especially like all of this ult is so impactful in a team fight, and Phoenix is not that ahead in the game. Well, they're not ahead, just that's it, they're not ahead. So I don't think you can allow yourself to use Fear No Evil just for a blue buff. I know you get a little bit of gold, I know you put maybe Odin in a bad position since he doesn't have Blackthorn, so he don't have that much mana to use ability or just being able to stay in lane. But like you need that impact from Unbats in teamfight. You need to shut down that Baba. You need to be like getting some kills around the map. Especially Uyi's level 14 right now at 13 minutes in the game. You need to be making impacts here.
Speaking of impact, Arbus is making an impact. He's really just dropping in there. He's already at half HP though. Commodity in a similar position. Kills executes a little too early. Call me Nomad will still pick up Commodity underneath the T1 in mid. Oh man, he's at 1 HP though. Speaking of 1 HP, Kid Usuck is going to find himself there pretty soon. Charybdis, though, go ahead and consume Call Me Nomad there, and we'll do a little more munching here with the Charybdis ultimate coming out. Panda Bear Ash is still here, though, and he doesn't really have a whole lot left in his kit, just besides some nice little slows and jukes here. Athena will go ahead and look for some more damage on the Panda Bear Ash.
Yes,
the kid is down. Overhand Smash just come out. Fear No Evil is back up. Jargon will pick up Natural Glycerin here with the Winds of Smash from Bots combo. Odin Cage just come out as well. Nocturnal Link is here. He is ready to fight. Panda Bear Ash has felt that ire real quick. Jargon is still in mid, still taking out Pokey. Is half HP. Bozato is making his presence known with some sweet ricochets coming out there. That's a montage clue one right there. If that hit, well, that'd hurt a lot, honestly.
Well, at least he knows the spot. Some guys doesn't know the spot, and this Hui seems like he knows the spot around the map. And yeah, he's making his presence known, and great rotation actually by Panda Bear. And it seems like AFK Farm is going to try to secure that Pyromancer, and they're going to be able to do that. But is it going to be free? Maybe not.
Ooh, the bees was up now. Aegis is forced out as well. Oh man, Argus is back up again.
Argus, why are you not chasing?
Well, Bozato was chased out by Jargon, so that's something for Fenyx over here. Achilles ult does miss. Call Me Nomad's kick into a wall. Jargon gets the kill with Mystical Mail, I believe. I violently just pick up Alex first. Alex stayed a little too longer on that red buff and was picked off. Jargon running away now from Natural Glycerin, who has, well, Athena dash, I guess, to go ahead and chase that out, but she'll go ahead and concede that defeat and go ahead and go for some mid-wave. A little bit of action here. Hera went ahead and took that red buff away from the enemy team. She'll have that around her waist as a trophy from that fight. Argus is down as well, but he'll be back up soon enough here. And overall, pretty even trade.
Well, even? I think Phoenix just went back to the game. They shut down Blizzardo. They grabbed a kill on Alex. And I think Nomad was there too. So they just literally put themselves back in the game. And they even got the XP lead. And Panda Bear is going to grab a tower in left. And mid tower is down. So what a great engagement. I don't think it's even it's even. I think Phoenix just grabbed a small lead from XP to a little 600 gold lead. It's not huge, but Gilgamesh is ahead. Unbats is 2 level ahead from this Achilles, and Panda Bear is only 1 level down, and mid are even. So I think a lot of great things from that engagement, especially.
You're right. I think my brain said even. And then my mouth said even when I looked at the scoreboard and was like, that's not how this works. Phoenix got a lot out of that fight. They went ahead and got themselves a small 800 gold lead here, as well as the fact that Charybdis and Hui are now even in experience. Windy, of course, has finished up her Hui as we see quite the engage come out here on the right-hand side of the map. Fear No Evil comes out. Alex is already at quarter HP. Winds of Samash will come out as well for a bit of zoning capability, but Jargon will go ahead and find a double kill for himself. He is unstoppable on Gilgamesh. This shifter shield, I'm going to say it's doing a lot of work, but there's... Oh, Bozato!
Oof.
I had to take a breather after that one. That violently
Yeah.
to his namesake there.
I wasn't sure if you were letting me space to talk or if you just want to take a time to breathe. But yeah, Blizzardo again, his name is gonna be on everyone's lips right now. This man is putting on a show. And my bad if after game 4 I was saying, yeah, well, Blizzardo doesn't really deserve those bans. He's been doing some not really impact plays, but man, this man just proved me wrong, but I guess proved me right at the same time when I was saying they need to ban that Hui. But he's pulling out his show, pulling the numbers, pulling out the bounce. Like, even he bound that purple buff like if it was nothing. Like, my man is just Like it's almost like he's drinking some nitro right now. Like he has everything to just. I don't know. He's pulling out a show. He reminds me of one of the ADC I know on the wingers. I just forget his name, but yeah, he's doing some works right now.
Yeah, that could be me. I did not put on the show. The most I do is just tactically int.
But but yeah, that's really impressive, and that's I think the difference right now from what I saw from Fenyx. That's just remind me of Fenyx game one. They play as a team, they choose a target, and they all go in. It seems like right now the target was Baba Yaga, Alex, and they're just all in. They stun her, they dash on her, like, and again, like even the jungler makes some impacts like we saw in game one, and it's gonna force some ults, gonna force some relics, and what can you want more from your jungler? Is he's gonna win out, he's alive, he forced beats, ult from Baba right now, it's a free target just like that, and yeah, everything seems well for Fenyx.
Ronnie's gonna take Alex to Pound Town with a nice double kill. Double kill coming out here for on the Call Me Nomad and Alex in the mid lane. They're gonna go ahead and jump out here. Argus is gonna do his thing and be, well, Argus. And a nice job there from Humats as well, because Humats didn't actually spend any relics. He only spent his ultimate to force out Alex's beat and Aegis there. Well, Aegis has been on the back end, but Baba Yaga ult and beats were forced out by Humats' ult alone, which is going to mean that Fenyx are going to have nice positioning right here on the Fire Giant. 19 minutes into this one, it's an even game.
Exactly.
Although not even for Blizz, because he's going to spend the beads out. Nice triple bounce from Blizz, though, going to find a lot of damage and die violently. And he will do so, as Blizz will find a trail killing spree here for himself. Polymorph comes out onto Nocturnal, nice ult is dropped as well. Nice zoning ult. Odin Cage dropped as well. We're looking for Jargon once again. Jargon hunting Blizzato, he'll jump over the wall. Dropkick's gonna come down to Nitroglycerin. Bacchus Burp is good, but Athena Dash is better. Call Me Nomad is back from Bane Mountain, is in fact OP. It does a lot of healing.
Oof.
Call Me Nomad is making his presence known once again. Jaragon is dashing out here. He might have his leap up in a couple seconds. Bacchus is gonna flop out as well. Jaragon in the middle of 3. Bacchus Burp comes back up. Jaragon's gonna leap out over the wall here. Call Me Nomad's on the chase, but there are 4 members of Fenyx.
I just want to say, where was the backline from Fenyx all that time? It seems like Gilgamesh was there with the Bacchus all the time, and we didn't saw anyone on Pyromancer or Golfrey or just following up the team. I like it seems like Panda and Era was missing a little bit, and yeah, that's just my question. I was worried. I was like, oh my god, that's so good for Fenyx. Like their front line is up there, is doing some damage, but there's no Charybdis close, there's no Era following up, so I think they could have just done a little bit better from, like, if your front line's diving that much, you need to do something. Are you following them, or are you doing objective? Like, you need to have at least a response from that. Like, are you following them, or there's zoning for Pyromancer, or so that's my only issue. But that's what Fenyx been doing great game one. They was grouping up, choosing target, and that's what they were doing. They're forcing relics, no beats. Well, my Gilgamesh, my Era is gonna be diving them, and that's such a great team play. That's way better communication, and that's just Fenyx from game one that we see right now.
They're coming back here in a game 4 when the game is on the line. They're down 2-1, so they need to make those kind of plays. I will say too that Hera had a lot of backline action there, like right before that fight, where she did drop the Argus, forced out Alex's relics and all that. So I think she was caught in an awkward spot there, where she had one of her most significant cooldowns, Argus, not quite coming up. Her passive is great for getting him back up again, as are her abilities. She does get reduced cooldown on Argus, but it wasn't quite fast enough to make that much of an impact right away. We also saw that, well, when the backline gets separated, all of a sudden you have 3 solo laners virtually in terms of damage output, kind of walking at a full team. Then all of a sudden we're close to the base of AFK farmers, where they can just go back to Fountain, and they can just walk back. It doesn't take that long. We saw Call Me Nomad come in as a full HP Achilles and just start running the show in terms of damage output, zoning. He was really doing a lot of work there. And I'm curious, Mark, what you think then, because we're around an FG, we're around the time in the game where the biggest objective on the map, Fire Giant, is going to be looked at by one of these teams. I want you to tell me, like, which team you think it's going to be and what they're going to do around it, because you're a coach. What would you advise?
Am I? Honestly, I feel like in some picks and bans I'm not, but I will say sometimes I feel like I don't have my words to say. But yeah, as a coach, I personally think I just want to see Panda Bear do what Blizz will do. I just want to see more presence around for him around the map in team fights. I want to see him, like, he has that Devil Glove stack, he has that Aussie. You have like, he goes that build to survive and to, I guess, like, go in and just be life stealing and just be able to survive longer in team fight. So I want to see him to just be there, crit, do damage, and I want to see Fenyx, and I think Fenyx is gonna be the one engaging that Fire Giant because they have that that kind of momentum right now that they're making plays. They're the one engaging. They're the one around objective. But I want to see them, especially Bear, be around and just follow up that dive potential that Gilgamesh bring, that Bacchus bring, that Umbas bring. It's so much dive that like it should be easy for Panda to just follow up and do damage. Like you have Argus here, you have some CC, you have some silence, you have some transformation, you have some stun, you have some like knockup. They have everything in their team comp to engage, and that's what they were doing. But I just want to see them doing that around FG, choose a target. I want to see the Unbats again, burning beats. Right now, Alex doesn't have any relics. I want to see them go all in on it, and I want to see Panda Bear close. That's what I want to see.
I think we're going to start to see that soon here as Charybdis has finished up Wind Demon, working on another item. We'll see what it is here as AFK farmers do pull the Oni Fury. Kid is in position to contest. Tuskate's off the mark. AFK will confirm that Triglycerin will get chewed alive rather by Charybdis, and Argus will go ahead and make his presence known as Commodity will pick up a killing spree onto Nitroglycerin. Meanwhile, Pyromancer is looked at by Fenyx, two of them on the right hand side here, giving up the Power Fury attack. Fenyx does take the Pyromancer here. Boombots will come out. Again, Call Me Nomad is caught out. He'll go ahead and use the relic, but he will not survive. His beads will be down 156 seconds as a reminder to not step up into a Hoombots and a Gilgamesh.
Yeah, well, I'm surprised that, like, again, Panda just run away when his support was dashing in, but I just feel like maybe there's a miscommunication between both of them. But I don't want to go too hard on Panda. He's been doing some great things, especially on that Izanami game 1, and he seems like that Charybdis. It seems like a comfortable god, so I just want to see him like more impactful and more presence and a bit less care, especially on a god like Charybdis, that you have that CC immunity and that damage immunity for like 3 seconds, that movement speed. You have your ult that's like a sail ult. So you have that safety. It's like same thing on Archieman. I want you to be a bit more aggressive when you have Devil Glove and Aussie. But yeah, again, great response. Pyromancer for Godfrey, but I would have preferred Godfrey for Pyromancer, but you take what you can get. So, but right now, I want to see wars from Fenyx because Fenyx doesn't have a lot of wars around that Fire Giant, and it seems like AFK farmers proved me wrong, and they're the one that won that Fire Giant dance.
They have a bit better positioning here, at least for the moment. They also have all ultimates available to them. Fenyx working with only 2 of their ultimates, 3 now as Funeweeble does come off cooldown. Call Me Nomad is on the left-hand side of the map, though. So AFK farmers are currently stuck in a 4v5. I don't know if Fenyx know about this. They do send someone a little bit backwards. It's going to be Hoombots getting his speed buff. It's a rather important buff to have on a jungler, whereas Achilles will be sticking there in mid lane just for now. I do want to draw your attention real quick, Mark, to the Frenzy picked up here by Athena on AFK. Tell me more about why you think this is a good pickup, bad pickup. I want to get your thoughts on it.
It's honestly, when I play support, I'm always worried about like what's gonna be my next pickup. But right now, we seems okay. No, I can breathe. But yeah, it's not a bad pickup, especially when you have a mindset around objective or just around teamfight in general. I think if you use it well too, if you use it when like you're like, okay, team, we're going in. I'm a team ulting. I'm popping Frenzy and I'm ulting. We're going all in. We take what we can get. We just try to get that all in. But right now it seems like Fenyx want to go all in on that.
Blizzato is kicked back into the walls, wins a Shamash. His ultimate's going to come out as well. Thorns popped by... Is that Achilles in there? No, it's Bacchus popping Thorns there. Gargum will find Blizzato there. Charybdis ult is forced out again. Bobby is going to dash through the Panda Bear Ash ultimate and find the backsplash with the potion. Aegis comes out as well, but won't keep him alive for very long, but he does secure the kill. Jaragon's going to pick him up in response. Nitroglycerin is forced out as well. This is a divine Gilgamesh, which is kind of an oxymoron. They're all gods, they're all divine anyway, but in this game in particular, Gilgamesh is 9-0-4 here at 23 minutes, and Fenyx have pulled the Fire Giant.
Yeah, that's going to be a risky Fire Giant call. Athena and Odin are still around it. There's a lot of low HP bar, and those HP bar goes down so quick on that Fire Giant pit, and they need to be careful of their positioning, and they need to communicate real well, and that doesn't seem to be the play right now.
And Glycerin does pop the Frenzy. There's a little bit low HP to be popping a Frenzy, taking a fight here as Bacchus Purple come out. Dash is forced out. Nocturnal
nice
is
done.
here alone now against 4 members of Fenyx. Fenyx is a little bit low though, but AFK Farmers did their job here. 2 of the tankiest members did force them off of Fire Giant, and they do have an opportunity here to jockey for more ward position and actual physical positioning.
Yeah, well, that was a really good play by the front line of AFK Farmers, stopping them from doing Fire Giant. And that's what I was worried about. It seemed like Fenyx wasn't sure of their call, and that's what AFK Farmers took advantage of, is that little hesitation of, are we like burning that Fire Giant, or are we retreating and taking that fight? And that split decision, taking a little bit too much time, just doesn't allow them to do Fire Giant anymore.
It's a good effort from AFK to really force themselves onto that situation. Fenyx is not up that much in gold. Even 25 minutes in, the gold lead that they do have, which is a little over 1k, is really not that significant. The experience difference is significant still at about 4k, but it really isn't that terrible given that we're approaching the level 20 mark for most of the characters in the game. Of course, Athena and Bacchus will be behind that mark. They are supports. They're splitting farm a lot of the time. They're being selfless, as supports should be. And we see
Should be,
Gilgamesh
but
also
they're not
level
all
20.
like that.
Right. Gilgamesh does, however, have the Sundering Axe mark. I'm just a little concerned about that. I'm concerned about the backline of AFK Farmers. Gilgamesh has done a lot of work so far already with that Sundering Axe. Before it was upgraded, and, well, here it is.
Yeah, well, that's so annoying, but if I want to go back to what I was saying, I want to see the same thing as they did there. I want to see them jumping on that Wii. I want to see them burning relics again. Like, now his beats are up, but his just is still down for 15 seconds. I don't think they're going to take advantage right now, but that's what they've been doing. They recognize, okay, Blizzardo is the issue. He's the one doing damage. Well, we all jumping, and we even saw the Thorn popping from Gilgamesh, and that's what you need to do. Someone do a lot of damage, while Pop Thorns, he's going to do more damage to himself. So that's annoying when you're the ADC. Some people were crying season 7, oh please nerf Thorn, but I was loving seeing ADC killing themselves with Thorns personally, but honestly I want to see that again. Just zone out that Blizzardo again.
Speaking of seeing it again, we have a Jarkor jogging in on the Samash here, who he holds forced out his 1 extra Glycerin, forced out to half HP. Homas does drop the Fear No Evil, takes out Blizzardo in a Spring of Glory. Beads are pushed out as well. Alex will delete Die Violently with a potion. Turnlick will find his fate as well to Kid, who suck. Kid does not, in fact, suck. Athena Dash will go ahead and get him out of there. Level 14 Athena is a little bit squishy here against level 20s on Fenyx. Jargon's half HP, but there are some very low. Oh my god, Nomad! Where did he go? I would be mad about that one. Jargon is still here. Level 20 Gilgamesh is rather large, fighting a 14 Athena. She has dash up again. She'll go ahead and get out underneath her T2, but Fenyx, with the Gilgamesh zoning, there's Fire Giant on the menu.
Yeah, you need to zone her. You need to stun her, because she's going to be around and she's going to be doing damage. And her B is going to be used trying to steal that really hard, but I think she's going to pay her life for it, because now you don't have beats, you don't have dash, you don't have anything. And you see that gray screen that most of AFK farmers are seeing right now, and exactly that's the things that we wanted to that I was mentioning. You need to take Blizzardo out of every team fight, because right now Nomad doesn't make any impact on that Achilles jungle. He's 1 in 9. Sadly, he was really impactful in those last game, but right now Blizzardo seems to be the one that's trying to carry AFK farmer on his back, and Fenyx does such a great job to realizing it. And even if you look at Gilgamesh, he's the one that forced Blizzardo beat, and after you saw the Umbas still lurking around, waiting, patient, and when the beat was down, that's when he jumped in and used his ult, and Blizzardo was out of the map. So great communication. That's what you want from your solo laner and your jungler, that type of communication between them. And also same thing from a solo laner. You want to see them just forcing relics to just give him so much space to your jungler to follow up. And at this point, he has this bumper spear. He's going to be one-shotting you. He's going to be dealing so much damage. And right now, if they recognize that they were on red buff, that was no more Ui, because he doesn't have any beats and Umbaz has ult.
All he has is a leap, and Humet's ult, and we've seen how that plays out multiple times this game. Fenyx are squatting up in left-hand side, 5 members strong, looking for, well, the Fenyx.
Again.
I'm sorry, I had to do it. I had to do it to you. We have some tanking members here. Fenyx will go ahead and take that, which is a half HP. Nice zoning ultimate coming out from the Umbats here. Alex forced to ultimate. That shield is huge, though. Fast Book of the Dead and
A lot of
Bobby
ults.
coming out at the same time. Blizzado is forced to jump out away as well. Yaragon is pursuing. He is the Gilgamesh though. Late game, 10-0. He's going to be pretty much unkillable here with his current build. Spectral, Bulwark, and Shifters giving him a lot of maneuverability with HP, how much damage he can take here. Left Fenyx does fall for Fenyx. They're currently 9k up. They're going to go ahead and look for the same thing, perhaps just a T2 here in mid.
I'm surprised we saw literally the same story game one. We saw Phoenix taking that left side Phoenix. Meanwhile, there were some players from AFK Farmers in mid or like in the jungle. And I don't think that's the moment that you need to farm or you need to, I don't push mid wave when there's like 5 people taking a tier 2 tower in left. And again, Phoenix just take a free Phoenix in left and without any response. And right now, like, if you look at ult, there's only Achilles ult up and a Tina ult up, and that's not a good sign for AFK farmers.
Speaking not a good sign, another Humbat's ult does come out. Alex is forced to jump out. Humbat is in pursuit. He'll go ahead and zone Alex back out to base. Phoenix is 3/4 HP. The actual bird, not the team itself. Call Me Nomad is pushed back into a wall. Athena ult does come out onto him. Bacchus Burp is coming out as well. Blink ults into the front of the Phoenix to attempt to zone out Phoenix themselves. Oh, geez, what a blink. Or excuse me, a dash in. Setting up that kill there. Jaragon's going to pick up Call Me Nomad again, pushing him out of the fight. Now Turtle half HP. Does have Odin shields though. Does have a stun up as well. Jaragon half HP looked at by 4 members of AFK Farmers. Jump in from Blizz. Jump in from Odin. Wins the Smash is not enough. Blizzado will pick up a shutdown onto Jaragon. That is a huge gold swing for him himself, going to 8-3-2. And the defense does come out from AFK on the right hand Phoenix. Phoenix a little bit scuffed, a little bit torn up, but it does survive.
It does survive, and I especially thought it was about to go down because there was such a great engagement from Phoenix. We saw Gilgamesh and Umbaz taking the backline out of the fight, but it seemed that time the front line from AFK Farmer was able to deal with the backline of Phoenix. So I was honestly surprised to see that Phoenix didn't even take a lot of HP down and still that up because, like I said, everybody from the FK was just out of the fight. Like Alex was back in the base, Blizzado was back, and they had a little bit of moment where they could have just maybe dealt damage, but it seems like Odin and Achilles did a great job to just zone out the rest of the team.
They really did. We're also seeing a couple of items finished up here for AFK Farmers and Phoenix respectively. This is the 30-minute mark. We're going to see some builds being finished up. Some items being sold as well. Berserker Shield picked up here for Yaragon. A spicy pickup, selling that second item slot there. As well as a Boomba's Hammer picked up for Call Me Nomad.
Yeah, well, Call Me Nomad, it seems like he went for the Boomba's Hammer because it works well with Achilles kit with the basic attack reset you can do on your 2. And you have a lot of basic attack cancel, and if you play Achilles well, I really love Achilles. He's probably one of my favorite guys to play. And if you do his combo really well, and his dash is like 2 abilities kind of, because you can use it twice, you can prox it twice the Boomba's Hammer. So your ability is going to be such on a short cooldown with that Jotun and Idris that you're going to probably have ult every team fight, or every like 40 seconds. So that's a huge advantage when you have an executing ult.
Speaking of advantage, Nomad is forced to beads out. It's a win there for Phoenix. Wins the Samash dropped once again there onto the Odin. Odin jump is in. FG is low. It's EFG. AFK Farmers take the Fire Giant. Hoi ultimate dropped as well. Nomad is low. Jaragon cleans him up. Blizzado beads and jumps out. Odin is still in there. Argus is on him, as are 2 members of Phoenix. Back in the backland though. Necrodulisman is looked at by Bacchus. Oh, he's so low. Panda Bear. Or he's gonna find out the kill on Nitroglycerin. It's still an absolute melee. Harry Shield's coming out. Jumping in from Blizzado. A nice bounce onto Yaragon. He's so low. Alex will go pick it up. Blizzado is picked up by Pin Crash. Not violently is picked up Alex. I feel like he's the only one left alive. And he's gonna go down here to the overhand smash and the combo damage of Phoenix. Panda Bear Ash pulling out the triple kill here 33 minutes in the game. AFK Farmers do get the FG. However, Phoenix are the ones left standing.
And I don't know. It's going to be a close call. I think it's going to be enough because Achilles is up in 15 seconds, but they need to burn it quicker than that. I'm not sure about that one, but Panda Bear is up.
Bacchus Blink,
I think you
jump,
have
he's
to
a Chad.
You have to go for it. That's game. I don't think Achilles going to be up in town. We're going to go to Game 5, ladies and gentlemen. Game 5, semifinals of the SDL. We're going to go to Game 5.
34 minutes even. Fenyx up 10k. I'm just gonna say it. It had to be this way. It had to be a game 5. It's SDL playoffs. It has to be a game 5. There's no other way this could go. There's a script here. We have the script, both of you. We know this is gonna happen.
Yeah, we had that right there on my side, but I didn't want to show up on camera. But honestly, you're talking about curse on casters, but I have a personal curse that every set that I cast goes like to 3 to 5 hours. So Telly, welcome to my curse. This is the show. And we have honestly such a great set, and it's so hard to predict those games because all the time it can go in any ways, and team comps or they can go one-sided, but the other team's gonna come back with the better gameplay. So honestly, I don't know what to say. About game 5, it's gonna be a great one.
It's already been a great one. I'm already just so happy to be casting my first ever cast for the Reap Smite League in general, and I'm here casting STL semifinals, and we're going to a game 5. I couldn't be happier. I'm sure that Fenyx could, well, they're probably happier than I am having forced a game 5 here after a bit of a rough game 2 and 3. We just saw them come out once again like they did in game 1. They simply had Jaragon be the threat. Capital T.
Yep.
Jaragon was simply everywhere as his Gilgamesh. We see upgraded relics. Yeah, definitely felt like that was the case here. Charybdis also, Panda Bear Ash coming out in the late game there with that DB, the Death's Embrace. I saw Panda Bear Ash's health dip probably to a quarter to a fifth, at least twice in that last engagement. But I think we do have that Aussie Diva's Embrace combo to thank for him living that long and then getting the triple and having them actually push for the end.
Yep. I think that build is clearly for late game because, like we saw, Blazado was doing such a great job early with that Crusher Aussie. That power spike early just give him so much advantage on that Devil Glove. But late game, fine, I have to give it to you. The late game build with Devil Glove, that Dead Soul upgrade, Aussie, you have all the type of possibility to live. But at the same time, if I want to help both teams, because I don't want to help just one team, I think you have to ban the OE and not the Honor. But at the same time, you have to take Gilgamesh out of the fight because it seems like the team that Gilgamesh always do well. So you have to take Gilgamesh and Mulan out of the picks and ban. So I think OE, Gilgamesh, Mulan out of the team picks and ban, and game 5 is gonna go anywhere after that. It can go in anyways.
I think it really can because I don't know about you, Mark. I wasn't expecting a Baba Yaga or Hera here in this set.
Nope.
And yet
Honestly,
here we
not
are.
at all.
We've seen quite the roster of gods here, and I'm excited to see what people can whip out here in game 5 because as you know as a coach, it's a game 5 situation. If this is the time for strats like Odin mid,
No.
like this is the time, isn't it?
No, it's counter picks all the way. If you want trick honor, I put you I put you on honor. If you play Scylla one trick, I put you on Scylla. If you play Cuckoo, play Cuckoo. Like that's the way it should be game 5. I don't think you go meta. You can let them Geb, Audio, Odin, everything, but just go with counter picks.
Counter picks, comfort picks. We'll see what happens in game 5. Both AFK Farmers and Fenyx, 2 games apiece here in the SDL semifinals and Reap Smite League. Stick around because it's going to be a barn burner. We'll see you guys in a few minutes.
lost your mind. Don't know the direction to your side. Got the wrong impression. I thought that we were fine, but now it's turned to ice. So you decide, and I just wait. I don't get you, I don't chase. So you decide, and I'll just save my time. I guess we'll never know, but don't say that you're sorry. Don't say that you're sorry, girl. 'Cause we came almost too close, but don't say that you're sorry. You don't really want me, girl. It's already broken. I don't wanna talk. I'm already looking for something more. But if you wanna link up, you can hit the line. Call me anytime. So you decide, and I'll just wait. I don't get you, I don't chase. So you decide, and I'll just save my time. I guess we'll never know, but don't say that you're sorry. Don't say that you're sorry, girl. 'Cause we came almost too close, but don't say that you're sorry. You don't really want me, girl. Don't leave me on, blowing up my phone. Don't leave me on if you don't really want me, girl. Don't leave me on, blowing up my phone. Don't leave me on if you don't really want me, girl. I heard that you wanna be something. Why you gotta treat me like nothing, yeah? I heard that you wanna be something. You're already talking. I guess we'll never know, but don't say that you're sorry. Don't say that you're sorry, girl. We came almost too close, but don't say that you're sorry. You don't really want me, girl. Don't leave me on, blowing up my phone. Don't leave me on if you don't really want me, girl. Don't leave me on, blowing up my phone. Don't leave me on if you don't really want me, girl.
Hey, what's up? Welcome back to the SDL semifinals. It's 2-2, AFK Farmers versus Fenyx. It's been a barn burner. I had a barn, it's gone. I don't know what happened to it, Mark. What is going on here?
Well, a lot of thing is going on, to be honest. We have two exhausts, well, I guess three exhausts, caster and spectator here. We've been doing that for 4 hours. We have insane gameplays, insane plays. So we're about to see probably one of the best game of Smite that we ever saw in Smite history. And everyone here, turn down Zapman's stream, turn down everyone that's streaming Smite right now, turn on to Reap's Smite League channel, because that's where it's going.
Speaking of where it's going, we're going to go right into the picks and the bans here for Game 5 here. This is the do or die moment, Mark. We had a bit of a talk before the break, you and I, about what to do in a do or die moment. I was all about whip out the new stuff, unexpected, make it happen, but you had the more sensible approach.
I have a more, I would say, conservative approach where I'm more about counter picks, because we're not, myself, RSL players, SDL players are not pro players, so you don't have that god pool that you can pull out, I don't know, someone coming mid and just do well. you have to play that god that like you know that you've been playing since you open Smite. For me, it's the Medusa, and I'm still gonna play it if I need to play it, even if I'm jungle, if I am mid. I'm gonna pull out my Medusa and do well. And look, right now, that's what we're seeing. I think in picks and bans, we see 3 target bans from the side of AFK farming. We still see the Cthulhu, still surprised. Maybe we don't see Nocturnal, and maybe he has the best Cthulhu we ever saw in Smite. But the honor again, and no who you ban, that leave Geb open, that leave Achilles open, that leave Gilgamesh open. A lot of things are open.
Odin's
And Geb
still
is
up.
open. Not
Geb
anymore.
is obviously not open anymore. AFK farmers are like, that's a Rocky boy. He rocks. Come here, boy. Geb first pick. I'm not terribly surprised. AFK seemed to really
Not
like that.
surprised.
I'm not gonna say. I was about to say like the pick that rolls over the opposition, but I can't make 2 puns in a row. That's just too much. They like the Geb pick because Stone Shield is just OP. We saw it in game. I think it was game 3 that Geb was played. It just did so much work getting carries out, getting Geb himself out, and like into better positions to knock up Peel for his carries. Once again, we see the mini meta here in this set. I have not seen so much Bacchus since like season 5.
Me neither. Well, honestly, I don't even know when's the last time I see Bacchus. I couldn't remember. Maybe in my Jealous or Arena games where you build full damage, but that's it. And honestly, if they pick Hui here, I think FK is winning. But they're gonna go on the side of Achilles. I'm surprised, but not at the same time. It seems like Nocturnal is kind of super comfortable on that god, but I'm happy to see the soul. That's the god I wanted to see, especially from the side of Alex and Kukulkan. So we're gonna see their best gods in mid, and we are about to see a lot of action going on in mid lane because these 2 gods are getting played by they're one of the top players that put hours on those gods, and it's gonna be a fun matchup in mid.
I'm excited too because we saw in the previous games where we had Souls and Kukulkans played, and other mages as well, there were 2 pretty prominent build paths there. We had the library. Get your library cards out, kids. You're getting some books today. Soul Reavers, Book of Thoth, Book of Soul, not Book of Souls, Book of the Dead, the other one. Remember, we had Soul build the mannequin. She had Bancrofts, Typhon. She was much more about these auto sustain damage build. And I'm really excited to see how these builds are going to actually conflict in mid, because to me it comes down to who's got the better poke, who can get more done in the lane with that 2v2 early with the jungler. And speaking of junglers, Fenyx do not like junglers. They do not like Tsukuyomi or Daji at all.
Where's the Uyi ban? Where's the Uyi ban when you need it? It might even be Achilles jungle, who knows? But like Uyi, you don't let it open. This Blazado guy is bouncing people like if he was a bouncer in a bar. He's taking them out, put him in, and see you later. Go back in base, and man, this guy is I don't understand.
But I do understand, Mark. I do understand because see, Blazado did something I never did. Blazado passed Trig. My man's got a protractor somewhere in his mouse. He has angles. This man understands how math works. I don't. But I want to see a Huyi ban as well because there was so much work here done.
It cannot happen.
Ban has been banned, what, 4 times in a row? Tsukuyomi's been banned?
Yeah.
Not seen it at all. Which maybe is because of, they respect it so much they want to keep banning it. Same with the Cthulhu. But at the same time, I just want to see Huyi not get played by the person who's been doing so well on it. For Phoenix's sake. We are going to see the Hachiman come back out for Panda Bear Ash. We did see this, and I think that was game 2 that we saw it. It was a comfort pick. I believe we deduced that from what we saw of that game. Where it's going to be that safety pick, the get out of jail free card, which is going to be really hard when your jail's made out of suns that are falling on your face because Huyi once again locked in here for Blazado.
Well, what do you want more? Alex is on Soul, Vibe is on Geb, Blazado is on Huyi, and I guess it seems like Nocturnal's going to play is Achilles, and I would just want to see Loki getting picked again because why not? You play well on Loki, and why not being disgusting when you have Geb, Soul, Achilles, Huyi? Just add the Loki. Why not? Susano. Well, what you want more right now? Like, I'm just disappointed. Like you've been dodgy, Tsuki. Well, you know this Blazado was playing like Huyi, like if he's a god of bouncing people. He's a ricochet god. Well, I don't know, but Rat coming clutch here. Is it gonna be jungle solo? I don't know, but I expect Gilgamesh running back in solo. because he did so well. So it's gonna be such a good matchup on, again, who's gonna win between dual lane and solo laner. It seems like Blazado has the more impact in dual lane. Meanwhile, Yaragon as more impactful in solo lane. So it's gonna be which one of those carries gonna put the team on his back and be, guys, I'm taking you guys to the finals, and we're gonna go face Nachos, and we're gonna about to eat them alive. And I want to see those two carries just pull on a show for us.
We've seen them do it before here for AFK farmers. They're going to go to REI, they're going to get a backpack and say, hey team, get in. We're hiking Everest today. But at the same time though, Fenyx, they've got some good picks here. We've seen the Bacchus, Gilgamesh, Kukulkan pop off before, and it's maybe this might be a repeat here for them. I'm waiting to see how much damage Kukulkan can do here. Because the thing about Bacchus is that Knockup is a good CC. I want to see that combo. Because we already saw Commodity hit a blind through the duo jungle Spirit of the Nine wins. I'm not saying you can do it again, but I want to see it.
I want to see it too, and I personally think Knockup is the best type of CC because it puts you in a position where you cannot beat when you're up in the air, and also it takes a while to land back, especially Bacchus one. So it just set up, like if you think about, I don't know, Gilgamesh done, it's kind of hard to predict because you push them in a wall. So they're moving around. While you're just bumping on someone, it's so easy for Cuckoo to put a tornado down. And like before the one that's up in the air landing. So that's what I want to see. And Bacchus, I think, is so underrated from what we're seeing, especially in that kind of meta of a set. He brings so much of the table for Panda Bear too, that as his type of issue in dual lane, it give him that space to just be able to stack his Devil Glove and just give him a space to make it to late game while not being too much behind. And we saw him playing Bacchus in a way he's gonna be camping dual lane, he's gonna be helping Panda. Meanwhile, Yaragon is fine on his side and he's gonna be left on an island. Maybe his rat's gonna join him time to time, but I mean, it seems to be that way. The design of this set, it's Kid needs to help Panda, and Blazado needs to just carry his team, or Alex just gonna step in with his soul. So it's gonna be interesting to see how, like, what part of the full story of the set that we're gonna see this time, because we saw Alex doing stuff, and we see Gilgamesh doing stuff, and we see Bacchus doing stuff, and we see Uyi doing stuff. So it's all gonna be like all those little part of the game that we're gonna. Which one gonna be more impactful in that set?
Impact has been the name of the game here so far. Literally, in the case of a lot of these ultimates being, well, we just think of Gilgamesh knocking one the Impact. Let's see what they can do here in Game 5 of the SDL Semifinals here in the Reap Smite League. AFK Farmers versus Fenyx. And, well, there's a rat, so I guess there's some different builds here this time, Mark.
Well, I think, yeah, well, I think we still see the same thing as solo laner. We see those preferences going on for the Blackthorn mystical males. But with Wrath, I think you have to go that way. You have to get that 2-1 mace, because if you're able to stay longer on the map farming, you're gonna be able to upgrade that that nut that we call, I think, whatever, that peanut or whatever you want to call it. But you're gonna be able to upgrade it and without even have to backing, so you're gonna have that power without even backing. So that's why you have to go with that 2-1 mace. Meanwhile, we go back to the same time in mid with that, of course, like you said, library build. Meanwhile, the lifesteal mannequin center seems to work well. Run it back, support same build, and same thing in ADC. We see the same padding that both ADC love to go.
I'm just gonna say it. I think Crusher's the best item for ADCs just right now.
I agree.
And I'm so happy to see Blazado keep emphasizing it throughout these sets, throughout this game, rather. Like, it's just a great item on him. And with Vibe Legion coming over, making his presence known, having that mace already is such a good power spike. Blinking from Nomad will find a dash from Panda Bear and a flop out from Bacchus. Not a whole lot to be done here except for making them uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Rat is making Alex uncomfortable in mid. This Apparate does come out from Soul, and they will go their separate ways right after that little bit of a cringe gank in duo.
Delhi, am I tired? Am I seeing it wrong? But Vibe is now in jungle, Nomad is in support, and things are turned around. Oh, Vibe was subbed out from what I heard in my ears right now, from God talking to me. Yeah, so Nitro is no more playing, and we see Vibe Legion, the MVP of the season from if I'm not mistaken, from SDL, jumping in, game 5 on the line. My man, take his Susanoo B. I'm gonna be the difference maker.
I want to see what Vibe can do because, well, there's been a bit of a meta here. People have been feeling each other out as Nomad is being felt out by this Bacchus. A great flop in, and he's going to get the rollout off, but Panda Bear Ash is going to dash in just to make sure. Panda Bear Ash puts a half HP by Blizzato, whose autos do hurt. 60 damage to a Bacchus is not nothing, as we see a Rat dashing in on a turtle like
nice,
quarter HP Achilles. Body blocks.
Nice.
Violently will live up to his name. Vibe Legion gets a nice double pull into tower, though. Violently is put on by the Susanoo 3. But he won't teleport at all. It's a little bit risky with the minion wave and 2 people there. I know Susanoos are pretty bold, just as a general rule, but that's a little too bold.
Well, yeah, there was no reason to jump in. And what I want to go back, you were talking about Blizzato go from the Crusher. And I really love what Panda Bears, like, he still has this mindset. He's not even, like, seeing, okay, Blizzato does a lot of damage on that Crusher. I'm going to go Crusher. No, he still have that same mindset. I'm doing well with that build. I'm not changing. That's my build. That's my meta. I don't care what you build. I'm still doing the same thing. And yeah, I think we're gonna see a lot of great stuff from Susanoo. From what I saw, those mechanics seems pretty well. From just one clip that I saw, and from just that little engagement that I saw in Soul Lane, I am pretty sure Vibes seems really comfortable on that Susanoo, and I'm expecting him to do a lot of great stuff that game.
Not to mention, that was Susanoo pre-level 5, which...
Yeah.
It's kind of like a homebots in that, well, level 5 is just so impactful. Nice double Bacchus stun with after calling up from the Panda Bear Ash getting ricocheted. The protractor is out. It is OP. Angles, what are those? Blizzato knows what they are. As we look back at Solo Lane, a full wave going underneath the tower of our friend Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh looking for a T2 platform once again, with Achilles looking once again for that mystical male, looks like.
Yeah, it seems like they want to, like, I'm not going to make the same points I was talking. If you miss it, just rewind it like 1 or 2 games ago, and I'm still saying the same stuff. But what I like is the Rat making that presence in solo lane. You know that solo laner, if you give him a lead, he's going to be impactful, he's going to make rotation, and he's going to be confident too. And he's going to be able to shut down Blizzato. Meanwhile, it seems like no one on the side of Fenyx was able to shut him down except that Gilgamesh last time. So I really love that they recognize that Gilgamesh is the one to shut down our issue. So I'm gonna feed him. I'm gonna, like, he's our lion. Like, he's the one he's our king. He's the king of the jungle. He's the one's gonna be keeping everyone alive. And even if, like, I don't know, they have a tiger on the other side, or I don't know, they have a goat or something. Oh, great bounce, but the ult, is it gonna be enough? Achievement ult?
Oh, no matter, tasting this rollout, knocking him towards the tower, towards tower line. Yep, Nomad's gonna trade that out every day of the week.
Geb OP.
You know, last season, Mark, that doesn't happen. Geb does not kill there because of base damage.
Exactly. That's why you have to ban Geb, but in that type of set, that type of playoff, like we're saying, there's a type of meta that's you have to import, like, it's just gonna get created, and right now, things gonna get created, and it's some death, some blood, and some kills around the map, and Vibe Legion is gonna fall off to the end of Gilgamesh here.
I don't know what it is about Gilgamesh dropkick, but it just looks painful. Like,
It looks
Susanoo disappeared there, and it didn't look pretty either. Vibe Legion falls 0-1. He had Crusher done already. Not the greatest loss for him. Respawn times are pretty low here. It's only 5 minutes into this game. Fenyx finally themselves up 2-1 in the kill department, and a small gold lead. And when I say small, I do mean small. 360 gold is really nothing to sneeze at.
It is not.
It's really
Especially
just
that early in the game.
nothing, really. But I do wonder how we're going to see Blizzato and Panda Bear Ash play out here. We have some rotations out from supports already. Geb is in mid. Bacchus is looking in mid as well. He just got on that right side there to help Gilgamesh out. I want to see how Blizzato and Hachiman react to each other now. They've played this matchup once before. Not this matchup, excuse me. They've played these picks before in this set. And I want to see how Panda Bear Ash is going to play this because he doesn't have ult. He won't have ult for a couple more seconds here. Blizzato does recognize that and goes in for a jump in. Panda Bear Ash does dash out. Ricochet misses point blank. Panda Bear Ash is going to fall to the autos. Nah, the slow is too powerful. Blizzato picks up a solo kill into Panda Bear Ash. The dash is out, and he's nowhere to go. Divalently, speaking of nowhere to go, Typhoon comes out, and Divalently will dash away towards T2. Nothing really finding out there for the jungler of AFK farmers, besides pressure and forcing Rat back to base.
I love how Blizzato is aggressive, and I love how smart he is with his engagement. He recognized that, like, Panda only had that tier 1 Devil Glove at the time, and yeah, he had beats, but he didn't have ult like you were mentioning, and the fact that he's just able to jump in and not even hitting his stun and being able to kill Panda Bear, that's just gonna be again. We see the same story. We see Soul Lane, Gilgamesh trying to build his own lead. Meanwhile, Blazero is building his own lead, and that's the story of the set. Is which one of those carries gonna try to get a lead? And meanwhile, Ali's gonna get off HP. He's gonna need to use his beats too.
Told me no,
no, he
with
didn't
excellent
use-
body blocks. So Coconut will whiff, and Geb will give a nice little juke there. Geb is the mayor of Juketown, apparently. Nice little juke out there. Coconut down. Bacchus did utilize Blink there to get him close range for his Intoxicate. However, the knockup from Geb will get him out. Vibe Legion and Geb will go ahead and rotate to the right side, where 3 members of Fenyx do stand around this blue buff. They'll be forced out here by a 4-person presence here from AFK Farmer's Soul is here as well. Gilgamesh jumps in, but he's pulled in by Susano in turn. He drops Winds of Samaj. Bacchus pops in the back. Intoxicate on the Vibe Legion will set him off temporarily. Susano will teleport out. Alex is going to drop the ult. Call Me Nomad is low. Stone Shield drop for himself. Is he going to get out? He's in the middle of 4.
Nice
That's
blink.
a Geb blink. He's going to find Jaragon, unfortunately. The sword, the scimitar is just too long, and the jump is too long range for him to get out there.
I really love what Dive Violently is doing right now, and oh my god,
Vibe
nice turnaround
Legion!
from the Susano. What a great play from him, and actually he's not gonna be find the damage enough to shut down Gilgamesh, but man, someone's gonna need to stop him too. He's 3-0 right now. It's still only level 9. It's not a huge level lead since pretty much Alex and Blizzard are level 9 by themselves too. So I really love what I was saying. I really love what Dive Violently was doing before he died, but a lot of presence in Soul Laner, a lot of rotation, a lot of great damage, trying to find some beads on Alex, trying to find some relics, some ults, and I really love his presence on the rats, and it's, oh my god, again, great Browns, that damage on that Crusher, double bounce, it's gonna be, force Benever use his ult, and yeah, again, I think same thing, same story, same stuff from 4 games straight. Okay, Blazero having a little bit of advantage on Panda Bear, meanwhile Jaragon has a little bit of advantage here in Soul Lane.
It's a common storyline throughout this set. We've definitely seen this.
Oh
Panda
my-
Bear Ash is clipped by a ricochet. I'm telling you, geometry, it's OP. This man has a protractor. He just finds those bounces no matter what. He's getting a lot of pressure out of this pick. This Crusher is doing a lot of work early. Not to mention having a bit of a level lead doesn't hurt either. And Devos is not halfway stacked yet for Panda Bear Ash. He's going to have a bit of difficulty having a bit of a equivalence power spike. He's a little bit delayed in that regard. Remember back in game 1 for Fenyx, that was pretty much 10 more stacks here at this point in the game. And Fenyx also had 2 more kills on the Panda Bear Ash at that time. Speaking of kills, Vibe Legion stone shielded, knocked up by the Bacchus Kukulkan NATO. Might be enough. Dive Violently will confirm that one with the ultimate. Gab ultimate does come out. Dive Violently is deleted by Blizzado with a nice double bounce. Hui Ricochet doing work here once again. He'll drop the stuns once again onto Bacchus. Gab knockup. He'll take those. Call Me Nomad is doing a lot of work in these fights. He deserves one.
I'm never mad when a Geb grabs a kill because he's the last support you expect him grabbing a kill, even if they buff his ult. Like you never expect a Geb taking kills, so it's always fun to see it. But you see Blizzado making rotation and how impactful he is right now, being level 11. And I think if you're Gilgamesh, you need to start making rotation because that's getting dangerous. If Blizzado making rotation, grab some kills in mid, he's just gonna be getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And it's gonna be harder to stop because when he's gonna start having those crits in his build, if Gilgamesh doesn't have a spectral, he's not going to be able to stop him because he's going to be critting way more than what Gilgamesh can do as damage. So you need to start making those rotation before we start having that Wind Demon, before we start having that Deadbringer. So they need to start collapsing on him. And you have a rat on your side, so you need to use that on your advantage. And we did see that Bacchus that game making those rotations on dual lane. Meanwhile, Gilgamesh finding a lot of damage on that kill. He's putting so much pressure. I think if he grabbed that turn 1, there's no more point of fighting in Soul Lane. He needs to start making shut down that Blizzado. And yeah, oh, man,
Nice
what a
blink
great
coming out
play.
from
That
Soul
was so
Laners.
clean.
One thing that's been
So,
clean
yeah.
in this set, it's been the blinks, Mark.
Yeah, Blink's OP, man. I'm telling you.
I'd build it, but I like beads too much.
Well, especially because you're so out of position, so yeah, you need your beats. It's fine.
You know what? I deserve it.
I'm not gonna force you by Blink.
All you've spoken tonight is the truth, Mark. I can't contest that. Speaking of truth, Hui has hit level 12. Truly, that is terrifying. He does have an active advantage over Panda Bear at the moment, which might translate to a little more action over here in duo side. Vibe is in the area. But then again, so is Bacchus, so probably not going to happen much, actually.
Well, yeah, well, it's weird that Bacchus made his rotation there. I was talking about him making rotation. It seems like he was a bit more sneaky last time than just coming out from purple buff. And surprisingly, Kukulkan's putting a lot of pressure on that mid tier 1 tower, while you expect the opposite most of the time. You expect Soul taking those towers, not a Kukulkan. So, a lot of surprise, and like I was saying, I don't think from Gilgamesh there's any point fighting this lane, except just bullying that guy and just kicking him out of the range of his blue buff. But yeah, he
was to
needs
try
to
his
start
best,
making
yeah.
rotation. He needs to make those rotation. He's the only one, in my opinion, that can shut down Puyi. Maybe Kukulkan rotation on top of that.
It might just be what the doctor ordered here, as oracles do go the way of AFK farmers. There are quite a few of them in the area for around the gold and oracle area. Specifically, there are 3 in mid. Kukulkan wisely using his 2 to get a more movement speed and just nailing the wave. Kukulkan gameplay. Rat is ulting though. Rat is up. What's he looking for here? Soul disapparates. There was comms called there. Nice disapparate immunity. Good timing there from Alex. Immune's quite a lot of damage there. Kukulkan ult is clean.
Wow.
Almost hitting 2 there. Geb will take most of that though. Soul ult Supernova does get him out of trouble for the moment, but Bible Legion is in. He is in. He's Susano. He does have quite a bit to work with here. Not in the HP department, as Eternalic takes down Kid who sucks HP with that execute.
Nice.
Eternalic finds the double execute here onto Jaragon. That's a huge double kill heal for him here. He's level 12 now, 2-1, improves to quite a bit closer to his rival. And there's a Gold Fury here that I believe AFK farmers can just take for free.
Yeah, it's free. Soul has Mannequin Scepter. Kukulkan doesn't have any ult. Cannot really contest that. Blizzardo is on it too. So it was free. And I was about to say what a great rotation by Gilgamesh, but after that they try so hard to kill Soul, but Soul is so hard to kill when you don't have any anti-heal right now. And Ratis seems like he probably is gonna go for that D-Stick. I'll be surprised if he go Crusher. But Soul is so hard to kill, and you see why, because she has so much lifesteal, she has so much self-peel with that lifesteal, and also that ult that just bump people's up for like 5 seconds, and you're like, what's going on right now? So I just, it's so hard to kill a Soul with that build, especially if you don't have any anti-heal, and that's what they're trying to do. And it was so hard to kill them, it took so much time that there was no response for, except just dying from the side of Fenyx.
And dying they did, unfortunately. As we see Alex looked at once again, put to half HP by the combined efforts of Fenyx. I will note, this is not the first time we actually saw Soul with a lucky back there. Bit of a risky back. I've had some of those myself. Blizzardo is here in mid, actually holding that thought. Commodity is marked by the Crow. Bible Legion is here. He does have quite a bit of kit up. Putting the 3 on first. Kukulkan acts out. Blizzardo is here though, and he does have quite a bit of kit to use. Kukulkan ult does connect on the Nomad. Rat is here, double knock up. Oh, single one onto Blizzardo. Susano ult will knock up internal and die violently. Die violently is
nice
gonna get the trade out, but it's gonna go to Nomad instead. Panda Bear Ash just get a double kill onto Nomad.
That's huge.
Triple kill for Panda Bear Ash on the Violent. Actually, on the Vibe Legion TV, Alex is forced out here, popping the 1 and disapparate. And we're gonna go ahead and go to a trade, 3-2 in favor of Fenyx.
Yeah, 3-2, but that's a lot of shutdown. Uyi was 3-0. Well, that was the only shutdown, but that was some great kills that you needed. That's the type of momentum that you need. You need those players from Panda Bear too, those rotation. A little bit late comparing of Blizzardo, but still making rotation late or not late. If you're grabbing kills, you grab a triple kill. It was 0-2, now 3-2, even with Uyi. No more 2 level down, so that's what you want. And that double glove is stacked now. You're just getting 15 stack from killing 3 people. So that's now when you need those crit and needs those rotation. He needs to make those, and you see why it's so worth it. It's so impactful. As an ADC, you bring so much damage to the table. So you need, like, that's your bread and butter. Like, that's right there. Your damage comes from the backline, especially from your ADCs. And if you don't have your bread and butter, well, who you are, you don't have anything. So you need to be hungry, and you need to be asking for your ADC to make rotation.
Which Panda Bear did phenomenally there. Finding the triple kill will put him even, as you said. And I expected Wind Demon to come out here, as you were saying, because it's just going to be a lot of damage. I do wonder, however, if we're going to see a response from AFK Farmers into that crit. Achilles has pretty been finished. Gab was working on, I believe, is a Relic Dagger or potentially a Wind Blade, or Wingage Blade, excuse me. It might be a Spectral afterward for both of them if they do want to capitalize on that passive against crit, if Hachiman does choose to do so. Gab does have the anti-crit passive, of course, which he does already have just a buffed Spectral as his passive. Could be even more efficacious for him if he chooses to do so. I'm curious, Mark, what your thoughts are once again on the Frenzy here for AFK Farmers. It seems to be like the same kind of thing they were trying for last game.
Yeah, but from what I saw last game, I didn't really saw Athena using it because there were. Again, it seems like every time you ask me that question, it seems like Fenyx is starting to take the lead. It seems like Fenyx started making plays, and that's where like having that frenzy when you're like reacting to some engagement, it's so hard to use it because you're not the one making plays and you're not like, okay, I'm popping frenzy, guys, we're going in. You're like, oh shit, we're getting run at. Oh shit, am I popping frenzy or shell? Like, so that's a little bit hard for. I just don't see the point. I will prefer maybe a shell because your team is getting dived a lot. Maybe you're mad, like they don't have a lot of anti-heal except that divine rune. So maybe something like that would have been. It's never a bad pickup, but I just think if you're reacting to some engagement, maybe a defensive relic will be better.
It might be the case here as we see maybe Geb rolling out or potentially blinking in, ulting, and then frenzing his team on the back end. I'm curious how that's going to go here. Because Fire Giant is the current next big objective, even though Primal Fury is coming up in about 30 seconds or so. FG is still on topic, or on the minds rather, of both teams here 18 minutes into this one. We have both Hunters finishing Wind Demon, which will have them have their clear on objectives be just that much better. And of course, AFK Farmers does have the double carry, quote-unquote, route with Soul and Huyi fulfilling the auto-attacker roles here for objectives, with Telkine's Ring just being finished up here for Soul as well.
Yeah.
Speaking of finishing, Panda Bear Dash dashes in, Huyi
crit.
jumps after it. Hachiman is not going to get
nice.
Panda Bear Dash out of this one. Didn't quite have enough range in that ult to get out of there. Mounted Archery doesn't have unlimited range, just is rather good at getting you out of situations like that. Blizzato plays that perfectly with the ultimate and jump in combo. Speaking of playing it perfectly,
Nice
Bacchus ult, Achilles ult does CC immune that one. If Karos does take the Primal Fury and the team fight does break out, 5 members of Farmers are here. Gab ult does confirm some damage. Blizzato deletes Jargon after some follow-up, but although Naturnalik is looking at by Die Violently, he does live up to his name there. Puns are unfortunately part of my repertoire. Die Violently is going to dip out towards that purple buff and try to get a back off here, or perhaps a re-engage, as AFK Farmers looks for a little bit more pursuit on the Bacchus. Burp does come out. Huyi, Blizzato might catch out Rat here, although Die Violently is playing with fire here. A 19 Huyi is not something you want to fight right now.
Well, he was close to having it. He just jumped. Uyi just hit a better jump, and what a great play by Uyi earlier to just grab that kill on Panda Bear, and what a great timing to hit his stun at the right moment when literally just his horse just disappeared, and right when he put his feet down on the ground, well, he was putting his feet down back to his grave. So what a great play from Blizzato, and again, I'm so surprised of this honor ban while he played this Huyi at that level. It's maybe a thing that you don't want to play against, but at this point you have to respect his Huyi. Like you're banning already a hunter, I would just prefer personally from what I saw a Huyi ban, and right now you just see him making plays. He's right now level 19. He has those skin size online. He has that Wind Demon. Who's gonna stop him? He has a Geb on his side to just protect him all the time on cooldown. Like, what can we do about it? And right now, we don't even see no spectral armor. So it's way more dangerous for anyone around the map to just be around Huyi, and he has a Geb to protect him. What you want more?
Honestly, that come down to, as AFK Farmers do confirm the Pyromancer, and Turtleneck is going to zone out the enemy team of Fenyx here, 5 members strong. It might come down to seeing multiple avenues of dive come onto Huyi here. Gilgamesh jumps, Rat ults, Bacchus flops. It might come down to just simply having a better CC chain to help get Huyi's actives down, his jump down, and then see what they can do on the back end there. Kukulkan will throw some more damage from the mid. Kukulkan does have most of his library builds finished. He does have the Thoth and Book of the Dead finished. Might be a Soul Reaver up next to finish out that build. Soul, meanwhile, working on some more penetration here. Call Me Nomad looking out for more warding zones here. Getting some ward coverage out as Jaragor is a little high
nice
up,
blink.
does blink out to the T1, might have been a
Those
little bit
blinks, man.
situation there. The blink is the relic of the game, honestly. Bacchus flop is going to get him underneath T1. And AFK farmers are a little bit poked up here. Fenyx is a little bit separated though by the blue buff wall. Not looking really for an engage here, perhaps more to just get themselves out safely. Soul and Hui are over here on the right hand side. They're isolated. Jaragorn realizes this and jumps in, looking for a dropkick. Does not find it. Blizzato misses the blink, or excuse me, the ricochet. Drops the Suns onto Jaragor. Nice Geb ult to those people out. The Coconut does come through.
Oh, nice.
Deletes Vibe Legion. Oh my god. Die Violently does the same thing. Blizzato falls to Kid who suck. He does not in fact suck. Achilles misses the execute. Wasn't actually in threshold at all. Pridwin proc. Oh, what an auto from Eternal. Like, nice auto cancel there through Pridwin shield as well. He's going to fall here, though, to the 4 members of Fenyx, and that just might be an objective call here.
That's Fire Giant, and that's when we never thought Fenyx will win that engagement. At a random moment, every HP bar just disappear. I think Kid just done Susano, and we saw Kukulkan all like hitting straight up like a train. Like, I just think Fenyx maybe fight better as a team when it's about team fighting. It seems like they fixed that issue, or they find the right momentum that they had game on, and they're just taking advantage of Relic's burner. And like, look at the backline from AFK farmers. Beats Aegis from both backline has been used, and both are dead. Meanwhile, on the other side, Panda has both relics, Cuckoo has both relics. None was used, and they still win that trade so cleanly. It's so impressive to just see those relics still be up, and on the other side, both are down, and they still be able to win that trade. That was such a clean engagement. They choose their target, and they go all in. And I think that's the issue that FK has right now. They don't seem to have a priority target. Meanwhile, it seems like Fenyx just choose their target, and they're just going all in on this guy, and they want him to disappear on the map as quick as they can.
I think it's a good call for them as well to utilize what they do have, which is Kukulkan ults. They have immense amounts of engage from Rat and Gilgamesh. Both carries from AFK farmers were just isolated on that T1 and right hand side. It was a no-brainer engage in my book. Speaking of engage, Fenyx are walking up here with 4 members strong, on Fire Giant. Kid Husak is walking up, he's just doing Bacchus things. Gilgamesh is also doing Gilgamesh things. Catches the Soul Disapparate in the Guilds of Samash. Oh, Coconut does not confirm damage onto Soul. She deletes Die Violently with a nice supernova in the backline. Rat was looking for some action there. Panda Bear Ash deletes Vibe Legion out of this game. More gray screen time for him. Kid Who Suck finds another kill. Alex is on a double, finding out Jaragon. It's a huge pick here for AFK farmers to prevent the front line from doing any more work here. And all of a sudden, it's an even trade out here, 2 for 2, with Fire Giant being still on 3 members of Fenyx.
Yeah, well, that's a good trade if you're looking at from AFK farmers side. You still take out 2 people that have Fire Giant on their side, but at the same time, your engagement from Susano is not there. Your Blizzato is dead, and that's the main piece of AFK farmers that's set. So it's still a kind of a good trade in the way that some people die, but at the same time, Kukulkan and Archman have both Fire Giant. It seems like they want to contest that, but Fenyx is going to just take care of that, and they're going to retreat and probably spend their gold. And that's a lot of gold. They take a 2-1 tower, they take gold, they grab some kills, so they're going to have a little bit of a lead. And from what we saw, it's simply a 4k gold lead. It's still like we're still even in a way that it's not just one-sided. So we still have a game if you AFK farming. Don't put your head down. You still have a chance to win that, and you still need to keep your mind up. And someone needs to step in. If it's Alex, it's Alex. If it's Blizzato, it's Blizzato. But what I want to see, it's more Susano gameplay. It seems it's been a little bit more quiet. We don't see a lot of presence for him around the map. So I would love to see Susano making more plays and doing more damage, and maybe diving more the backline. Seems like I was expecting Susano to just dive the Kukulkan on cooldown and just seeing Kukulkan just dying all the time, but didn't feel like it.
I think there's so much space made by what Fenyx is doing here with Gilgamesh, with Bacchus. There's so much space to be created. And not to mention, Kukulkan also effectively has 2 HP bars here, with Book of the Dead being such an item right now that it has such synergy with Kukulkan's kit. Susano has a really good time bursting down 1 HP bar, but he might have some trouble bursting down a second one if that timer is not already down or forced out by other members of his team. Speaking of teams, Fenyx are working their way through T2 towers here with the backup of an Oni wave coming down each of their lanes. Blizzato is in left, dealing with the one in duo, as is Soul. The 2 members are taking care of the one in mid, and the one in right is still up. So look for this T2 Phoenix, or excuse me, T2 Tower for free here for Phoenix. It's a lot of gold in the pocket already for them.
Yeah, they're gonna go for that. I would have maybe tried that Phoenix. I think that's some. Yeah, that's some Oni minion, so maybe that was worth the try. But they're gonna go for the safe pick. I'm never. Well, you know me, I love safe pick. I was talking about comfort picks game 5s, and I'm all about safety and like being safe and being conservative. So doing that Pyromancer and trying to take as much farm as you can, that's always a good play. And right now it's a 6, almost 7k gold lead. So they're just building a little bit of a lead for the next Fire Giant, and I love to see that. They realize, okay, Phoenix, we can wait. There's a Fire Giant spawning soon, so we don't have to rush it. So really, right now you see that curve, it's going down. So I think Phoenix has that advantage in team fight from what we saw in those games. So right now, it's gonna be interesting to see what's gonna happen in the next Fire Giant.
I am so excited for this Fire Giant fight for a couple reasons. First, Fire Giant dances are always great. They're probably my favorite part of the actual like late game of Smite. For second part, Phoenix, I want you to look at their items really quick, Mark. Every single one of them has a starter item completed.
That's huge.
Which, if we're looking over AFK Farmer's items, as Maturelic is looked at here by Bacchus, that is such an item advantage here into this Fire Giant fight. I want to see what they can do with it.
Yeah, I want to see that too, especially that Gilgamesh. He seems to want to be diving the backline and seems unkillable almost, and Notar seems like he thinks like he's unkillable too, but he's taking a lot of damage, a lot of CC, and the fight's
Ult
going
is
up.
dropped as well. Kokono comes through and does hit
my
2. Both are forced out. Their dive only does get the pick on the Vibe Legion. Vibe Legion just too deep on the Susano, trying to make things happen for his team. And Soul is blinked on. Supernova does come out. Nice CC immunity.
Nice shield.
Active's forced out. Stone Shield as well. Blizzado does get a pick on dive violently. But Alex is looked at once again by Phoenix. They're going to ahead and fall back out. Pridwins are procced on that side of the defensive here for AFK Farmers. And with that pressure relieved, Phoenix are going to look back for a little more FG pressure.
I think they just want to fight because I don't think with Blizzado up, with Geb up, you can't do that Fire Giant without any contest, and also you don't have that Kukulkan to secure it. But it seems like this is going down real quick. If you want to do something, it has to be now. And the bounce
Phoenix
was great,
barely takes the Fire Giant. That bounce was close, but not close enough. Blizzado does not make the hero play, unfortunately, for his team. Phoenix will secure the Fire Giant, and they were, unfortunately for them, 40 seconds off of an enhanced Fire Giant, although waiting would have been a little bit sketchy there with people coming off of respawn for AFK, so they will secure a regular old FG, which, as far as I'm aware, still pretty good.
Yeah, and also your jungler is not gonna have that Fire Giant buff on him right now, but that's not a big deal because, sadly, like I know Vibe Legion has won MVP in SDL, and he did a lot of great stuff this season. It seems like Die just play a little bit better, or maybe the team play better, or maybe the synergy is not as there as it was. Maybe that break, or I don't know. It's always weird to sub in mid game. Like it's not the best call sometimes. Sometimes it's a call, sometimes it's not. But I just feel like there was maybe a little bit more chemistry when Nitro was Nitro was there, but it seems like going for the original roster, that was maybe the play as a game 5. But I don't know, so always a like 50-50 call when you sub in mid game. It's always risky because you want to go for your original player for sure, and the guy that won MVP that just was the best player in this league in SDL. So I just don't see him making that presence on that Susano.
Speaking of presence, Phoenix are making their presence known here on the Phoenix. I made the pun again. I am so sorry. We're 30 minutes into this game. I had to get one entertaining in there for you. AFK Farmers are matching a solid defense who do have ultimates up. Some relics are available to them. We do have a rather large wave for AFK Farmers pushing up there. They have no minions here for Phoenix to make this siege a little tough because they do not have EFG. Backdoor protections are not ignored here by normal EFG buff. It's only EFG that does that. Speaking of, they'll take the engage here. Winds of Samash come out onto Alex. Intoxicate comes out as well. The Death Apparatus is used by Alex. Rat Ultimate is up in the air. Supernova does come out as well. Commodity picks off Vibe Legion. Falls early in this fight. Deletes Blizzado with an excellent ult, but Alex will go ahead and take him out as well. Trade out that life right there. They'll also trade out the life of the Phoenix. Bacchus gets a double flop. Looking for the soul once again. Stone Shield comes out. Kukulkan does take it at half HP. Speaking of half HP, he's now at a little less than that, as we'll get to a couple CCs onto him.
Should be
Dropkick does
enough.
come out. NATO does connect from Commodity, takes out Call Me Nomad. That is a huge pick here. Fenyx does have the ability to end here with 4 members strong with Fire Giant. We could look
My
at seeing the
goodness.
end of a Game 5 here in SDL semifinals.
Are they gonna make it?
Olsen, Brilliant Brock.
Oh,
Bandit
they're gonna
Ash
do
just
it.
on a killing spree. AFK
Oh my
Farmers
gosh.
fall the Fenyx 3-2. This is SDL semis, baby. What a barn burner.
Oh, what a comeback! Holy man. It was worth the 4 hours and 30 minutes set because man, we had such himself for game 5 here. Man, ladies and gentlemen, people at home, what a set, what a game. We had a I don't even know, we're not paying money to watch those type of game. Like it should not be free. Like these guys just put on a show for us, and what a comeback to coming out from a 2-1 losses set, and you come back win the next 2 games, game 4, game 5, coming clutch. What a mindset you need to just come out of those games, be like, guys, we can do this, we still have this, we just need to win 2 games, then we're gonna go finals. Man, what a great team, what a great plays from everyone on this team.
What a great set. I have just such vibes here from Season 7 Worlds with just how strong the
Yeah.
mental was here from Fenyx. To take Game 1 handily as they did, and then get knocked down a couple pegs in the following games, the mental is just so unavoidably important to really maintain here in this set. In the Game 5 situation, I am happy to say that Fenyx just played that mental just a little bit better, perhaps. And they also played the fights just that much better.
Especially like that mental when you see Geb getting locked up, you see Achilles, you see Oyi, you see that Soul that like went 11-0 against you here like 2 games ago, and you're like, oh man, we have to face that guy again, and we have to face that Huyi, we have to face that Soul, and you had a Geb on top of that that's just gonna peel for them, but they never give up, never thought that they're not gonna win from what I saw, because even like Game 4, Game 5, they were down for the first 5-10 minutes, and they just made some great team fights and just come out stronger. And man, I'm really impressed by what I saw. That mentality of like never giving up right now, Fenyx has it, and it's so impressive. And Gilgamesh putting a show, like creating so much space in team fights, winning really. So I'm really impressed, and honestly, that was such a fun set to be casting.
Jaragon, 23,000 player damage in this one.
Shit.
It's been a pretty consistent number for him as far as I can tell on Gilgamesh, on other picks he's played in this set so far. Throughout those 5 games, that was a pretty consistent number to be at for him. Of course, no slouch in AFK Farmers, a lot of people above 10k, above 15k even. Gab even doing a lot of work there with 8k, but it really just comes down to Fenyx applying that damage, applying that pressure across the map in ways that just simply looked better in team fights, I'll have to say. Susano getting picked a little too often when going in, trying to get off that Typhoon, that extra auto cancels, picking up people, and trying to make things happen. He was often the only one in there at that moment. Perhaps a bit of off comms, not communicating to go in. I'm just wondering how Legion really could have played that a little bit better, perhaps. But at the end of the day, Fenyx will take the set 3-2. I'm sitting here, I'm just exhausted. I cannot imagine how the people in this game felt playing 5 lights out games in this set.
Yeah, we're just casting here. It's not as exhausted as it is to play and just be like those comms. It takes a lot to just use communication, use your brain, and be like, okay, we have to make plays, we have to build that. Like it takes a lot of your mental and a lot of your energy. And we're late here. I'm not sure what time it is, but here it's dark, it's snowing, so I think everyone here is about to go to sleep, but we're going to be back for an interview, and we're going to take a small break, and we're going to be back to you guys in a couple minutes.
Bit of a shorter break for you folks here in this SDL playoff match. 3-2 is the score in favor of Fenyx, and with us right now is a player from Fenyx who made their presence known. Jaragon, how are you?
I'm feeling great.
I imagine you are after that victory. I just got one question for you, Jaragon, that I was just thinking about since game 1.
Yeah.
You guys win game 1, but then game 2 doesn't go so well. I want to know, what was your thought process personally going into game 3? Because all of a sudden you guys are 1-1. That was a rough game 2. How do you guys play the following games? How do you play those following games and get to where you are now?
Well, game 3, I think game 3 we lost as well, I believe, but we were just trying to like play things that in theory should work. But after that, like we just decided let's get back to what we're good at, go to our individual strengths as players and pick gods that we like. And when we did that, I think it just tended to work out a lot better for us, especially in the early stages of the game.
Well, I just want to say, first of all, congrats on the win. That was an awesome set to be casting and watching. So, my question is, in those picks and bans, are they a little bit different in playoff than in season? Because that's what we're talking about. There's like kind of a meta that's getting created in like straight up in set, because you have to ban like some meta, but at the same time some counter picks. What was like the talk between like games?
I think we just wanted to really like target ban more than anything. Maybe some meta picks like Tsukiyomi we stuck to a lot throughout the set. That I'm not sure they would have ever even pulled it out, maybe, but we knew what they were good at, so we tried just targeting things that their frontliners were good at, because I mean their frontliners are a lot of why we think they win. Like Alex and Blizzato are fantastic players, but their front line is really good too. And if we could get ahead of their front line and get them on picks that they're maybe not as comfortable on, then I think we have a better shot at beating that team, and we ended up doing it.
Talking about counter picks, it seems that you guys really went for those counter picks with that Bacchus, Gilgamesh, Kukulkan that we saw. Is it something you guys had planned at the beginning of the set, or this is something you guys just say, okay, we play those guys, we're just gonna pull it out?
Well, I know Commodity always likes going to the Kukulkan. Like he's good at placing his tornadoes. He hits some really nice ults for us in those games there. And Kid Who Sucks just really likes playing the Bacchus, and I really like playing Gilgamesh. So it was like, why not just pull him out and see if we could? We were backs against the wall. We're like, I'm just gonna play Gilgamesh. I'm gonna see if I like it. And same with Kid with Bacchus. Like, let's just see how it goes. And I don't know if we thought about it too much about counterpicking. Maybe I'm not sure. I'm not the big brain of the team, but I'll give that to Dai. That guy's always coming up with stuff in his head. He's a good teammate. Well, just as all of them are.
Well, I think I'm gonna ask you the last question before we all go to bed. Is there any shout-outs you want to give? A teammate, coach, owners, players that have been around? Anything?
Yeah, I gotta shout out my teammates, because I remember the first scrim we ever had together. We played against AFK farmers who we just played, and we got absolutely smoked. Like, we didn't stand a chance, and we've really come a long way as a group in the second half of the season. I think we all really enjoyed playing together, and it's been a lot of fun. So just all the guys on the team, really, just for grouping up and making this finals run happen. I'm not sure a lot of people believed in us, because AFK farmers were just rolling through people throughout the season, and we came and did it.
Well, you guys seem to have believed in yourself through all the sets, so congrats on the win. Thanks for everyone that have been joining us tonight, and we're gonna have a good finals Sunday, but tomorrow we have another set in RSL. We're gonna have the semifinals between Monkey Business and Clearly Hacking, so join us tomorrow for another great set.
That's gonna be doggy out. There is one
Chains too.
That's gonna be our guess.
He smelled him out.
And a good Kraken will steal the Oni Fury!
I don't think so. Popping oh on it.
He steals it with the national.
Steals it.
Kappa just.
Dookie's in trouble. The heart bomb.
He is in trouble, but down there by Cowboy.
No!
That But oh, Skipper
But he
tried
can't-
to go after it.
He can't run the auto. No tilting. You're all just pumped up, ready for game number 2. You're all talking to each other.
But this Fenyx under siege. Fenyx is at half. Jobek taken out. Section Cannon taken out by Turbog.
Haley, you still don't win that fight. No, no!
And that means they're leaving this emoji up that Breezy played in game 1, which I thought looked really good. I think he pilots it very well.
Yeah, 2 halves. There you go. We got those 2 brain cells. We can talk about 2 different things now. Well, we working on.
And Zero Easy Does It is going to be focused on. And we're going to see a quadra kill.
And he looks like he's gonna go down. Haley did use the ult already?
No.
The impale! He's insane!
And now, one's gonna be subject to the Rama ult, both on target. What a great snipe